A little time passed again, and two figures were seen in the snowy lands of Baltimore. However, one was taking the offensive and attacking while the other was avoiding them with precise and timed dance moves. Alyssia continued to put further pressure on Passia as she increased the difficulty as his moves became slightly sharper and quicker with every move Passia had successfully dodged. In a moment of crisis, Passia remembered her previous failures where she had closed her eyes expecting to accept her loss, but she remembered Alyssia's previous scoldings, so she kept her eyes sharp and barely avoided an attack which made a light scratch on her shoulder. She dropped down to her knees and began panting heavily, but she revealed slight joy on her face. Alyssia walked by her and patted her shoulder. "You have done well to remember my previous words. This is your current level, but even when confronted with someone stronger, you must not flinch or give up because it can mean death in this world." In previous exchanges, Passia had developed a habit of giving up during times of crisis or difficult situations due to the gap in strength between teacher and student, so Alyssia scolded her for it, because she gave up way too quickly. Passia was a hard worker and quick to learn many things she taught, but her lack of experience with combat and getting hurt made her soft in the face of someone more powerful or breaking through her own limitations. She had the ability and potential to grow stronger with Alyssia's teachings, but her mentality was a problem that could get her killed if she did not overcome it. However, after witnessing the progression she had made, Alyssia decided to praise her. "You definitely have good potential, and I believe in you. If you have any dream, you can accomplish it if you put your mind to it." Passia blushed a little and could not stop her mouth from forming a small smile. "Yes, I will work hard." Alyssia had put her through various training methods to let her adjust to combat, improve her overall physical body stats, learn a custom-made set of sets and dance movements that can be used in combat that suit her, which also have elements of yoga, paper art, shave, and the Kano country's water sleeve dance, which actually had a lot of potential and compatibility when used by Passia. After some contemplation, the set of footwork and moves were named Mirage Steps and Mirage Dance Style. There was more progress on the costume or weather suit idea, as Alyssia made further progress in each of her skill masteries, so alterations were made to suit the dance style and refine it properly when used with the long-sleeve design clothing. Soft and graceful movements would produce various harmless effects like a protective bubble or a mirage, while strong whipping or pulling motions would produce a release of a strong gust of wind or similar releases of a thunder attack depending on which sleeve was used. When someone was in contact with the sleeves or within range, they would become vulnerable to various attacks, so her future potential was terrifying, especially if she learned how to properly bind people with it and produce thunder attacks. Compared to other types of combat that was more offensive when dance was incorporated like Viola or Hancock style, Passia's style was more focused on defense and evasion with the addition of weatheria technology to provide additional support and a little offensive capabilities in the form of the weather suit or costume. In truth, Passia's past had not been all that good as others would believe it to be, so she had worked even harder to adjust within the White Storm and to Alyssia's training plan and her expectations, which had led her to the opportunities that she had received. Her mother was a dancer and very beautiful, with a perfect body much like herself, who inherited the most from her mother. Her mother was forced to give up her career because of a noble son's forcefulness and irresponsibility, which resulted in Passia's birth, and her mother, who became depressed. When Passia copied her mother, who was reminiscing over the past while dancing in her room, her mother noticed Passia's talent, and she quickly became her mother's focus. Like most innocent children who wanted their parents to be happy and praise them, she happily went along with her mother's wishes, even if the teachings were sometimes harsh and strict. Her mother had become one of those people who despaired over their lost dream, but found hope in someone else in a bad way, because everything became about her daughter's improvement and success rather than raising her child with love and care. When something was done wrong, she was scolded and looked at coldly by her mother, and when she was uncomfortable with doing something, she was pressured into doing it. She participated in many beauty pageants, modeling jobs, dance performances, and live shows around the South Blue with her mother as her manager from an early age, but at the age of 15, her mother passed away after being hit by a carriage. After that, she took a year off to decide what she really wanted to do in life without her mother's control and sort out her mixed feelings about her mother. But she found that talented people usually do not get to choose their destiny as it chooses them. She was approached and scouted by many as she matured a little more and her beauty began to truly shine, but she found that the bubble or control that her mother had placed around her had been protecting her in many ways. Her new manager kept putting forward more sleazy jobs and was attempting to coerce her into visiting clients to sign deals to allow her to perform. She kept denying everything under the pressure and kept working harder than anyone else, but with each earned achievement. Many whispered behind her back that she had gotten it because of her beauty or using dirty methods. Each time, she had to silently endure for her dream to come true, and as things were becoming worse and those around her more harsh and forceful, she was feeling helpless, as even the guard she had been provided had been removed from her to teach her a lesson. Those in charge hoped she would come back crying and begging after suffering hardship and do as they pleased, but after a successful public performance, she was scouted for the White Storm as a model and dancer, which changed her life for the better since it had no hidden rules and promised to support her while paying off any fees her previous manager asked for as compensation. If she had remained there, and without protection for several more shows or events, then she would definitely fall into danger that she could not handle, so she had been saved by Alyssia in her view. She did not know that she had been fated to be captured and sold as a slave to the nobility, but that had now been prevented. Even so, she was very grateful and wished to achieve her dream and repay Alyssia for the support. She bowed to Alyssia. "I will become the best dancer in the world that nobody will be able to ignore. Thank you for teaching me personally, and I will not waste your efforts put into teaching me." Alyssia scratched the side of her cheek awkwardly and sighed. "I do have high expectations for you, but that is because you have the talent and are willing to work hard to improve. If Passia was just another vase who was pretty but had no substance, then she would remain at the bottom or middle of White Storm Entertainment until the day of her retirement or when she would be no longer of use. She was running a business, not a charity, so people side by her had to have the desire to rise with their own abilities and hard work rather than cheap gimmicks and tricks. Usually those that did use such methods usually were the biggest troublemakers that corrupted most workplaces, so she was happy with Passia's true nature. Although Passia was slightly vain, as she had received much praise since a young age by fans and admirers, she had also faced jealousy, oppression, and criticism often from rivals, managers, and event organizers, so she had turned out to not be an arrogant person, but someone smart enough to use what she had to achieve extra favor and resources without overstepping a certain line. I will show you one final time slowly what you should be learning for the basic forms and steps, and then what could be achieved even without additional support and special clothing. I have already demonstrated how to use the weather-based stuff and provided you with enough materials to study, so just watch me for now and put this towards your future goal. Alyssia began to slowly show each step and form one after another, as each movement was soft and graceful, but also a little mysterious as she danced slowly around the snowy lands. However, she rarely ever created any more footprints in the ground or changes as she moved within the places she had previously stepped, which showed how controlled and precise her steps and flowing movements were. Although Passia had seen this sight many times and had grasped most of it quickly, she couldn't help but marvel at Alyssia's display, but then Alyssia's movements began to speed up to match Passia's current abilities and became quicker and less predictable with every movement, until finally Alyssia used her true capabilities, which let many afterimages be created. Each afterimage remained for a split second before dispersing, but the afterimage was formed in the same form that Alyssia had previously shown, as many different afterimages formed one after another, reappearing and disappearing, which made it very difficult for anyone to guess where her true form was. Even the amount of footprints in the snow did not change in number, so even in a disadvantageous environment, which could give away clues of her location, an enemy would have to rely on their senses and luck to land a hit on her body after attacking one of the places where the footprints are. Without that disadvantage or a change to the steps to change places a little, the opponent would struggle to do anything unless they possessed observation hockey or heightened senses or instincts of some sort to see through the movements. However, even if they did, their speed would have to be very high to actually be able to keep up with her movements, and that did not even include the use of electro. Passia watched from a distance and was slightly stunned by the display when suddenly all of the afterimages dispersed and she felt a tap on her shoulder from behind. Ah! She jumped in shock as Alyssia appeared behind her, without her noticing. "You scared me." Alyssia chuckled in response. "You can go rest up now and review what you have learned." As she said so, she walked towards the lab to continue with her research as Passia watched her back with a determined gaze. "I want to achieve that kind of beauty." Although the suit or costume was still in the process of being made, Passia practiced in a similarly styled piece of clothing, which helped her adapt to each of her movements better. Each piece of the long sleeves danced softly through the air, and with her movements, it created a special effect in which the fabric spread out, and with the slightest pull from her, it could ensnare those who were within it or obstruct their movements or view for a short moment. Alfred had begun to put forward several policies within the White Storm to better protect its interests and employees. In a normal civilized world, high-level employees and those working on major projects would become targets and would be bribed or threatened to make them leak secrets or cause a project to fail. In some cases, there would be kidnapping attempts, exploiting their family's financial state, using family conflicts or the greed of others to plot within and put the family at risk or debt, and many other scenarios. Those examples mostly appear in romance novels with a business genre with a cold and ruthless male lead, but in the world of One Piece, the possible scenarios could be far worse, and the people doing so would be far more reckless, resulting in endangering of life of hostages and cleaning up any witnesses. A pirate, mercenary, bandit, street thug, or even an ordinary citizen could be persuaded to harm others just with the promise of a better life. So once those within White Storm were exposed to confidential or important things, they needed to be protected. The first thing put in place at Alyssia's request was having bodyguards stationed in key parts where the secrets were held and to protect and monitor high-ranking employees. The second was that the families of those individuals would receive a background check along with them. Once approved, they would have their family move somewhere safe to receive protection and start a new life. The third was that if anyone encountered a problem that would put them at risk or felt that something could potentially be wrong, they were allowed to request help and receive the assistance of the White Storm, which was only available to key members and those within a certain circle. The fourth was more of a warning which stated the consequences of betrayal, depending on the severity of their actions and their effects on the White Storm's operations. In some cases, they would be forced along with their family into paying off the damages they had done, whether it be forced labor with no pay, or in other worse cases, they may have to pay for it with their lives to prevent further leaks afterwards. It was not that Alyssia was becoming more and more cruel and heartless, but instead that she did not wish to be betrayed by the employees who she was providing steady pay within a world that made it difficult to do so. She did not wish to exploit others like the others who resort to stealing, warfare, drug selling, weapon selling, and slavery to get by, so that she could build up a cleaner place that created opportunities for people who worked hard for it. One or two betrayals could possibly destroy that, resulting in many losing a job because of one or two people's actions, so she had to be firm enough to not be taken advantage of. The more the White Storm was growing, the more other powerful influences would try to get a piece for themselves. Once they had sunk their teeth in, the White Storm would become heavily wounded. As a result, there would be less berries for herself, less talents or loyal people being recruited, and many key parts of her research that should not be exposed to the world would fall into others' hands that may use it for their own benefit no matter what the consequences may be. Alyssia spent some time putting several of her projects into motion and left the smaller preparations to the others while Ayn, Nika, and Ushvin oversaw her main project's progress. With her growing fame points, she purchased many beginner, basic, or intermediate skills of different types, as she inspected several workplaces along with Alfred while Passia was preparing to appear at a contest called the Miss Paradise Beauty Pageant. Isa was preparing to appear at her first small solo concert, and then was preparing for her own concert within Sabaody. Alyssia followed along with and to Sabaody to make sure that everything went well with the negotiations and the overall performance, which resulted in her fame rising even more. Within an unknown grove, a blurry figure could barely be noticed as it flickered through the night and stopped a couple of times in places of cover. Alyssia stopped for several moments with her eyes closed and shut her eyes. No, not this place either. She kept moving from place to place, avoiding the gazes of others until she stopped. Yes, This is it. Kuma's tip paid off in the end. Previously, she had asked for which grove within Sabaody which had been used to work on Kuma, since the entrance was well hidden and very protected and secure. Gaining entry was impossible for most, so Kuma gave her the information since she could not do much with it and would be captured if she ever attempted anything like breaking in. Breaking in or something else would alert the Marines, and she would be chased down by them, but that was not what she wished to accomplish. Theft could be done in other ways more secretive thanks to her system, and as she had been successful, she had closed her eyes and found a large amount of information and skills available to herself. Cyborg, mech, and robotics. Lineage factor, devil fruit creation and secrets. Lineage factor, cloning, giantification, gas, and chemical weapons. Artificial life form / dragon creation. Geology, sea stone research. Dina stones, sea snail research. Laser and advanced weaponry. Meteorology, climate control. Many skills showed up in front of her like she was shopping at an exclusive store that had too much to choose from. Many were unique skills belonging to either marine scientists or Dr. Vegapunk himself. Some resulted in failures or were believed to be, while others were game-changing skills that she needed. First, she purchased the advanced grade of the artificial life form creation, devil fruit, and mechanical base skills before purchasing the beginner, basic, and intermediate grades of the skills that remained with her remaining points. She had been lucky enough to arrive at a time when such skills were available all at once, and she could not remain there for long and alert others of her presence, so she burned through many of her points as she purchased them before disappearing from where she was hidden. The artificial life skill would supplement her own research and give her more accuracy and certainty in a perfect completed experiment. The devil fruit research was key to discovering the secrets related to the creation or cloning of devil fruits, with the possibilities of further exploring other possibilities with what she had been researching. The further mechanical knowledge which contained the pacifista research also helped to improve upon the skills that she had collected from Frankie and the people of Baltimore. Even without access to Vegapunk's old lab, she had found a way to gain access to his past and present achievements. Back in the room that she was staying within, she licked her lips with a satisfied smile on her face, and then lay down on her bed to quickly dive into studying.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Not long had passed since she had gained many world-changing skills, but Alyssia continued to keep herself busy with her training and research as White Storm continued to impact the world little by little. White Storm began to sell an all-in-one pill that treated many basic ailments after it had undergone many trials and gained approval by many doctors, which was the result of Tristan's research efforts. Due to the attention she had gained from the medical community, she was able to open up communication and set up various sales for many disability equipment for those that had been created for those who had lost a limb or had lost feeling in parts of their body, etc. Many low-cost prosthetic legs and arms were sold, along with wheelchairs and other items to assist with many different problems. Various cosmetics began to appear a little later, which were various skin lotions, makeup, hair products, and sun cream. Each were made with ingredients that did not cause any harm to the skin of the person using them or any other problems like causing greasy skin, pimples, redness of the skin, or freckles. Many noble ladies began to try out the woman's beauty and health products after they were promoted with Pascia as the model, and then became one of the main sources for berries to fund Tristan's other research projects. Each person within the crew was kept busy with their own duties, study, or training as the group continued to grow further. Her own crew each were growing at a frightening pace after being guided to their own path that suited their individual talents. Even the clothing line, which was designed by the tailor, which came from Kano, had grown further after many inspirations in other lands and after Pascia worn them on her body to promote them further as a model taking place in a fashion show hosted by the White Storm after she had won the beauty pageant. Many unknown or rookie designers and some with some fame and recognition participated together, resulting in many new recruits after some had been scouted for their talents. Many people gathered together secretly, and among them was Carrot, Clifford, Archie, Monera, Medea, Lucier, Ivy, and Jester, who were the most competent combatants among the White Storm. Alfred had begun to undergo his operation to change him into a cyborg, so Tristan needed to be there to assist along with Alyssia. Each of them held onto a card which contained pieces of information and instructions. Jester looked at his card and asked, "Is this task so important?" Sigh. "I wonder what kind of task you all were given if I was given this." Clifford shrugged. "I'm not too bothered. If anything, I need a challenge." Many of them had been restless even with their usual duties within the first half of the Grand Line, and as the year was slowly coming to a close within months, they needed a way to test themselves. Monera looked at her card and then grinned mischievously. "My task is actually quite easy and suited to me, so you all can hurry and be jealous of me." Medea remained cold and stoic as her spoke. "Mine is actually perfect and should be fun to try." Medea had gained a better mastery of her body and the electrical power within her, so she had participated in many guarding missions, whether it be defending one person, an event, or a ship transporting goods. As she wished to live as a mercenary earlier in her life, and practiced her fencing skills and light footwork techniques from a young age, even if her body had changed, her body and soul still remembered her efforts, which let her display her current abilities and strength. Archie was dressed in his metallic armor and looked very intimidating, but his voice was quite scared by what he had been tasked with. "Why? You must be joking." Lucier grinned foolishly. "To be honest, the competition did not really allow me to show my true abilities since some things were restricted from being shown, so this could be good for me." Carrot looked at her own card and tilted her head to the side, looking confused. "Well, why me?" Ivy looked at her own card and sighed. "It seems that I must suffer this time, too." However, before they could speak further, a large figure appeared before them and snatched the card from one of their hands. Kuma silently read it and then handed it back before slapping downward. He continued to do so until he was left alone. Most of them should be able to get back just fine, but not everyone will. He put his palm on his chest and disappeared again. Each of them began to appear in different parts of the world one after another, starting with Medea, who had been given a task within the East Blue. Warship Island is the place that she landed on, and she was quickly left to survive on her own against many types of creatures alone. While sitting roasting one of her kills over a fire, the smell drifted to her surroundings, but she calmly and elegantly ate her food without a care for her surroundings. Just as she sensed movement nearby, her eyes became more alert and cold as she removed her long and thin sword. As a large beast appeared, she began to thrust forward many times and then took a step forward as she made a large cut on its neck as she passed it. She sheathed her sword, and the blood escaped from the wounds of the beast as it dropped down weakly and dying. Medea continued to collect pieces of the hair, blood, teeth, and skin and stored it away in her backpack after writing what type of animal it came from. Although she was collecting many types of different samples, her true goal was not just that as she continued deeper into the island. Medea continued to hunt and collect various samples as she gained experience facing many types of beasts. As she went deeper and deeper, she met stronger opponents one after another until she found herself in front of her target. An old gray dragon with green feathers on its back and wings appeared before her eyes. It lay there quietly as if it was not disturbed by her entry or it did not have the energy to react to her being there. If there was something that could be described as a true adventure and special experiences, meeting a dragon was one of them, but compared to Vegapunk's creations, the old dragon was much too weak because of its current state. Cannon fire could damage it and end its life without it being able to put up much of a struggle because of its declining strength as its life force was running out. Taking in the beauty of the creature, Medea stood there for a while and then removed her sword. "I am sorry. This will be over in a little while. Do not hate me for this." The next moment her sword was thrust forward and charged with electricity as it broke through the scales of the dragon with a powerful piercing attack. Blood coated the sword, but her attacks did not stop as she continued to harm the dragon that had attempted to attack her. The large body knocked her back a little during the struggle, but she remained unharmed. Medea continued to gain experience in the battle and found a chance to inflict another couple of wounds. The tooth of the dragon was partly cut and fell from its mouth. A scale had fallen from its body. Some of its feathers were chopped off, and the blood from the first wound had been collected by her, So she fled, leaving behind the lightly injured dragon, which was unable to chase after her because of its condition. Medea stuck around for a while and came back to apply some medicine to the wound while it was asleep before searching for materials, make a makeshift boat or raft to take her somewhere that she could purchase a ship capable of crossing into the first half of the Grand Line again. She spent some time visiting many different islands within the East Blue and battling many types of creatures and collecting samples for Alyssia's research until the day she returned to her side. Monera landed within a heavily populated sea area where many sea kings, sea beasts, whales, sharks, and many other aquatic life forms lived. As Monera adjusted to her surroundings, she began to swim at a fast speed and unleashed a frightening attack with a trident upon the first lone sea creature that she found. She wounded it heavily and quickly took out something which collected the blood that was mixing into the surrounding water, and then quickly escaped from the scene of the crime, leaving behind the slightly injured creature. As she met more and more formidable foes, she found herself being challenged time and time again. She had a mission to complete, so she did not waste much time fighting with most sea beasts, but when confronted with much larger and tougher opponents, she had to be more strategic to land a blow. Many water arrows struck a large sea turtle before it could enter its shell, where it was safe. She moved through the water quickly another time and used her sharp fin to cut into a large sea king, giving it a small wound enough to draw blood from it. Whales, goldfish, sea kings, sea beasts, and other types of creatures living in the sea were repeatedly targeted by her, which were large sizes and possessed their own physical traits, whether it be their island-sized body, their incredible defenses, their superior speed within the water, high physical strength, or were part of a rare bloodline or type of creature. The more that she put herself under great pressure and danger, the more Alyssia's teachings that had been passed on had begun to manifest themselves, allowing her to tap into the haki that she had failed to access most of her adult life. Her senses became heightened through constant combat and risky situations, which lead to a breakthrough, allowing her to gain access to her haki, but she could only make use of observation haki a little more than others since her mastery was low. She continued to test herself against tough opponents and push herself as her observation haki was showing some improvements along with her armament haki, which had been stuck at a low level, but with her current mastery of fishman karate and her abilities in the water, it was enough to keep herself alive against fierce sea beasts and inflict a small wound on them enough to draw some blood. She continued onwards, meeting all kinds of creatures of different types, until she found herself up against even the fearsome snake seen in Amazon lily named Yuda. After meeting it, Monera realized that she had been placed near the calm belt and had made her way into the sea somewhere near Amazon lily. She battled it like the others, but the ferocious and poisonous Yuda was one of the beasts that sea kings would not even attack, so she had some difficulty with it. Luckily, she was able to avoid any bites from it and halt the poisonous breed with large water attacks, while using the distraction to land an attack on it before fleeing after she had collected the blood. While she was there, she continued to travel around and battled a couple of snake weapons that the Kuja tribe use, but soon she found out how terrifying the snakes truly were. Each of the snakes are born strong and ferocious with strong venom. Each can grow their bodies to suit different types of combat. Some remain thin and a certain length to be used by their owners as bows, while Boa Hancock's was a lot bigger and thicker to allow her to use it as a throne and carry or elevate her to get a better view from above. However, the weapon snakes and Yuda were not just deadly creatures, as they also had excellent senses, whether it be their ability to navigate the calm belt or their tracking abilities, which allowed Boa Hancock to track down Luffy after the war. Monera was busy collecting her samples from the weapon snakes and the other beasts that she had wounded and saw the sight of a large Yuda approaching her with great speed. What the? I thought I lost it. A ferocious battle broke out between the Yuda and Monera again in the sea, which resulted in both sides suffering some small wounds, but Monera was able to avoid being poisoned. She fled again after stopping a poisonous breed with a current shoulder throw, and she began to replenish her energy and fill her stomach before it caught up again. Many times she was caught up in the game of cat and mouse, where she was forced into improving at a fast pace in order to survive. She finally arrived away from the calm belt and entered the first half of the Grand Line once again. Jester, Lucier, and Clifford were all sent to the same island, where they found themselves in a destroyed kingdom, which had returned back to nature. The ruins of the previous kingdom had been swallowed by the grassland and trees as the animals ran wild. However, upon landing, they very quickly found themselves in danger as they were surrounded by many creatures. Many different sized primates were wielding swords and other types of weapons of different types, whether it be throwing weapons, guns, spears, clubs, or other types. Jester was the sole person among the group that possessed observation haki and was most familiar with using it in combat, so he was the first to pick up on their presences. We are surrounded, but if we all go in one direction, we can force our way through and create a path for ourselves to escape. He stretched out his hand, and several throwing knives and needles appeared in his hand, and a small handheld gun appeared in the other. Snatch! Right after he began to throw out the weapons in one hand and began firing the gun with the other, as the throwing weapons left his hands, he made another grabbing motion. Snatch! Lucier removed his own prized weapons that had been passed down within his family and began to move forward ahead of Jester as he took the lead and cut a path open for them, but also took on the attacks of each of the human drills. We just got here, and we have already begun to be put under pressure by these guys. Clifford kept moving at a high speed as he used his electro to allow him to stop any additional sneak attacks on Jester and Lucier. These things are relentless. Lucier played the role of a tank or frontline warrior which took the brunt of the attacks. Clifford played the role of an assassin who stopped many threats to each person's life, and Jester played the role of causing disruption and chaos to the enemy while harming them with ranged attacks. Although Jester was capable of fighting, his abilities were better suited to be used in that way to assist the team and ensure their survival. Many types of ranged weapons were snatched and thrown back or dumped on the ground. Those human drills that were wounded backed off and applied saliva to their wounds and rested a little before rejoining the fight and chasing them down. However, as they got closer to escaping, a new crisis appeared. The human drills that had been standing further back and were blocking their way began to mimic some of their moves. The various techniques belonging to Lucier and Clifford had been stolen from them after a short time. Even without the use of electro, the human drills each possess high combat abilities, so they were able to push Lucier back. However, the next moment, several knives flew towards the attacking human drills, which halted their movements and attack. Some were wounded, but many among them had worn armor to protect themselves, so they were confident in their abilities, but the next moment, the throwing weapons disappeared as they were about to hit the armor and were thrown out again, wounding a couple more. This provided Lucier a moment to turn the tables, and he spun in a circle, unleashing a powerful double slash, and as he rotated, his two war glaives continued forward to send out two flying sword attacks, which opened up a path. Clifford continued to deal with any additional threats, and Jester took out a vial and quickly leaned over to collect some samples before escaping along with them both. Further into the forest where they had hidden, Jester had his trademark smile on his face as he spoke. I know why we have been sent here. If you have not noticed, then you should hear this right away. These creatures can mimic our movements and techniques. Anything that you have shown will be used against you later. I believe that Clifford and me have the greatest advantage here, but Lucier will struggle here. So I think this is why we were sent here as a group. Jester had begun to improve his observation haki, but he did not slack in his body training or armament haki training. So he had grown tremendously since arriving on Alyssia's crew, but even he felt that without Clifford being with them, Lucier and himself would begin to suffer greatly at a later date because of the human drill's mimicking abilities. Clifford could overcome many problems with Electro, but eventually, he would meet an opponent that was much stronger than himself that may even be able to keep up with his speed. But there was also the problem of constantly draining energy when using Electro and tiring himself out. When up against many opponents that constantly improve, they would be forced to improve themselves. Lucier looked down at his heavy war glaives, which had been stained with the fresh blood of the human drills that he had been able to cut. Yes, something is still lacking within my current style, so this is a good place to practice. Clifford nodded. I agree. Jester joked. Well, you two have already played your cards already and exposed yourselves. It is good that I held back a little and did not enter into a melee battle alongside you both, otherwise they may have stolen my knife techniques already. Clifford, try to conserve your strength and focus on your swordsmanship from now on unless using Electro in truly needed. Two of them possessed a trump card to overcome a crisis and let them turn defeat into victory. One was electro, which could burn through energy a little faster upon use, so it was best used when things become difficult for them, and the other was the snatch ability, which similarly drained some energy after being used repeatedly. While they were the sole things keeping them at an advantage, the human drills were not dumb creatures and would learn how to combat them eventually, so they could not heavily rely on them. The best option was to keep pushing themselves and improve their sword, blade, or knife arts, and save the other abilities for when they are needed, or to simply stop additional gunfire and deadly weapons being thrown at them with the snatch ability. The best shot that they would have in the next battle would be that Jester had not revealed his dagger arts. Many of the human drills would believe him to be the weakest, but that was very far from the truth. Day after day, the three of them encountered groups of human drills and were pushed to their limits as they experienced fatigue and hunger many times, as they had been hunted down without rest and had their meals interrupted. Hockey usually manifests under certain conditions, whether it be extreme distress, pushing past limits, or through sheer willpower, but there are also types that aid affected from birth, tribe, or the environment, but often hockey usually appears on those that have a very strong physical body that has surpassed the ranks of ordinary humans in the world. Jester had unlocked his at a younger, she due to facing dangerous situations often and being under great stress, as he was caught between juggling sharp knives or displeasing the king of his home country, resulting in his death. Lucier and Clifford had yet to trigger it, but Lucier was slightly older and had failed to do so, even though he was physically very strong and continued to train his body and grow stronger under Alyssia's training plan and the experiences he had. Lucier was more than ready to unlock his hockey, but was missing such a test which could make him helpless, while Clifford was still young and did not face much hardships because of his racial advantages, which had resulted in his sword skills halting a little in progress. Sometimes being spoiled can in fact be disadvantageous to a person in certain conditions. Although Clifford could defeat an opponent tougher than himself by breaking past his limits and improving to overcome them in battle, he always had Electro there as a backup, which he often chose to use instead, which helped him achieve victory, but made him lose many chances to improve. The human drills were the perfect opponents that mirrored them. Let them see their own faults and weaknesses, but also gain many experiences of many different styles of combat. Eventually, Lucier awakened his hockey after a long test of survival, which rejuvenated his battle spirit and made Clifford a little jealous. Carrot, Ivy, and Archie flew through the sky and eventually arrived at another island which had a lot of grassland. Greenbit is a seemingly uninhabited island within the New World north of Dressrosa. Its underground is home to the Tontata Kingdom. Carrot, Ivy, and Archie found themselves within the large forest surrounded by large plants. Unlike other places where others have been sent, the dangers to their lives at the beginning were not large, as they only ever encountered foxes, boars, and various types of boars, so surviving for them was not too difficult during their daily life, but they soon found themselves in a difficult situation. While they were provoking fighting fish into a battle, Archie was using his large armored body to tank the hits of the fighting fish, while Carrot continued to try to break past its touch defenses and wound it. Ivy provided range fire while also support from far away, but without a pop green garden around herself. She had to use those ammunition sparingly, even if she had brought a lot with her. During their time, they were able to collect samples of many types of creatures, whether it be types of bugs, linear foxes, or other rare beasts, but while they had successfully defeated a fighting fish by dragging it onto the land and killing it, they collected the samples and began to feast upon it, letting down their guard and falling into a deep sleep. When they woke up, they were restrained on the ground, and many small creatures were standing on their bodies looking at them with gazes filled with caution. A tiny dwarf raised their tiny sword towards Carrot and asked, "Intruder, where have you come from?" Although she was restrained, Carrot did not seem too disturbed, as if she could escape at any time, and her friendly and naive nature began to work in their favor as she explained something Alyssia had passed on to her. "We are friends." "Yes, friends. We have come here as explorers to enhance our strength and meet the Tontata tribe that our ancestors once mentioned in the past. In the past, there was a time when we were allies, and I hope to form friendships with you." The dwarf looked convinced. "Oh, why didn't you say so sooner, friend?" Another dwarf looked convinced too, but the next moment they revealed anger as they shouted, "Don't believe them. It must be a trick. They are with a human. They cannot be trusted." Archie yawned and explained. We are from the mink tribe, and our ally is this girl beside us. But trust us, she is of no harm to you. In fact, she is quite fond of nature and plants just like you. I think you would have much in common. The other dwarf tilted their head. What you have said made sense. Ivy timidly spoke. And nice to meet you. My name is Ivy. Look in my pouch. There are many types of different seeds, but be careful since many are dangerous. Very quickly, they released themselves and showed that they were not hostile. So the dwarves had no choice but to accept their words as truth and were quickly introduced to the Tontata kingdom. The two young Tontata tribe members were a male and female who grew close to the three of them very quickly. The male was named Tun and the female was named Ting, and they quickly opened up to Ivy as they shared gardening knowledge with each other and stories of their adventures. During their time on the island, they continued to hunt together and continued to lure the naive dwarves to follow them. The fighting fish were perfect opponents for them to continue to improve their fighting power, since they had powerful bodies with high durability that could slam into the bridge between Dressrosa and Greenbit and do heavy damage to it. Each battle tested Archie's overall endurance, Ivy's use of her resources, and the timing of her attacks, which could assist in battle or cause damage to it. Then finally, it tested Carrot's destructive power. Meanwhile, two dwarves of the Tontata tribe had cheered on as they continued to improve themselves, but also kept a lookout for any other signs of any fighting fish approaching the island. While Medea was tasked with collecting samples of many beasts and the dragon within the East Blue, but also lead the life of a bounty hunter or mercenary until she returned to the Grand Line on her own, she eventually made some friends who began to follow her on her journey. While Lucier, Clifford and Jester were tasked with improving their weapon skills and collecting samples of the human drills. Lucier was able to unlock his hockey, while Jester had improved his own along with the more efficient use of his devil fruit abilities. Monera was tasked with collecting samples of various sea creatures of different types and had constantly pushed herself in combat, which led her to unlock her own hockey against the Yuda after many exchanges. Finally, Carrot, Ivy, and Archie had improved their individual style of combat and techniques while collecting some samples from many types of animals and the fighting fish. They had also succeeded in recruiting two dwarves from the Tontata kingdom with the Tontata tribe's unique abilities and knowledge to grow various types of plants, trees, and even nurture devil fruits or artificially created ones. Much later, many of them would arrive back within the first half of the Grand Line without any help, and Kuma would appear to send Carrot, Ivy, Carrot, Tun, and Ting back towards Baltimore, where Ivy, Tun, and Ting would begin assisting with the growth of the Pop Green, Weather Garden, and other gardens in development in the future. As the others were continuing with their adventures, the rest of White Storm was progressing smoothly, as the various second-in-commands were able to get their chance to shine and properly improve themselves without their leaders to watch their back at all times. During the major and dangerous stages of Alfred's operation, Alyssia and others were kept busy, and Isa was able to handle many of Alfred's work while he was away, but there had not been any major developments within the group as it was beginning to stabilize itself without the leaders around. Although there were a couple of negotiations for future appearances of the various entertainers, most of the main stars were given a break to write new songs, practice dancing, or to improve their body's physical strength and stamina. Pascia was deeply immersed in mastering her dancing martial arts style and improving herself bit by bit, while occasionally releasing her photos after modeling some of the clothing made by the designers within White Storm, and occasionally made an appearance as a host at a couple of small events, but most of the time she was busy writing her next album, practicing her singing and dancing, and also training her body and shooting skills. Each of the projects were progressing smoothly, but in many parts of the world, a couple events took place which had many similarities. Within a room, a man with glasses held many tools as he was dismantling an electric baton, but the moment that he believed that it was available for him to begin studying the insides, the outside casing was removed, resulting in a trigger being activated, and the insides began to be destroyed. It was as if various mechanisms that kept it all together and stable were released, and it resulted in it self-destroying. The same happened each time in many places, and the items were brought to White Storm, or those places that they were sold by, but they were all ruthlessly turned down. Upon purchasing various items from the White Storm, many people were required to read through the contracts of purchase and sign them. Among them was a statement that White Storm was not liable for any damage or breakage which was the result of others tampering with the original structure. No matter how much they complained, they were now in possession of a broken piece of junk because of their own greed. Many inventors and scientists were left flustered after encountering Alyssia's trap, which has been set to protect her product's designs. During the time that Alyssia no longer had to be involved in the changes being done to Alfred after he had underwent the most dangerous parts of it, she then waited in a lone place after getting many of her projects stable and progressing smoothly without her being there. Kuma appeared before her again. "Are you sure that you wish to go around like this? It will be tiring." Alyssia nodded calmly and took out an item, which she then handed over to Kuma. "This should be helpful to the Sorbet Kingdom, and this is my payment for what you have been doing for me, but also a gift from me. There is not many of these within the world yet, and you will be the first to gain access to it." Kuma looked at it in his hands, and then eyes widened. "So this is what you mentioned would be helpful to Sorbet." "Thanks." She had handed over a rain tool, which had been fully charged with a couple of rain clouds. Once he handed it over to Bonnie and Connie after visiting them one final time, Sorbet would be able to overcome their drought and food problem with enough time. Since they were the first to gain access to it and had Kuma to transport it, they would have the advantage over many other islands which were suffering from severe conditions due to their environment and weather conditions. Just a little while later, Alyssia began to appear in many different lands one after another, as she quickly infiltrated many places during the night and collected samples and various skills that she needed. Within Sky Island, she appeared before the large snake that was worshipped as a god, as she concealed her presence as much as possible after quickly locating it. She wounded the large snake, and then fled back to where Kuma stood as they both disappeared again. Another time later, she appeared to collect the giant's powerful techniques that could kill large and tough beasts from Dory and Bragi, named Akoku, or similar to the Spear of Elbaf or Hadrudin's technique named Gungnir. After a little time of practice, Alyssia spent some time on the Red Line practicing her technique. One thing mentioned about their technique was that it was capable of piercing through many powerful beasts, but Dory and Bragi were still incapable of piercing through the great red serpent. According to Norse mythology, Jormungandr, also known as the Midgard serpent or world serpent, is a sea serpent. Among the three mythology creatures Fenrir, Hel, and Jormungandr, Odin took the three creatures and tossed Jormungandr into the great ocean that encircles Midgard. However, it grew so big that it could encircle the entire world and grasp its own tail. When it releases its tail is the day that Ragnarok would be believed to begin, so a lot of similarities and coincidences match certain things within the world of One Piece. It was not wrong in guessing that the Red Line was in fact a living creature, so she continued to take various samples of the Red Line from anything that she believed to be the outer scales of the giant snake and continued to improve her kick's power as she was incorporating the Spear of Elbaf skill into her martial arts techniques and began to combine everything she had to create a highly lethal attack that surpassed the 6 powers, the 7th, 8 impact fist, and many others to produce a new destructive technique. Each time that she struck the Red Line, she could feel the mastery of this new technique taking form. Most people would struggle to break through incredibly tough defenses without the addition of haki coating their bodies, but she had the assistance of the strong winds produced by her kicks and the electro from her body. With the growth of her body's stats and her other skills, the destructive force created would only continue to rise, but her current abilities were still not enough to cause the large beast much damage. She kept pounding and pounding on the Red Line until she was completely exhausted, and then replenished herself with her food before continuing again. A tiny crack began to appear, and she collected the remains before continuing onward to many other places as she collected samples of many types of creatures. As everyone had returned to the first half of the Grand Line, she began to analyze each of the samples and began to design several artificial creatures. In 3 large cultivation chambers, 3 minuscule things began to grow faster than the average newborn as their growth speed had been sped up by the effects of the chamber. After starting their creation, 3 superior creatures were being born into the world, along with several others which belonged to the same species as one of them that were being cultivated within many other cultivation chambers in a back room. After checking the project's success and how each were developing, Alyssia started working on the final steps of her project White Elixir. In her lab, a spherical item was being worked on and then was placed within a protective container as a chamber was opened up. As it opened, a large amount of wild white electro ran rampant within the protective container, and then it suddenly settled upon coming into contact with the sphere. The electro had begun combine with the sphere as if it had returned home and became the sole source of dominant energy within it until the sphere became quiet once again. Many types of electrical-based energy were introduced to the core, but many were slightly slower to absorb compared to electro, but eventually it was fully absorbed, which released a small spark of white, which showed that the dominant electro had won over and become stronger after refining the other energies. The core was showing signs of having a nature of its own and acted instinctively, but once Alyssia placed the core in her hands after she removed it, it became obedient to her every whim because it was made from her own electro released from her when she transformed into the Sulong form and was tied to her lineage factor. Using many types of research and combining helped to create the core, and after many tests, she began to prepare herself and stabilize her body's condition. Step 1 will soon begin. In a room within the underground laboratory, a couple of days later, there were many people gathered around a lying figure that was in a deep sleep. Many instructions were noted in the documents that they held in their hands as they took one final look at it and had begun to ready themselves. I was the first to speak up. She has completely fallen into a deep sleep, so we can begin with the operation. Tristan wore a surgical mask over her face and took a deep breath. I am ready. We should begin right away. Right afterwards, many people began working and handing over tools as Alyssia was cut near her lower abdomen and opened up. Many methods were used to open her up and keep her body stable during the operation until finally the core was picked up and moved near the operating table. The core was then lowered into the place of where Alyssia had been opened up and was carefully implanted into her body. After going over the final tasks mentioned in Alyssia's instructions, the core was carefully kept in place within her body in the location of her lower abdomen, and then she was stitched back up again. It took a long time until the drugs had stopped working, and she was able to wake up with a feeling of weakness and a strong stinging pain where she had been cut, but her strong vitality and healing abilities let her be able to endure and let her recover quicker than most, so she was not too worried. She spent a little time recuperating in her bed and kept receiving treatment on the place a scar could form. Thanks to Tristan's careful preparation, she did not have to worry about its scarring, and even if it did, it would only be a light and unnoticeable scar left behind. She sat replenishing her energy with several bowls of food and then listened to Tristan's daily nagging about taking care of herself properly. In response to Tristan's nagging, she rolled her eyes and sat in a meditative pose as she began to sense the change within her body. She felt connected to the core within her as if it was a part of herself, and she could control of it but also make use of its various abilities. Typically, superpowers of various types drain energy to create the powers and make use of them, so the most useful ways to keep using them would be using an energy-based solution or replenishing that lost energy quickly by eating or just getting some rest. Every cell within her body would become extra active and create the white electro within her body, so it would burn through a lot of energy to use electro along with other physically draining activities, but because of the mink's better bodies, they can endure that for a long time unless they are in their Sulong form. Whether it be cultivation-based novels or superpower apocalypse novels that she had read in her previous life, one thing stood out the most for those powers and their upgrading of powers, using them more efficiently or increasing the amount stored within the body, and that was the power core, power crystal, or elixir field. In most cases, the core of a person's power is held within either their heart or their lower abdomen, but Alyssia favored the second one most. The elixir field, Sea of Qi, or the energy center are the Qi focus flow centers, which are important focal points for meditative and exercise techniques such as Qigong, martial arts such as Tai Chi Chuan, and in traditional Chinese medicine from her previous world, but also from what she had learned from Kano country in the One Piece world. Using the combined skills of everything that she had collected, she created a power core or artificial elixir field that was biologically linked to her lineage factor and was made with her own wild electro. After it had settled within her body, it became obedient and tame and let Alyssia gain full control over the core within her lower abdomen. Her continued to take many calm breaths and deep meditation, and continued to control the actions of the energy within the core and activated the cells within her body as they began to create electro, but instead of channeling it right away outside of her body, she began to slowly send it towards the direction of the power core, where the electro was being refined to slowly increase the growth of the wild electro within the core as the center or root of the power contained within her. She continued to refine her electro like that for some time before taking a break, and then she attempted summoning the electro from the core. The activation and channeling of the electro from the core was smoothly sent to her hands, feet, and tail after trying it out in each place, so she found no obstructions or faults with it, but she also did not experience any delays in summoning it, and did not lose any stamina after channeling it. Compared to when she summoned Electro usually and lost a portion of her stamina based on how much she channeled, she did not feel any loss of stamina after using the energy within the power core. As she sent the Electro back in her body and back towards her lower abdomen, the core absorbed it and began to replenish the energy that had just been used. On her status window, a new stat appeared as a result of her operation and the success from using it. Power Core / Elixir Field Electro Growth Type Enhancement Basic Abilities or Growth Refinement of Electrical-Based Energies Energy Storage Helpful towards better control over powers and helpful towards body refinement techniques and building up resistances to electrical-based attacks. Note, enemy electrical-based power users beware, because the host is able to resist those types of attacks better and also absorb them. Power Core / Elixir Field 1 stat point 40 max stat based on maximum growth estimated / power core will grow along with the host and increase its max capacity of growth and storage of energy. Alyssia opened her eyes, which looked full of life, and she grinned to herself. Ah, so this is it? How powerful will this be when it finally reaches its full potential? I really look forward to it. She started at 1 stat point since it had been newly created and had just been installed within her body, so she did not have long to refine much energy into the power core. Her current stats were already quite high, and the power core seemed to work so that it matched up and limited itself based on her body stats until she can increase them. For example, her endurance and stamina could be stuck at around 20 stat points, so once she reached 20 points with her power core, it would halt its growth until she raised her endurance and stamina up through training. It is designed that way to avoid putting additional burden on her body, but also to stop it from experiencing any overloading problems when a lot of energy is sent towards it. As if reacting instinctively, it would protect itself and the host then expel or reject any excess electro that was beyond its capacity while absorbing what it could, but another method was to also drain itself of the store's energy, while also refining the new electrical energy. Any electrical-based attack users would be up against someone that could take on their attacks and absorb it to make it into her own power. So people like Enel, Nami, Vinsmoke Niji, other minks, and other types of electrical-based powers or technology were nothing but ways to replenish any lost energy and increase the growth of her power core. Enel believed himself to be a god of thunder, but Alyssia was getting closer to that title with every passing day as she kept getting better control of her electro and improved her overall understanding of the weathery and knowledge she possessed and her improvement to her observation hockey, which let her be more familiar with nature and the world around her. She was constantly comprehending new insights after leaving Weatheria, and most were focused towards thunder and wind, but that did not leave out other things like shock waves and the movements of the sea or land. She could pick up if a volcano was about to erupt, if a sandstorm was about to head in her direction, a tsunami was coming, where a storm would begin, where thunder clouds were forming, where rain or heavy hail would begin falling, or even picking up early signs of an earthquake before it would happen. Her electro skills had improved a great deal along with her wind-based finger pistol and tempest kick, but so had her mastery over her shockwave or impact-like attacks from 8 Impact Fist, the 7th power, and so had her grasp over the Spear of Elbaf skill, as she continued to gain further comprehension over them and their individual natures. When combined into one technique, her legs became strong and sturdy weapons capable of cutting and piercing through the toughest of things, but even if she did not manage to, the additional electro and shockwave effects would affect the enemy internally and cause great damage that way. With the improvement of her power core, that power would only continue to grow to make her even more formidable. Within her room, Alyssia took out a ball, which was believed to be a thunderball, and calmly sat in a meditative pose with her legs crossed as she pushed the ball closer towards her lower abdomen, resulting in it shocking her slightly upon contact and entering her body, but then it was attracted to the power core within her body, and the energy was quickly refined until the thunderball was fully absorbed into her body and turned into her own power. She looked at the stats again, and it had now changed to 2 skill points as it had experienced a small upgrade. Alyssia was very excited over the successful experiment, but did not rush to make it grow further, but instead began practicing to control the energy that remained within her power core to improve her control of Electro before letting it return to the core. In most cases when using Electro, upon deactivating Electro, it is dispersed and no longer remains, or a small amount lingers within her fur or inside her body to be used later. But now she could more efficiently use her Electro and keep it from dispersing after using it, as she could send it back to her power core. Many white sparks flickered all over her body as she continued to improve her body refining technique, as the overall capacity of her Electro and her control was continuing to improve. Alyssia had been progressing at a very fast pace with her various skills, projects, and body stats, but she still was unsatisfied as she had a perfect image in mind of her end goal, which required further resources, a large amount of energy and berries to be completely successful without any faults. After gaining further comprehension on how to make use of her power core, Alyssia continued to further grasp its uses with every passing day as she slowly increased the amount refined and stored within. In her room, there was a couple of thunder dials, thunderballs, thunder eggs, and many other devices laid out near her in a circle, with Alyssia sat in the middle taking calm and steady breaths with her legs crossed in a seated position with her eyes closed. She focused on the energy within her power core and circulated it slowly, and then increased the pace until a change took place in her surroundings. As if being driven towards an attractive force, many strands of thunder, electro, and electrical-based energies were attracted towards her body as they entered through her front, side, or back, and continued towards her lower abdomen, where her power core was located. She could feel the quick stinging sensations as they penetrated her body and were then absorbed by the power core, and then as she lost concentration, the rotation of energy and attractive force continued for a little while before stopping, before returning to its usual state as it began refining the collected energies. Typically, in most martial arts novels that she had read, creating a cyclone-like rotational force within the elixir field was the first step to cultivation, or the first breakthrough point on the step towards the path of becoming strong. With an attractive force like that, refining and attracting energy becomes a lot smoother and faster, as it also helps to better refine or condense the energy into more high-quality energy with more power. During cultivation and refining of energy or miracle elixirs, the rotational force and breathing methods are used to breathe in the pure air and release the impure air, but also help increase the flow of energy throughout the body and the refining of it. When the energy has become a certain amount and is stable, the point of breakthrough to the next realm is often mentioned as creating a stable and self-rotating cyclone of energy, which continues even without being formed and controlled to rotate, which then helps to refine energy and circulate it through her body without much concentration, making everything more efficient. Alyssia paused after the cycle stopped on its own and then stood up. I am still far from that stage, but there are still other stages mentioned, like either the air or particle state, water state, solid state of energy, or the typical forming of a core, or a specific manifestation of energy shape or form within her body after condensing the energy. Right now, the first step may be possible, but I may be getting ahead of myself on the rest of it. However, it may be possible someday, with the right circumstances. But this method of improving myself can be said to be quite masochistic, as I am constantly zapping myself as I refine the energy, temper my body, and increase my body's resistances. She then walked over to check her notes on her crew members' progress during their time away. They have progressed better than expected, and some have even unlocked their hockey, so something needs to be done soon about that. Let's see. Isa and Ashvin have had observation since young, but only really received training on it since meeting me, so they could only sense others nearby at most. Jester gained his at a young age and developed it during combat, so although he did not have someone guiding him, and he did not yet know how to use armament hockey, so Isa, Ashvin, and Jester should mostly be taught mostly towards observation hockey while receiving the basics on armament. She continued after looking through the documents again and pondering. Lucia and Monera are older than most, and have only just met each of the conditions to unlock theirs, but I believe that both of them are more suited to armament, so it would be best to let them also grasp a little of observation hockey too, but not place too much importance on it. Ivy is still young and growing, so she, and in two, has not unlocked hockey yet, and may not unless they meet the right conditions one day. I should focus on their growth towards building their survival and tactics to let them plan ahead and prepare countermeasures. Carrot and Tristan have the most potential for both hockey, but they have not yet been in a difficult enough environment where they can push themselves, while Nika may be more suited to observation if she ever leaves her lab. Archie and Clifford would be suited to armament, but they still need to catch up in terms of body stats compared to Carrot and Tristan to be able to meet the conditions to unlocking it. Alfred is much older and weaker, but even after his operation, I do not think that he will develop hockey, and even if he does, it may be towards observation, while Medea is younger and is caught up in combat a lot more, so she may gain it eventually. Ein is too weak and lacks real combat experiences, so I need to put her through some training and sparring sessions. Then there is Pascia, who has a healthy and strong body at her young age, but also has some future potential which I believe is worth teaching her the basics. She looked at another part and said, "As for the animals, one of the Kung Fu Dugong has potential, and it is unknown what Lee's potential is right now, since she rarely leaves my side or experiences much hardships." The next couple of weeks she spent with many of them, teaching and beating the basics into them after she called many to Baltimore, and she had also made a trip to and from the East Blue to the Sea restaurant with the help of Kuma, and collected the black leg style, which has various movements to create friction and sparks to set fire to her leg, so she was grasping how to create diable jam or her own version of a fire-based special ability. She found that her previous assumption was correct about the ability that did not match with her furry body and could burn her fur, and the heat was still affecting her body poorly. So she decided that at one point, she must increase her resistances and better learn how to protect her legs with hockey, as she could only code a small location at a time and not spread it out yet. Luckily, she had begun practicing by the sea, where she could put out the fire before any damage was done to her. If she was able to coat her two legs fully and use iron body on her legs while gaining resistance to heat and better protection from burns or singed fur, her fire attacks could be gradually expanded to increase her other combined skills power as fire, wind, and electro, and other impact forces would be combined into one attack. However, she found that a protective suit would also assist with the use of the skill, as it better protected her, so she kept wearing it to practice further to avoid any other accidents. As Alfred's surgery was progressing smoothly, and even as Tristan was no longer needed to monitor the changes being done to him, as he was undergoing the same basic operation as Medea, which created the inner framework for future modifications or changes being made. Many mechanical creatures attacked Alyssia and tried to latch onto her, as they each tried to unleash an impact attack using dials on their bodies, inject serums, and even try to explode upon getting close. And An was dressed in a metallic suit of armor that looked like a futuristic exoskeleton suit. As Alyssia kept dodging and escaping the mechanical creatures, she moved closer to Ein at a stable speed, allowing Ein enough of a reaction time to allow a counterattack or other response. But Ein raised her hand, and a gust of wind had been shot from her palm, which caused her arm to jerk back a little. Just as Alyssia dodged it and got closer, Ein activated the built-in function in her shoes to step up into the sky quickly, as she used the thrusters at the back to move forward quickly, and her air palm blast to help stabilize and change the direction of herself. She kept launching attacks from above as her small robots were set to attack Alyssia in various ways, and some even tried to launch a net or other things to restrain her or halt her movements for a moment, like light bursts or releasing of smoke. However, just as it looked like Ein was in control, a pebble flew upwards and struck Ein on her head, which was protected by her exoskeleton suit. The next moment, Alyssia disappeared from her spot and moved behind her field of vision and jumped up to grab on her leg as she pulled Ein down from the sky and slammed her into the snow. Your reactions and tactics are getting better, but you still fail when it comes to your overall combat experience and environmental awareness. If that had been a powerful gun or explosive weapon, then you would be in great danger if it had the power to break past your suit. And even if it was not, it could still create a distraction enough to make you stop for a moment and hesitate, which can be exploited by your enemies. Ein lifted the face covering of the suit and showed her tired and pale face, which had bags under her eyes. I know, I just cannot seem to get used to it all right away. Alyssia smiled as she spoke. It is fine since you have not been involved in many conflicts or fights, but it is best if you gain experience with many different things. She then turned to everyone else who was watching and spoke. After completing the training, and when we can arrange someone to take over various things within White Storm until Alfred's recovery, we will go somewhere together or set some places to go as split-up teams or something. She then continued sparring with each of them for a little while longer, including the sea creatures like the Kung Fu Dugong and her cat, named Li, which now had better control over its form. The cat transformed smaller instinctively to avoid her attack, and then landed smoothly on the ground, and then counterattacked as it grew bigger again, when a kick landed on his body, sending it flying away, but Lee seemed to be fine after landing as its body had received a reduced amount of damage thanks to the space suit on its body. She kept attacking and changing her size, trying all kinds of tactics and angles to instinctively attack at what she believed to be Alyssia's weakness, while many Kung Fu Dugong and other sea creatures joined in on the fight, and tried to attack once Alyssia avoided Lee's attack or blocked it. Even when she was reducing her abilities to fight with each of them, her overall skill and experience was much too high for them to be able to even put a scratch on her, so each time they were defeated when they finally ran out of energy or were knocked out after revealing too big of a weakness or opening. Alyssia was quite a lenient teacher towards most, but if someone made a big mistake which could be fatal to them later in life, then she would quickly and ruthlessly act to make them correct it even if it was taught through pain, although she was not overly harsh. Lee lay on the ground as she was tired out after being in combat for a long time and using her Link's devil fruit transformations many times. Each person received her personal lessons and improved from it, and gradually they were introduced into sparring with each other as a group of two, or as all against all to allow them to handle fights against one person or many with varying tactics, weapons, powers, or strengths. Medea and Jester were very quick to show their individual talents for their age group of humans, while Lucier and Monera of the older generation with greater training time and experiences let them be ahead of others in terms of pure physical force and combat or destructive power. Ashvin had decent potential as a fighter, but he much preferred to use his technology to assist rather than relying on brute force, while his sister preferred to keep a distance from her enemies to attack with different kinds of projectiles with the addition of aerial combat for both of them. Ivy had slowly gotten over her weak body and was growing up to slowly become strong on her own, and her pop green and her sniper abilities were improving every day to suit many tactics and improve her shooting abilities and her control and uses of her illusion picture-based abilities, while Passia got used to her own style of combat and the various functions of her own combat suit with Mirage and Wind-based abilities built into the first model. Each individual that were accepted by Alyssia as potential leaders or direct subordinates under her were progressing towards their own specialization and improving quickly, but Alyssia still had other plans as she quickly arranged for the sea creatures to continue to assist the protection of the transport ships under the White Storm and prepared the group to continue without several people being there. After a lot of preparation with the assistance of Isa and Medea, most of Alfred's work was completed for a long time, allowing the companies to run without him being there and some light supervision. With one final checkup on the various employees for any spies and other problems, she gathered many people to prepare to leave to another place as she left her laboratory to Dr. Tsukimi, as she had gained a strong bond with him during her time on Baltimore. A little while later, Alyssia flew towards an island just past the red line, as she continued onwards until she finally landed within the outskirts of the island and passed through many dark and black clouds that were constantly forming a harsh thunderstorm which struck at the island below. As she landed, he began to take many tools from her bag and began digging into the ground within the outskirts of the island upon checking her surroundings. Occasionally there would be an attack from above, but she could easily detect where it was going to land, so she carefully avoided each one. She then took out a device and placed it within the dug-up hole and began covering it up as a small amount of it was sticking out from the ground, but it was not that noticeable to even the keenest of eyes. She continued to circle the island as she placed many of the devices in different parts where they would not be discovered by the inhabitants of the island before meeting up with Kuma again. She took one final look at the thunderclouds above and smiled as she saw that her bag was now empty. Farewell, Raijin Island. I will be back often. Although she could easily grow thunderballs and thunder eggs, but also produce electro by draining some stamina to help improve the speed of the growth of her power core. She decided that it would be wasteful to use those methods all the time, as the weather technology could be used to gain many profitable ventures rather than burning through those potential berries so that she can improve her power core. Many devices were left on Ryujin Island to collect the thunder from the nearby thunder strikes onto the island, and Kuma had helped her to get there and leave. His main operations were mostly done in every way, and he did not have too long left, so in between his missions for the Marines and world government, he tended to help Alyssia get around to various places if needed. As she arrived back at Baltimore, there was many females waiting as she landed, and among them was Nika, who had finally emerged from her laboratory. Alyssia stepped forward and spoke. "Are you guys ready?" All of them had their bags packed and nodded, so Alyssia made some final trips to gather some things and came back to them carrying a large backpack, her staff, her scythe blades, and a couple of sets of metallic compound bows, and some other different types of arrows, metal balls, and other shaped metallic objects like coins or bullets of different sizes. "Let's all go then." Kuma walked towards them and sighed. "I will not be able to appear all that often, but I will occasionally try to when I have the time to do so, without raising any suspicion from others." Alyssia nodded as she replied, "No problem." The next moment, all of the females of the group were sent flying for several days until they all reached the same location and touched the ground. A large forest area was before them, many types of weird mushrooms, and a variety of all kinds of beasts, but Alyssia spoke first to let everyone get ready to fight. "There are some presences nearby, so get ready for combat and protect this position." Not everyone would have arrived yet, and some that had were still a little disoriented after finally landed, so she took charge to hold the position to keep everyone safe from any sneak attacks. Right away, many slightly large beasts began to surround and attack the group, but suddenly many coins flew out rapidly and struck them in the face and neck as Nika unleashed her railgun-based shotgun and assault gun-based modified gun. Instead of a single coin flying at a strong and fast speed as it broke past the flesh with more accuracy, many coins flew with slightly less accuracy as it created more spread out and quick wounds caused to the first beast's body, as some that missed had hit a beast by its side. And then Pascia looked at the display of power and revealed a look of shock. "Wow, so cool." The beast had one of its eyes destroyed, and several coins were embedded into its face and neck area, making it bleed heavily, while the others were not so much affected, but it followed up by picking out several pictures and used her powers as Isa shot off a couple of glitter shots towards a group to delay them. The glitter scattered and spread, obstructing the beast's view for a moment and delayed their advance, while some of it got into their eyes, ears, or mouth, and even some of the wounded beast's wounds. Pascia began to dance and create a mirage as several of herself were beginning to form in different shapes and sizes as they performed various moves, and with a tug of her sleeve or a flick, a gust of wind was sent towards a beast that was coming close, and summoned several versions of pictures into illusions, as some were the opposite gender and matching type of animal, which sent many into confusion and attraction towards the illusions, while some others were released as some predators or prey of their type, which made them attack the illusion or become fearful of those higher in the food chain. As they were distracted, and Isa had loaded real bullets into their guns and opened fire on the beasts that had become easy targets. Several seeds were shot into the surrounding ground by ivy, and any beast that passed a certain line were latched onto by several plants that jumped from the ground onto their bodies, which distracted them further as they tried to shake them off. Another beast attempted to jump over, but a trampoline appeared after Ivy fired another shot, which allowed the others to land several shots onto its body. Ivy continued to set many traps and deal with the changes of the battle, and occasionally shot a couple of bamboo javelin attacks, which heavily damaged the overall morale of the beasts. Ein flew in her exoskeleton suit and occasionally put down some advanced modifications of a normal animal trap on the battlefield where there were some openings, and occasionally sent out a palm wind attack from far away. Meanwhile, many of the melee fighters were stood to the side awaiting their chance, but it did not come as they stood there awkwardly or occasionally lent a hand with a flying wind blade, tempest kick, or finger gun ranged attack. Alyssia looked at the overall outcome and shook her head helplessly. "I thought that I had neglected the ranged or tactical groups a little, but now it seems that I have been overthinking. So this is the power of each of their styles combined. These poor beasts." Truthfully, she felt a little sorry for Monera, Carrot, Tristan, and the tiny friend who had joined them named Ting, as they did not have much to do besides occasionally provide some additional support from behind or simply watch on the sidelines. She continued to analyze their combat effectiveness and found that although Ivy was much younger and weaker than the others, she had grown explosively compared to the others, which showed her talent as Baby Five's sister, in which they had similar talents with using various types of weapons and tactics to beat those stronger than themselves. As she was fattening up and growing, she became more beautiful and started to resemble her sister even more, which let Alyssia confirm her relation for sure. However, the idea of the two meeting would have to be kept for later, since Baby Five is still heavily loyal to Doflamingo and has not learned the horrible truth of what they all really think of her. Alyssia took out several compound bows and arrows, then passed them to Medea, Monera, and Tristan. If you need to, use these to provide some additional support until the beasts break past the defenses created by the others, then you may be able to block their advances. Carrot was busy practicing the Tempest Kick and Finger Gun from afar, which cut or pierced some beast skin and wounded them from far away, so Alyssia did not need to worry about her too much, but Monera, Tristan, and Medea were left with nothing much to do until a beast broke past the trap set and the various other obstructions, but very quickly as Alyssia sat up on a tree branch and watched the battle. Many beasts were killed while some fled after suffering some light or heavy wounds. They really do not need my help here unless they encounter something big and deadly. With teamwork, they can tactically overcome many situations. If they remain here, then that would be true, but much deeper there would definitely be a big difference, so we should set up camp around here for now. Carrot appeared underneath the tree branch as she bounced up and down excitedly. Sis Alyssia, they have all been defeated. Tristan looked to be a little disappointed. Why did you not help us? Alyssia shrugged. You do not send the boss-level character to deal with mobs. Tristan looked confused. Alyssia face-bombed as she unconsciously said that. I am too strong to deal with such opponents, and me acting would only get in the way of each of your experiences and growth. Cough. Tristan looked like she understood and placed her hand on her chin and thought. You are right. Monera looked over and grinned mischievously. Are you sure that you are not just lazy? Alyssia nearly fell from the tree out of shock after hearing Monera's jab at herself. I swear, it is for all of your own good. Medea, who was usually cold and stoic, couldn't help but reveal a small smile on her face as she held in her laughter. I will believe you for now, since even I did not get to do much besides shooting a couple of arrows. Alyssia looked bored of the conversation and then sighed. It is time to release the hound. She took off the large bag on her back and began removing many things until finally something was removed which had number 1 inscribed into it, and after making some additional movements, she placed it on the ground before herself and the others. While the females were enjoying their time on their new adventure, the males were left to deal with the security and running of White Storm as they continued their individual training, and occasionally visited a dangerous island like Boyne Archipelagos to gather supplies and test themselves. As Alyssia was removing the thing from the bag, movements began within one of the backpacks that were laid out on the ground until the bag was knocked over and many things fell from it along with a couple of open food containers. The food spilled out of the bag onto the floor, and a small cat ran from within the backpack and ran towards Alyssia, displaying a look of fawning and slight betrayal. Meow, 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 meow. Mommy, why did you leave me? Let's play. However, just as Lee got closer, she was met with the sight of a weirdly shaped metallic object that began to change before her eyes, which made her cautious. Hiss! Meow mro! What is this? An enemy. She raised her claws to attack, but she received a cold look of disapproval from Alyssia. She brought her claw down and backed away with her head down. The metallic object's eyes began to light up a neon red, as if it had came to life or woken up from a slumber. Its body then rotated on the spot and began looking at its surroundings. Master, K1 has detected a new environment with many life forms. Can K1 get permission to begin scouting and risk assessment? Right as it woke up, it began analyzing the environment and the life forms as it collected as much information that it could pick up to help its master, and the voice was like a female version of a robotic voice, but it had a slight hint of emotion in it, as if it was alive. The first version of the robot that Alyssia had been made by the combined efforts of Ein, Dr. Tsukimi, and with some contributions of Nika, Ushvin, and Alyssia as a group project. The outer shell was like a poorly designed chunk of metal that was supposed to resemble a dog a little, but it contained many types of technology, like the automata, a small electro generator, and other more advanced tools to help it with each of its tasks. As it was made with the automata, it was able to learn and improve with time. So, she had provided it with much information from books like the Animal Encyclopedia and other useful things to let it develop as a helper of Alyssia or her companions. Alyssia nodded in approval. "I approve. Everyone be silent." The little robot began to look at the surroundings while picking up on things with its vision and sound detectors and began analyzing everything within range of detection. Confirmed. K1 has detected many harmless creatures nearby that are no threat to Master or her companions, and has detected one that is a threat to life. Data confirmed that there is a high probability that the snake is poisonous. Alyssia calmly listened to it and then asked, "Are you certain there is only one threat?" The little robot replied, "Affirmative." The next moment a coin appeared in her hand, and Electro activated, as she flicked it towards a direction where there was a bush and blood splattered onto the tree behind it as the snake died without resistance. "Check again. Are there any changes?" The little robot went silent for a while as it was detecting the location of the snake from far away. Confirmed. The threat had stopped all movement and shows no signs of life. "The area is secure," Alyssia calmly ordered. "K1, stay in observation and learning mode for now, and follow a set path around the camp to enhance your range of detection. Alert me when you're low on power or detect another potential threat or pick up on anything else in the surroundings." The little robot spun around, and the little ears went up and down in an animated way, as if it was expressing its happiness, and it started to survey the surroundings around the camp that was being set up. "Yes, Master." Meanwhile, Little Lee looked at the little robot with caution and then jumped up onto Alyssia the moment the little robot left her side. "Mio, Mommy." In response to the cat's jealousy and fawning looks, Alyssia touched Lee's nose and then scolded. "Since you came and decided to cause more trouble, you have to work hard, little one." Suddenly, little Lee's fur on her back began to stand up as if she felt an ominous premonition towards what was to come, so she lowered her head and looked pitiful. Alyssia grabbed her by the little space suit and tossed her to the ground. "No more slacking for you, so you can go play with the others and protect Ivy. Be a good girl, please." After settling the campsite and going over their supplies that would last them for some time, they all began dealing with the aftermath created by Little Lee, who had been eating and had wasted some of the food, while also cleaning up the surrounding beast corpses. The corpses were quickly cleaned up to be used in a stew that they ate together, but since the minks could not eat furred creatures, the minks stuck to their pre-prepared meals and some snake meat meals. Tristan collected the poison sac to continue the development of a greater poison immunity solution, which she had still been trying to achieve greater results with compared to what Alyssia was using to achieve a small amount of immunity after taking it for a long time. Occasionally, a small animal would stumble into the camp, but there would be a stray wild beast that was considered dangerous to the weakest of the group if they let their guard down, so the little robot alerted them right away. Potentially threatening life forms approaching, recommending defensive actions. The group all started to become alert, but found that it was just a boar which made them sigh, and Carrot chased it away after defeating it. Many similar incidents happened which proved the effectiveness and detection abilities of the little robot, but suddenly a hurried female robotic voice spoke up. "Emergency! Large life form approaching. Danger! Recommended defensive actions immediately. It is approaching quickly. Chances of escape for all members is low. Chances of death high." Alyssia coldly looked towards the big thing that was moving towards them at a fast speed. "Well done, K1. You get to safety." The little robot responded and moved away from the direction that the creature was arriving from. "Yes, Master." The large beast appeared before everyone, looking ferocious and bloodthirsty as it laid eyes upon the group. Monera stood there stunned with her mouth open as she said, "You are so persistent." Alyssia asked as she was filled with curiosity, "Is this the one you mentioned?" Monera nodded. "Yes. It seems to have picked up on my presence and found me. I am sorry for dragging you all into this." Alyssia quickly gave orders to everyone. K1 is set to protection mode, and your task is to protect the camp. Everyone head towards the sea area not far away. I will delay it for now, so run together quickly and set some traps to try to delay it further. The giant Yuda had climbed on a land and chased Monera down, but it was still very deadly on land and able to kill many of them with just a poisonous breath. So Alyssia quickly began to kick several metal balls with her electro-charged feet, and they flew towards the Yuda quickly and pierced its body, which showed the lethality of the attack. Although they were not aimed to be fatal, it succeeded in attracting the Yuda's attention to herself to allow the others to flee and make preparations. Everyone headed to the nearby sea, and Monera jumped directly into the water as Alyssia took a longer route and leaded away from the camp. Each time, she was jumping from tree to tree quickly and fully displaying her mastery of her climbing skills, and sometimes dodged a poison breath attack as a mask was put over her face while she rolled on the floor as she landed, and then continued to flee. Occasionally, she would kick another metal ball or flick a coin towards the Yuda, which was intent on killing her, but she just kept leading it to further weaken it from far away, but also drain some of the stamina in its body. As the Yuda started to tire out and caused a lot of damage to the surrounding forest, Alyssia led it towards the sea area, where everyone waited while avoiding the traps, as the Yuda triggered many large-sized animal traps, and bamboo javelins were the first things to attack its body, causing it damage. The Yuda looked at the people far away that were now wearing gas masks of their own and were ready for combat against it, but it still coldly looked towards Alyssia and Monera the most compared to the others. Alyssia shouted, "I have done enough, so you all need to be extra careful and finish this. Please do not make a mistake and force me to save you." Monera will provide support from the water. Carrot, Tristan, and Medea will attack and keep it occupied, while Nika, Pascia, Isa, and I provide support and ranged attacks. Be aware of the breathe attack's direction, and do your best not to let it touch your body or breathe it in. She picked up Little Lee and stood off to the side as Carrot, Tristan, and Medea stepped forward with several flickering lights appearing on their body as they activated their Electro and Medea's Thunder-based power, while the Yuda prepared its attack after suffering several wounds and being pushed back by the bamboo javelins, while some beast traps had successfully pierced into its body and was still attached. With the mirage and illusions created by Pascia and most of the group were partly obscured and let the vision of the Yuda be affected and occasionally lose its enemies, but it still possessed excellent senses which allowed it to track them, so it fired a breathe attack towards a small group of them at the back. The next moment, a current throw was performed by Monera from the sea, which stopped the attack and dispersed most of it. Keep it from the water and keep trying to interrupt it from releasing its breathe attack. It is already wounded, so do not try to focus on its scales, but instead work on the fresh woods. In response to her words, the three young ladies at the front had quickly avoided many laid-out traps on the ground and started attacking the Yuda. Carrot kept sending out wind attacks with her finger pistol and tempest kick, and occasionally closed in during an opening to attack the open wounds while focusing her finger pistol and tempest kick effects into her claws. One wound was pierced by a thrust of her fingers as it made the wounds deeper, and as she swiped another wound layer, it would become wider and larger, resulting in an increased loss of blood. The electro applied to each attack had also played a big part in causing further internal damage, further damage to the wounded area, and slightly impaired the Yuda's movement. While the Yuda was distracted with one person at a time and suffered an attack from its blind spot, Medea found a chance to pierce her sword that was charged with thunder into a wound and sent a large destructive amount of thunder into the Yuda's body. Tristan kept moving and finding opportunities to strike at the body of the Yuda while using the combined techniques, if her Thunder King Fist and 8 Impact Fist, as each of her punches became quick and deadly, as they each carried a powerful impact behind them which could break through the toughest defenses. The Yuda coughed up blood from the internal damage and shook its body and hit Medea away as she crashed into a tree, but Carrot and Tristan were able to get to safety. The Yuda saw Medea as an easy target, so it targeted her first as it opened its mouth ready to swallow her whole or bite her. But as it got closer, another bamboo javelin appeared below its head and knocked its head upward and slightly pierced the scales on its neck or chin area. The attack allowed Medea enough time to recover and get to safety when the Yuda started attacking again and searching for its prey. Just as it moved, several small mechanical robots jumped up onto its body and stuck to it like they had suckers or something similar built into them. As the little robots landed on the body of the Yuda, they formed a circle in one location, and another was within the central part of the circle formation. All of a sudden, they activated all at once, and a large impact hit the body of the Yuda. Several impact dials were built into the outer circle formation, and as they went off, the small mechanical robots remained, but as the central robot activated, it was destroyed as it released a heavier impact, which was the result of an impact dial. Among the toys that Ayn had built for herself, there were several categories of different types of effects to be used tactically, but most robots were specified in two ways. One was recyclable or reusable types that could be recharged or repaired for future battles, while the other was the self-destruction type that has effects built in that would result in the destruction of the robot after use. The reject dial technology was utilized to perform a much larger attack at the cost of damage to the rest of the body of the little robots, since most of the parts used to make them were just scraps and cheaper parts to allow better mass production of them. After the destroyed middle robot was destroyed, another one had latched onto the middle of the formation as the Yuda was suffering from immense internal pain and damage. Then another round of impacts followed. Several strong gusts of wind attacked the Yuda from far away, as Pascia continued to dance within her illusions while building up power to create stronger wind attacks to attack the Yuda one after another, which limited its movements further. The tenacious vitality of the Yuda allowed it to still remain alive after suffering many setbacks and wounds, but it could not do much as many restrictive tactics were being used on it. Several metal containers were launched one after another onto the Yuda's body, which were part of the ammunition belonging to and Isa, and fired from far away, while Isa created clouds with her skates and skated on top of them, providing her with a better aim on various places of the Yuda's body. Many white and sticky substances were released one after another as the containers broke upon making contact with the body of the Yuda, and the foam-like substance began to cover parts of the body and harden slightly further, restraining it. As the Yuda moved its body, it kept falling into traps set by Ivy, Ayn, and Nika as it continued to suffer from constant ranged and melee attacks. Its body landed on several mines placed in the surroundings, which released several electrical shocks, impacts, and some even released explosive, fire, wind, or smell-based attacks, which further damaged the Yuda and halted its advances, but it also slightly confused its senses. Occasionally, smoke bombs, electrical grenades, and flash grenades would be thrown at the Yuda to interrupt it further and cause some further confusion. Nika was busy firing from far away with her railgun set on full power and single shot, and when the chance presented itself, she aimed for the eye and fired, resulting in heavy damage to the eye, and the coin being embedded further as the Yuda suffered a fatal wound, but Nika kept firing at any given opportunity to not allow it any rest. As time passed, it had all kinds of wounds all over its body and signs of other kinds of attacks as its eyes were destroyed, and it was becoming increasingly weak. Monera was busy giving directions to the others while providing additional support with current throws, water shots, and shark arrows to either stop the breathe attacks or lending some range support. As it was trying to put up one final struggle with a large breathe attack, another bamboo javelin hit under its mouth, which shut it before it could release it, and another attack followed after which landed on the Yuda, which could barely move its body and dodge any kind of attack. As the pop green flew across the air, it formed the shape of a green tree-like wolf that had a bulb on its nose, which slowly moved forward until it made contact with the head of the Yuda. Impact Wolf caused further damage to the Yuda, which left its weakened state even more hopeless as it was fading in and out of consciousness. As it struggled to lift its head back up after crashing to the ground, Medea appeared by the side and released one final destructive electric-piercing attack towards the eye socket, which headed straight to the brain of the Yuda, as another one was released by Carrot towards the other eye, and Tristan appeared on top of its skull as she sent a skull-crushing punch downward with all her power and Electro remaining. A large amount of thunder and electrical-based energies wreaked havoc within the skull of the Yuda, and the combined attacks helped in further dealing a death blow to it. Alyssia watched the show and couldn't help but be proud of her own people and their progress. As she noticed the life signs of the Yuda disappear, she began clapping slowly. "Well done, guys. Medea, you had the most mistakes this time, and some tactics could be further developed for others, but with you all combined together, will you make a good team? She was not lying, as many of them had made up for the others' weaknesses and faults while providing many options of combat. Ayuda should not be so easy to defeat after it was injured by her, and was slightly lower on energy as it would not go down so easily, and had powerful advantages with its big body, but its biggest advantage was that it was much superior in the water. Since it was on land, it had been at a disadvantage since it lost its strong swimming abilities and movement in the water, allowing it to catch its prey with ease while avoiding attacks and poisoning its victims. The various tactics used together restricted it further and wore it down as the damage to its body increased until it presented a better opportunity to deal a death blow. Usually, it would take a qualified team or someone with superior abilities to match it, but a team that had not even been together for a year yet had succeeded in bringing it down. Alyssia looked at the large body and drooled. This has got to possess excellent effects once eaten. Time to further explore and expand my special cuisine. She took out her scythe blades and began to calmly take apart the large snake and harvest many parts as she kept practicing her blade techniques while trying to coat them with armament hockey. She found the poison sack and handed it to Tristan while cleaning the meat she had collected and storing away some of the more intact scales. Her gaze turned to the large pile of bones left behind much later after a long effort, and then towards the many large sacks and bags full by the side of it, and smiled. This should do it. Everyone made their way back to the camp, while those capable enough carried many things back with them. But as they arrived, they found themselves meeting the sight of a single robot moving in a square around the campsite, and several corpses which looked like they had suffered a strong electrical attack lay randomly around the camp. Master, the intruders have been eliminated. The camp is safe. Alyssia looked at the result her little robot created and then patted its head. Good job, K1, but you still need further experiences to tell the differences between who or what you can attack. This time was good, but you will encounter humans and animals that may not be hostile. You must learn to differentiate different intents and act accordingly. Do you believe that you can do this? The little robot went silent for a while and then responded. Affirmative. K1 needs further information. Master, K1 is low on power from battle mode. Can Master recharge the lost energy? Alyssia began to take out some things and spoke. K1, enter power saving and recharge mode with low observation settings. She then started removing the outer shell parts that were in the way, which also protected the insides, and began to connect one of the tools in her hands to what looked like something similar to her power core, but was built to suit K1 and be its core power source. While K1 was recharging, she kept watch over the camp, and others took turns to help out while Alyssia was preparing the snake meat to make it suitable for consumption and was busy using methods to vacuum pack, drying, curing, and smoking on many of the pieces of Yuda meat, so she could not use any freezing methods right away without a working freezer or ice abilities around her. The whole camp was filled with liveliness as the ladies within the White Storm replenished their lost energy and partied around the campfire after filling their stomachs. In the morning, the group had packed their things and traveled to the nearest location where there were many buildings and people around. They all walked into the home of many women of different strengths, physiques, and characteristics, but no men were around. Each of them were trained as warriors since birth and were taught how to use their haki from a young age, as their tribe were born as natural fighters and produced no males. Each of the Kuja tribe of Amazon Lily lived eventful lives as they participated in many battles from a young age, and the strongest among them were able to be granted the chance to join the Kuja pirates. They possess high mastery over haki. Each have their own type of combat, have a snake weapon of their own, and know how to make their arrows able to pierce past the defenses of devil fruit users as they add haki to them. For any devil fruit user without any real strength, Amazon Lily was their worst nightmare, but for the females within Alyssia's crew, it was the perfect training ground where they could gain many experiences within their land or in the forest areas. For Alyssia, it was a different story, as she mainly coveted the upgrades to her haki and the methods to add haki to arrowheads or even other tools like bullets or throwing weapons. They all stopped by some of the food stores and sold off some of their meat that they could not make use of and would go to waste, and started purchasing many pieces of clothing and other things unique to Amazon Lily. Since they were all female, There was no rejection to their presence, even if some among them were from various races. Most of their differences were overlooked by many on the island, because everyone shared the same gender, and many Kuja tribe members possessed many traits from the outside world from their parents meeting and mating with someone suitable before returning to Amazon Lily to give birth to them. To the people of Amazon Lily, strength is beauty and many flaws or differences are not important. In between visiting several stores and buying what they needed, the females of the White Storm made some trips to the fighting arena to watch the ongoing competitions, but also participated in some. Alyssia gathered as many martial arts skills as she could along with others to make up for the slightest bit of missing information in her system skills, which helped to further perfect her White Storm leg style. Some additional dance, gymnastic, or weapon-based skills were also upgraded a little as she purchased the next grade to her observation and armament hockey. The small group started participating in some arena battles using hand-to-hand combat, but Ivy and Pasha, Isa, and Nika were at a bit of a disadvantage as they fought people their own age from the Kuja tribe due to not having enough time to get used to hockey and train their body and their individual martial arts style without their tools. However, the best way for them to improve themselves was to develop their close-range combat through experience and harsh losses due to the difference in strength and skill, so that they knew the gap between themselves and others while learning how to best fight against others without always relying on their tools. Carrot, Alyssia, and Tristan were very quick to adapt and establish their place in the arena because of their physical capabilities, skills, and beast sense. And even if Carrot and Tristan still lacked hockey, they were able to overcome many others because of a difference in strength and skill, while Alyssia was growing to a stage where many lower-grade Kuja tribe warriors would struggle to make her exert most of her abilities. Monera, who had little experience with hockey, had continued her practice and got a clash against hockey users, so she was gradually showing slight improvements, and she quickly gained more popularity as she kept winning many fights. Medea struggled a little with hand-to-hand combat at first, but gradually adapted as she had grown used to combat and could read her opponent's moves and counterattack. Her durable cyborg body let her be able to endure a beating, and she quickly began to defeat many people and show her combat capabilities. Even many of the Kuja pirates may not even be her match if she got serious, with perhaps the exception of Boa Hancock, who was in her own stage in terms of individual abilities. Alyssia stayed on the island with her crew members while practicing the hockey method to insert hockey into something and made many trips with her crew to the arena and the forest area where she let them gain experience as she continued to teach them individually and as a team as they took on many opponents. Each of them were slowly increasing their own stamina, endurance, agility, and strength under her watchful eye, and becoming much more powerful even without their tools and weapons, which helped to further increase their survival rates. With Alyssia's cooking skills to boost their stamina and strength while replenishing their lost energy, Tristan's medicine to fix up any injuries or other problems, a perfect training plan suited for them, and a perfect training ground, they were able to show great progress, as they even brought some items from Boyne Archipelago to help increase the state of their body. They were being given the VIP treatment that would help them achieve great results after sticking to it for a while and enduring the hardships that came with it. However, what would improve most would be their overall chances of survival within the world of One Piece. Occasionally, Alyssia would take a trip to Raijin Island after some time had passed to take away the stored thunder energy and then place the tools back in the ground before returning to Amazon Lily. Alyssia was negotiating with one of the ladies at one of the market stalls for different types of herbs and spices before leaving with a pleasant smile on her face, when suddenly the sea snail started making noise, so she removed it from her backpack. "Gotcha! What is it?" A metallic female voice spoke afterwards. "A battle is taking place nearby. Human life form is in danger. K1 is requesting orders." Since K1 was built to protect lives overtaking them, it usually kept track of the surrounding life forms and was gradually adapting to those with ill or good intent as it was beginning to judge each situation more clearly with every experience. It quickly learned that it should prioritize the safety of Alyssia and her closest people before others, so K1 first contacted Alyssia through the communication snail that was built into its body. It had to gain her permission or in order to act alone to save someone while potentially risking the lives of others, or choosing between the life of the human or beasts. K1 did not know yet whether Alyssia wished for it to act in a certain way that would benefit her best, save others without cost, or would prefer to not interfere in such a thing that was happening nearby, since it had not been around her long enough since its creation to allow it to make a correct judgment. Alyssia went silent for a second and then replied, "Help out the human life form so that they can survive, inform the others and show them the way there so that they can fight off the beast or beasts. Support them in combat if they need it. I will be there soon." The next moment, she ran towards the location where she had left her crew members to find out how her order had been carried out. Within the forest area was the figure of a 17-year-old young Kuja lady with a height of 5 feet 10 inches. She had medium length, combed-back dark blue hair that was held in place with a headband while a single strand hung down the side of her face. Long, slender legs, a slim, curvaceous figure. Like her fellow Kuja, she was dressed in a revealing bikini top and miniskirt made out of animal skin that greatly showed off her cleavage and long legs, and a black cape that slightly resembled a marine jacket if it was white in color. Most of her clothing was a mix of dark blue, black, and some white markings, as she even had the same coloring on her blue and black striped leggings similar to stockings, along with high-heeled boots. She held a long and thin weapon snake in her hands, which was black and blue striped that matched her leggings. However, what was most unique about her was her eyes, which had a very rare design that not many possess within the world, which had a lighter shade of blue in her eyes as black markings on it that looked like a bullseye design with a black circle as her pupils. It had some similarities to Hawkeye, but was a different color, and the markings were not as obvious, so it did not stand out as much. She carefully aimed her bow-shaped weapon snake and fired a hockey-coated arrow, as if she had been an expert at archery, and the arrow hit a beast in the middle of its eye, killing it quickly. The young lady went to retrieve her arrow and collect her kill after checking her surroundings carefully, but as she was picking up the dead beast to carry it from the forest area, the ground began to tremble as a much larger beast appeared as it was attracted by the scent of blood. She had no choice but to drop her kill and defend herself as she fired up many deadly arrows towards the large beast, but her arrows were not as effective as they were before against the tougher defenses and bigger-sized beast. She kept dodging attacks expertly, which showed her great athletic abilities and her overall combat prowess. But as the fight continued, the short distance created problems for her, as she had less opportunities to open fire as the beast kept harassing her. She had faced many situations similar to how she was against the beast within the arena, which had made her unable to achieve her desired result and stopped her from proving her strength and worth to allow her to join the main crew of the Kuja pirates. Her abilities were excellent, and her archery was perfect, but her close-range combat and techniques were too lacking, which created a big weakness for her. Her body was knocked over by the large beast, and the impact hurt her, but she was able to roll out of the fall and reduce her damage and the time she remained on the ground. The next moment the beast was before her and swatted her away before she could respond. She raised her arms, which held her bow up to defend against the attack, but as she saw the snake weapon before herself, she hesitated over bringing it from being in between herself and the beast's attack and using it as a shield to keep herself alive, but her relationship with her weapon snake won over her own well-being, so she was lucky enough to save it from the brunt of the attack. Although she used hockey to protect herself, the large beast was much too powerful for her to resist alone, so she took a lot of damage. She lay on the ground far away with her weapon snake by her side as it looked to be in pain. As they both looked at each other, they both revealed their helplessness and despair. As the young lady was fading in and out of consciousness, she heard a metallic female voice. "Human life form located. Begin life-saving measures." As she was passing out, she could hear the sounds of the large beast becoming angered as it was attacked, and she could vaguely make out the figures of those that had appeared to save her life. One figure seemed to fly or stepped on the air to her location and picked her up before taking her from the range of the beast where her life was in danger, along with her weapon snake that curled around her waist upon being reunited. Ein had successfully saved the young lady from harm, while the others started fighting the large beast in their own way to distract it. When she got to safety with the young blue-haired Kuja lady, a metallic female voice. "Target life form is too much of a threat to many people here, and there are other threats nearby. K1 recommends evasion and escape tactics. Suddenly, a flash grenade was thrown towards the beast's face and towards different locations where many other beasts had gathered and waited for their opportunities to strike, which blinded them as the mirage and illusion formed in the area, and several smoke bombs were released as the crew all fled the scene before the beasts came back to their senses. As they were escaping, a loud and scary roar was heard from afar, which followed with several wails of other beasts, as if the large beast had turned on the surrounding beasts after losing its prey. After beating and killing many smaller than itself to relieve its anger, it picked up the corpse that the young lady dropped before carrying it, and the others along with it. By the time that Alyssia had located her crew members, Tristan had already begun treating the wounded young lady who had yet to wake up after passing out from the pain. Her shoulder had become dislocated, and there was some damage to her muscles and skin as it began to show signs of swelling and bruising, but she was lucky enough to avoid any broken bones, fractures, or any major life-threatening internal damage. The blue-haired young lady occasionally frowned as Tristan was putting her shoulder back in its place and applied some herbal treatments to the wounds and scrapes on her body. Several hours after she finally woke up and spotted the figure of Alyssia and many others. "I know you. You were at the arena." Like others in the island, she was obsessed with strength and admired the best of the warriors of Kuja, so she often participated in the battles and watched them too, but most of her time was spent on hunting to make a living. With her archery talents, she could easily take down many beasts and feed herself, but also sell the rest to provide her with enough living expenses, but her luck had run out as she met the large beast. She greatly admired Alyssia and the stronger people around her like Carrot, Tristan, and Monera, so she looked at Alyssia with a gaze filled with worship and desire. Alyssia looked at the young lady before her and felt the urge to take in another person after looking at the system as it displayed her various talents. One among them was a passive trait or talent that was linked to the eyes that she possessed. Unique target/bullseye eyes, increased area and distance range of view, increased ability to read others, increased visual perception and targeting for improved long-range attacks. Note: eyes can essentially lock onto a target and let the user be able to calculate the trajectory and distance, allowing for greater ranged accuracy. Alyssia took a deep breath as she sighed. This is one among several unique skills or talents that I have seen that cannot be purchased by the system, and it is definitely a great range talent to be used by archers, snipers, throwing weapon users, or even swordsmen like Mihawk that could attack accurately from far away. Combined with her hockey and current physique, she should be someone worth noting, but it seems that there is an imbalance between her archery and close combat skills which is causing problems. How to fix it? Alyssia coughed awkwardly and spoke to her after a period of silence. Nice to meet you. My name is Alyssia Lucine, and my friends are the ones who saved you. May I know your name? By the way, your eyes are really unique. Is there perhaps a story behind them?" The blue-haired young lady observed Alyssia, who was acting a little strange, but then replied, "Thank you all for saving and treating me. My name is Sunila. Well, my eyes." Sunila continued, "My eyes come from my father, and the story is not that much interesting, so I do not know if you wish to hear it." Alyssia replied as the others behind her gathered to listen in. "I would love to hear it." Sunila nodded as she began to tell her origins. "During the time that my mother left to find a mate, she came across a man with similar eyes to me, and from what my mother told me, he was very talented in archery, and his known names were the Archer King or the King of Bows. My mother coveted and admired his talents and hoped to pass that on to her child, so she relentlessly pursued him until she finally became pregnant with me. As she was beginning to show signs of conceiving, she separated from him and returned to the island to raise me. As for the rest, my mother raised me for many years, but a couple of years ago, she died of a strange fever." Alyssia rolled her eyes. "A fever, right? You must be joking. Even the most cold-hearted woman would develop feelings for someone after a long period of pursuit and time together, resulting in some lingering feelings after leaving them. I can imagine that she was able to cut off those feelings for a while until they resurfaced later and caused the so-called love sickness that afflicts several members of their tribe. These Kuja tribe are hopeless. The disease often occurs when the Kuja tribe women fall in love with a man, and if they suppress those emotions, it will weaken and cause extreme pain. Their health will continue to decline and lead to their death. In order to cure the disease, the person afflicted with it must accept their emotions and follow their loved one, which means leaving Amazon Lily and being unable to return. Alyssia continued to ponder. She must have been fine since she was clueless about love and was focused on her child, which let her continue her life for a long time as she did not realize her true feelings, but as her child grew up and resembled her father with the same pair of unique eyes. The longing in her heart and her true feelings were brought out towards the man, and with every passing day, she must have tried to suppress her feelings and denied her attraction and feelings towards him until the day she died. Tristan took out a notebook and a pen as she began asking more detailed questions about the fever that was mentioned. As she was tilting her head in deep thought, Alyssia snatched them from her and wrote "Love Sickness" above the notes. I know that most of you might be unfamiliar to such things since you have been single until now, but please at least notice some of the strangeness within the symptoms mentioned. Even a skilled doctor could misdiagnose such a thing if they did not have knowledge of the cause of a sickness. But since Alyssia had known of the original plot and what had happened to Boa Hancock and the empresses before her, she was able to identify the cause. Tristan widened her eyes. It can be that deadly? How come I have never heard of it? Alyssia came up with an excuse to mask how she could know of such a unique medical case. It may not be like this in other places, but remember that this island is isolated and only women are on the island, so they generally have weaker hearts towards the feelings of love of the opposite gender and are brought up as warriors where they may learn to unconsciously suppress their emotions. When they do make contact with the opposite gender and meet their loved one, they cannot help but develop some feelings of affection or love before leaving them after becoming pregnant. Carrot frowned. It sounds very painful. Will the same happen to us if we fall in love? Alyssia laughed as she replied. I doubt it since you and others have been brought up around other males and have not been brought up like the people of this island. So long as you do not develop the habit of suppressing your true emotions and learn to accept your feelings, you will be fine. Several of the younger teenage girls within the group secretly wiped the sweat from their brow as they were a little worried about their future encounters with men, but were relieved after hearing the explanation. Alyssia raised her thumb and grinned. If you can find a good man for yourselves, then do not hesitate to accept your feelings. Do call me if you may need a little advice. Tristan glared at her and spoke. If I remember, you have not been in a relationship before, so why would I ask you? Cough, cough, cough. Alyssia began choking as she was taken aback by the retort. Damn you. I will have you know that although I have no partners in this life, I still had relationships in my previous life. If I did not, then I could be called a 30-year-old virgin by now if I did not have any experience with men. Okay, fine, my past relationships may not be the best example to help these kids, but at least I can help them with what I remember from the mistakes I made or spotting various red flags in a relationship. Alyssia puffed up her chest, and she pointed to herself. Trust me, I will not let you guys down. Sunila, who was silent for some time, had broken out into laughter and held her chest as she tried to suppress her laughter with a slightly pained look on her face. Ah, you're all so amusing. Ah, stop it. It hurts. Alyssia patted her shoulder to calm her down and comfort her. Rest up and recover for now, and we will deal with the rest. If you need companions to help you better survive, if you are a good fit to the group, then I will happily welcome you. Sunila observed Alyssia and looked at the others calmly, trying to see through them, before speaking in a slightly hoarse voice. I will think about it, thank you. Medea stepped forward and spoke. Leave the difficult jobs to us, so that you can focus on what suits you best. I did see your archery, and it was great, but you tend to panic and show hesitation when under pressure. I suggest that you stay with us, because Alyssia is great at teaching others. I am sure that she can help fix your bad habits and improve your chances of survival. Ivy stepped forward afterward with a big grin on her face. She was able to help me become like I am today. Without her, I would still be a thin and starving little girl that has no strength to defend herself. Now I have become like I am now. Tristan spoke as she added her own thoughts. I grew up with her, so I know her more than most, and I can say for certain that she is good at looking after and helping others to improve themselves. She may be a little quirky at times, but she never has ill intentions towards her friends. Alyssia may be collecting talents and loyal people around her for her own goals, but she did provide a degree of care and protection for those people, so most of her close relationships that she had built that began because of her need for people with talents or helping others in various circumstances, they had developed over time and their bonds had become stronger. Monera stepped forward and spoke. She saved my life once, and I made the decision to join her. Not a large amount of time has passed since, but I have not regretted my decision to follow her so far. Ein coughed. Me too. My life has transformed greatly because of her. Although this place is not greatly suited to me in many ways, I can understand why she brought me here and why she believes it will help me improve one way or another. Alyssia had affected their lives positively and gradually earned their trust, so as they each offered their sincere words, Sunila was being broken down a little at a time as she was slowly being recruited into their group. Sunila fell asleep once again as the others kept guard within the camp near the edge of the forest area. Within the forest area, after a short period of time had passed to allow Sunila to recover, a battle took place between many people as she sparred with each of them in hand-to-hand combat and while using blunt stone arrows. Each time, she would agilely move to a safe distance and fire one or several arrows before reaching for another. Each of her arrows fired flew accurately towards their target, but when up against a strong opponent, they were either caught, blocked, deflected, or dodged, while some hit their mark, gaining her a successful victory. Her ability to predict oncoming attacks and predict their trajectory was exceptional, and she was able to spot where the traps were laid out, so when up against people that used trapping and ranged attacks, she was able to quickly gain the advantage. At a close range, she was able to block, parry, or dodge the attacks that were thrown her way, but she often revealed many faults when under pressure. She instinctively raised her arms to block as she would during normal close contact, but with a bow-shaped weapon snake in her hand, she often put it in harm's way before pulling it back again, leaving a moment of weakness. As she faced off against more powerful opponents, she revealed this weakness even more as Sue was often bullied by Alyssia, Monera, Carrot, and Tristan. Even with the use of hockey, she was not able to overcome them in battle because of the flaws created by herself through many years of building up bad habits and the imbalance of her combat style. Alyssia beat her down again and sighed. I've got a good look at your movements and habits, but I have to say that you are wasting your potential as an archer and as a member of a Kuja tribe member this way. The first problem is that you will have to stop using your weapon snake as a primary weapon and change it to something that is not alive. Sunila massaged her waist where she had been hit and frowned as she looked at the weapon snake by her side. Why? Me and Marilee have been fighting together since I was a small child. Alyssia shook her head as she carefully spoke. That is all the more reason why you should not be using her this way in combat. Most of your instincts often tell you to block or parry an attack to prevent you from harm, but as you do so, your care for your companion stops you from doing so, which makes you hesitate, leaving you open to attacks. You could protect her with your hockey at times, but your uncertainty in your ability to prevent her from being hurt, even a little, will only cause both of you more problems in the heat of battle. So I suggest using an ordinary weapon over a living one. This way you can fight more effectively. Sunila petted her snake merrily and then spoke hesitantly. Then what can she do to help me? Alyssia replied in a calm voice. With her size, she could still remain wrapped around your body and bite your opponent when they are busy attacking you. Maybe if she can grow a little bigger, it could possibly carry you and let you get a better view from above. We need to start working out the faults in your combat style, which has failed to combine various elements of close combat and archery, but I have the perfect solution with some additional things to help with your utility. An image appeared in her mind as the system began to construct the various forms of combat according to her wishes that most suited Sunila. Archer close combat style and acrobatic/parkour archery. Although it was named as such, the style was based on several styles of combat that Sunila used and from several archery-based heroes from different TV series that Alyssia watched in her previous life. One of the main inspirations was the main members of the Arrow TV series, and especially Oliver Queen, who was the main hero of the show. Alyssia began to practice the movements slowly as she practiced the archery forms, as she occasionally performed different types of rolls, flips, and several difficult body positions after kneeling or bending her body, as if she had dodged an attack before taking aim and firing. Some movements followed as she quickly took an arrow from the quiver on her back and smoothly loaded a new arrow to be fired without much of a delay. You are a great archer, but your movements could be a little better to allow more freedom of movement and more unpredictable shots from different angles. She continued to add some spinning actions and some kicks along with a couple of elbow attacks while using the bow like a weapon to block, parry, or even attack with as she added the occasional punch. A bow could be used to fire, but if it is steady enough, it can be used like this to protect you, but also as to disrupt your enemy's movements and attack. She looked as if she had pushed back an enemy and fired an arrow into their chest or head without a delay before ducking under another imaginary opponent's attack, and then the bow struck their vulnerable chest like it was being used as a staff. Many types of attacks were coordinated with a follow-up arrow shot towards the chest, neck, or head of the imaginary opponents, but sometimes a close-range shot was fired towards the opponent's leg, foot, or arm when given even the smallest space to fire and inflict a wound capable of killing her opponent, or at least to weaken their combat potential. One small movement was enough to change the flow of combat and catch someone off guard where many would believe that they had the advantage after getting close to an archer. Alyssia continued to instruct Sunila. You will practice this style of combat from now on so that it perfectly fits with your own archery talents and allows you much better survival and combat power. I will teach you personally through each movement until your body fully remembers each movement. This style not only helps against close range, but also against many or stronger opponents. It will also provide many ways to avoid further damage to your body and to escape from your enemy if you become overwhelmed. She added, different types of arrows can also play a part in making your attacks more unpredictable and to help with different movements or to escape. Sunila stood up, and after carefully watching the movements, she spoke excitedly. Do you think that I can pull it off like that? Alyssia nodded. Of course, without being held back by your previous faults after using metal bow, you will no longer need to hesitate or care about your companion being hurt. I believe in your potential, so you should learn this quickly. She was not lying, as Sunila possessed frightening potential. Once her flaws were corrected and she was guided on the correct path, she would definitely show great improvements in a short time. Many from Amazon Lily would be outshined by her if Alyssia was able to drag her from the island to experience the much larger world and allow her to guide her personally for a long time. Her potential did not just end with the improvement of her close combat and archery skills, as they had been successfully combined as her arrows could be improved greatly. Ordinary sharp stone arrows could be improved to metal ones. Some could have built-in features which would make the arrow create a flash of light, explosion, or many other different effects. Anyone that was hit by or had caught the arrows would be distracted or caught up in the additional attack hidden within the arrow. Some arrows could be used to achieve objectives like recording the sound where it is fired or to help listen in to someone's conversation from far away. A grappling hook arrow or zip line arrow could help her get to other places that she could not reach without much effort. An ensnarement arrow, bola arrow, or rope tying arrow would allow her to bind her enemies or set traps in the surroundings, while other options would be available, which came in the form of a syringe which either extracted or injected after entering the target's body. Many other options were available thanks to the variety of scientific skills in Alyssia's possession, which would provide Sunila with a tactical advantage over many tough opponents, and when combined with her own hockey arrows mixed in, her potential was limitless, and with the addition of the snake on her body, she had an additional method of winning a close-range fight, as it could attack at an unpredictable time from any angle. The only thing that she lacked was Conqueror's hockey that would get in the way of her becoming a central figure in the world, while some with much greater speed and reactions would still be able to dodge many of her attacks unless she gained better use of her tactics or learned how to better predict her enemy's future movements. All of the females within the group were all immersed in their practice as they lived out their days hunting, sparring, training, fighting in the arena, selling their spoils of war, and purchasing things for themselves for their future or daily needs. Each of them continued to improve in each of their styles of combat as they improved their solo and team fighting potential. Although everyone was able to improve their physical prowess over time, Medea was stuck until she was able to receive an upgrade to her body. She occasionally received some damage to her cyborg body and had to undergo repairs after encountering stronger opponents, but she was able to gain a much greater mastery of her abilities as she also improved her sword and quick movement techniques. In other parts of the Grand Line, many things were taking place one after another as the men of the White Storm were tested once again. In one location, on a cargo ship, there was many people who had hired several bodyguards from the White Storm mercenary group. They were tasked with protecting the people and cargo on board while it was transported to another location to be traded. Many people crowded around, as many others had been tasked with the same job as they were not hired from the same location. The importance of the work was shown by how many were hired to protect the contents of the ship. The ship continued to travel without any disturbances, but a change suddenly took place among the crew. Many of the hired guards started to display suspicious movements as they had surrounded the members of the White Storm mercenaries. Just as those that were behind were about to attack before the victims could notice the danger they faced, the assailants removed a variety of weapons and began to attack from behind, and those in the view of the White Storm mercenaries followed up a little afterwards. They expected to eliminate everyone and deal heavy damage to the White Storm, or at least act several times in order to slowly weaken them, but the next moment several knives and needles were stuck in the throats. Those with guns went empty-handed, and those with smaller weapons were thrown back towards them very quickly as one among the White Storm mercenaries started their counterattack. Jester kept dodging many attacks while supporting the other members of the group to survive as his dance of death began. Many people were killed by him in a short period of time as he was able to dodge every attack and steal their weapons to use against them. As he finished cleaning up, he began restraining the remaining crew members and checked the cargo of the ship, but found nothing but empty boxes in most of the rooms. But he did find containers filled with various drugs and a couple of cages filled with malnourished and injured people in the lower part of the ship. After checking everything, he began interrogating the survivors after ordering the ship to come to a halt. Eventually, those involved began to break down and admit their guilt as they told the story. A week back, a whole team went missing after taking a task. Like any other task, the risk of death was always there, but berries could be earned, and it was not like other deaths had not happened, but the main issue was that the task was overly suspicious, and it was not the first time that such a thing had happened during a joint task. Normally, the tasks are issued to one group or an individual to handle, but others usually just pay per the amount of people and hire from all places. But while they had asked for several people from the White Storm, they had also hired from other groups. Like the other times where there was a problem, the same groups had participated which belonged to rival mercenary, assassin, or security groups which had a little bit of a hostile relationship with the people belonging to the White Storm. A lot of people in that line of work have less work thanks to the White Storm appearing and taking the jobs, and even various assassinations of different groups had been stopped by members of the White Storm who were on protective missions. So many held a grudge in some way. Jester looked out at the sea before him and then spoke coldly, but the smile remained on his face. Write down everything they have said. Keep those that are still breathing alive, and we will return a hand over the evidence to the Marines to do with. Alyssia had been hesitating on how to deal with her enemies in the dark that were trying to destroy what she had built up and how to deal with traitors that turn around to bite the hand that fed them. So although there were various rules and punishments in place, some of her methods were not so effective in a lawless world. Jester wiped the blood from his knives and then placed them back where they belonged. I think that this role suits me best. Jester had been playing bodyguard and protector for a long time since joining Alyssia, but it was not truly suited to his abilities. After coming to a decision, he stepped into the battlefield of the lawless, where he would have to kill many who had ill intentions towards the White Storm before they could cause serious damage. The survivors were handed over to the Marines, and the case was quickly investigated due to the severity of the outcome and the crimes involved. Many of the groups involved were part of mercenary and bounty hunter groups that were a front for assassination, human trafficking, and selling of illegal goods. Due to their legitimate jobs being taken by others within the White Storm, or losing some of their prized assassins after repeated failures that were also stopped by the White Storm, they banded together to defeat the White Storm. However, the story did not end there, as there were a group of people supporting them from behind that were part of some of the rival businesses or noble families that had their interests damaged after the White Storm appeared. Many Marines were used to looking the other way for those with high status, but those rival businesses were thoroughly investigated, which resulted in many arrests and the closure of the businesses. Those within the mercenary or bounty groups had been captured, but some were able to escape, resulting in a bounty being drawn up for them. Although there were those that escaped from their crimes, their lives were over once they had their bounty appear all around their homeland and other islands. Jester was not the only person to have their resolve and loyalty towards the White Storm tested, as several other incidents happened which involved many other rival groups with different kinds of plots. Alyssia uncovered a traitor who planned to set off an explosive timed bomb within the storage room where many goods were being kept to be transported by ship. Alyssia killed him before he could trigger the immediate detonation and tossed him and the bomb overboard. As he brought back his report, it helped tighten security on the other ships to avoid additional things being brought on board and more strict management of the employees working for the White Storm to avoid additional plots of sabotage or terrorism. The dead man had a family and were lightly compensated due to his death at sea and going missing. Although he was a traitor and a terrorist to the White Storm, he was still seen as an employee in the eyes of others, so the White Storm needed to keep up their image to the public and the other workers. Archie and Clifford occasionally faced some assassins during their own tasks and dealt with each one without mercy. Within Baltimore, there was a small disturbance that happened as the result of traitors that coveted Alyssia's and the founder's research and creations. Some people that had been within creation since the beginning or had recently joined had been obedient as they were able to improve quickly, but during the time that Alyssia was away many times, they had started to form their own group within based on their own jealousy or greed towards those at the very top. They attempted to break into the main lab, which was restricted when Ashvin and Dr. Tsukimi were busy, and claim everything for themselves as they expected to get away afterwards and start a new life full of riches. However, several automata were left to protect the lab and the overall security, so they were unable to get in and were quickly defeated as Ashvin and Dr. Tsukimi were notified of the end result. The laboratory started undergoing more strict recruitment and management. Those within could only stay inside the laboratory during certain work times unless they were key members of the group, and those involved were turned into the Marine base while Dr. Tsukimi wrote a complaint to the elders of Baltimore, who he believed to be partly involved in the event. The elders of Baltimore and those of the Inner Council had been deeply involved in their own politics, and they would not take kindly to the growth of the Creation Union that had established its own means of trade while they had not. The most obvious results of a theft of scientific research and their results was to either use them themselves or pass them on to others for a price. Too many had betrayed and risked the chance to raise themselves higher with enough efforts, so it was suspicious considering the odds of being successful and taking into account Alyssa's strength and fame in the world after a victory in Karate Island. Their plan to betray and what to do after would have already been prepared, so they would either leave Baltimore and begin anew, or they would trade the research for protection from the elders and those with power in Baltimore. White Storm has not ever shown open hostility to those in power and had been cooperative with many of them in charge of various islands, including those in Baltimore. So many believed that even if they had betrayed, the White Storm would not risk coming after them if they had the protection of someone influential. Dr. Tsukimi knew the inner politics of Baltimore much more than others, so he was aware what many of the old people within the council had on their minds and what they were capable of to achieve their means. When Alfred returned to his work, he continued to catch up on what he had missed and occasionally attended to some meetings, but without major protection by his side, he became an easy target in their eyes. Unfortunately for them, when negotiations failed and they became aggressive and threatening, Alfred remained unfazed. Even when being faced with many people with weapons, he did not even show any unease as he sat there rejecting those people who were pressuring him into an unfair deal that could be considered as theft in the eyes of many. He looked at the papers before him and tossed them aside and stood up to leave. Several weapons were pulled out which he ignored, and as his hands touched the door handle, he was attacked, resulting in a brawl with him as the winner. His body released many shocking attacks upon grappling and punching those that came close, and the grip of his hands was strong enough to hold onto a sword and damage it, but that was not all. His body could take many hits from bullets and many types of weapons, so he quickly subdued everyone and thought for a moment before retrieving the documents and handing it over as evidence to the Marines, resulting in another investigation into various extortion schemes and unfair contracts on various business deals or loans. Some of the events resulted in saving people from harm or from the life of a slave, but most of all, They each help to either grow each of the members' confidence or resolve, which would affect their future choices and the growth of each of them. While the females and males of the White Storm were each having their own adventures and showing great improvements in their own way, Alyssia occasionally took trips to Rygene Island, Sabaody, and an island from the New World called Soda, which had many pools of carbonated water dotted all over it. She occasionally spent any spare fame points on purchasing the ship coating, other science-based skill upgrades, and finally a unique skill that contained the combined knowledge of carbonated drinks and recipes, along with additional technology, which uses carbonated drinks as weapons and other tools to provide better combat power or survival. With the combined technology from that, it could be combined with Frankie's technology and weaponry ideas that she had collected previously, but also the power sources that he uses. The carbonated drink recipes and methods of creation were helpful to allow her to gradually come up with several recipes of her own, and that made her take more of an interest in different types of drinks to work on her cooking skills while venturing into the drink-making business. During her time studying her new skills, she found herself slowly forming the recipes to match the taste of many things from her previous life with some of the ingredients and methods used in the One Piece world. However, the rest of her time was spent training the others and slowly gaining mastery over her newly increased electro within her power core that was now surpassing what she could normally create and channel within her body. Deeper into the forest, Alyssia was locked into a brutal fight with a gigantic ape as she repeatedly dodged its large attacks, and each time she would follow up with a counterattack. She was dressed in her combat suit, which protected her, and she was covered in a lot of flashing white electro as it covered the lower half of her body and was much thicker than before. It had also covered her tail completely, so as her attacks hit using her legs or tail, the gigantic gorilla was pushed back by the impact as Iron Body was activated on her legs along with the Aleko skill being used as each of her attacks created strong piercing and slashing wind attacks as they made contact with the gorilla. But due to its tough body, she was still unable to damage it even with a small portion of her feet or tail being coated with armament hockey upon landing the attacks. The strong impact itself was able to deal enough to knock the gorilla slightly off balance as it steadied itself and pounded its chest happily as it enjoyed the battle. Many exchanges continued like that, and occasionally, the large size of the gorilla allowed it to get a couple of hits and due to her inexperience fighting such large creatures, but she was fine in the end since it showed mercy and her body was in a good state. As she crawled back onto her feet, she closed her eyes and channeled the electro to her limits and coated her body fully with it as she was completely covered in it, and then controlled it to penetrate into her skin, muscles, tendons, bones, etc. Every part of her body seemed to have become supercharged as she spun in a circle at a great speed which made her legs catch fire. The next moment she had completely disappeared and reappeared before the gorilla's chest and kicked it once which sent the gorilla toppling over as it rolled around the ground in pain with a large burn and scorch marks from the combination of the fire and electro as the destructiveness of her kicks was further amplified with them being used together. However, what had been most effective was the overall increase in combat effectiveness from what she called Thunder God mode, which uses the same principles as used in Hunter x Hunter by Killua or the final form of Yoruichi's Shunko from Bleach. Her speed had jumped up along with the quick control of her body and split-second decision-making which was perfectly made for allowing fast and deadly one-hit kills on many opponents above her own level. If she had added techniques like the Spear of Elbaf or any others, then the destructive power created would be too powerful and would have pierced a hole in the chest of the gorilla which causing massive internal damage, so she held back some of her techniques while in her Thunder God mode. Since the gorilla and her were on good terms and were sparring partners, she showed it mercy and dispersed the fire and took the electro back into her power core, then checked to see its condition. Luckily, it was still living and was not too badly beaten up, so she bowed and left it behind after it had enough time to recover. She arrived back at the camp just in time for it to receive a call from far away. "When are you coming back?" Many fans and those wishing to work with them are still asking about our main star's current activities and location, so they are needed back here soon. "I think that it is about time that you should return, since that time you mentioned should be soon," she replied with a warm voice. "We will be leaving soon since most of us have gained a lot, and some need time to absorb what they have learned after some proper rest. Some may even need to improve upon their weapons or tools or stock up on what they have used already. I'll be leaving soon, so I will see everyone on Baltimore. Gotcha. She then turned to Sunila and asked, So have you come to a decision yet? Sunila nodded. I want to come with you and see what the outside world is like. Alyssia nodded as she led everyone to begin packing up and headed to the edge of the island where Kuma appeared. Sunila glared at him and scolded. Men are banned from here, yet he is still so brazen to appear her. Alyssia laughed as she spoke. It is fine since it is only the very edge of the forest, and nobody would even notice or care about it too much. Hey, Kuma, we are ready to leave? Kuma nodded. The next moment, they were all slapped away towards Baltimore, where they found themselves greeted by many of the key members of the White Storm Group, or the Creation Union. Outside of the main laboratory, there was many people who crowded around with faces full of nervousness and excitement. They had been waiting like this for many hours, a couple of days after everyone had arrived at Baltimore. Sunila was among them, who was the most unfamiliar on what was happening and was a little uncomfortable upon meeting several males all at once. Although she had decided to leave Amazon Lily because she grew fond of her new companions, she could not drop her previous outlook on the world and how she viewed men in general. Upon seeing several of the male members, she had hid behind the group of females as she sent glares at them, which made things a little awkward. Carrot spoke up first. It has been many hours already. Do you think it will be over soon? Ashvin shook his head. It is expected to last a while longer, I think. Monera shrugged with a mischievous look in her eyes. I just want to see what Alyssia has been awaiting all this time, with a look of worry and excitement on her face. Ivy had an impatient look on her face. I want to see too. The room returned to silence, and after more time had passed, the sound of crying was added to the screams behind the door. Not long after, there were more screaming noises belonging to another female, which later had the sound of crying follow much later. Is it over? How exciting. I want to see. Hey, wait your turn and sit down already. I want to see. Get out of the way. Within the lab, 2 babies lay there within 2 baby beds where they were carefully placed and protected. After being patted to make sure they could breathe smoothly, several samples were collected from each of them, including a small blood sample, which was obtained from a small needle prick on their finger. Alyssia continued to check over their vitals to see if there were any health problems or abnormalities with their bodies until she was completely convinced they were okay. In between caring for the newborns, she looked over the samples as she wrote down her findings and project results, which had allowed her to make great strides on the subject of mink family tree birth type manipulation, creating hybrids with specific designs, superhuman research, mink genetics related to electro and sulong, but also how to evolve the mink bloodline. Each of the research subjects showed great results, which allowed for her to make several breakthroughs after they were both born. Many of the subjects have been only possible to create changes during the early pregnancy stages, or before, as the fetus is monitored carefully and undergoes changes through its growth. So many were not so helpful to Alyssia, but the ones related to the minks were. In fact, some parts were quite easy to do before, thanks to the accomplishments and knowledge that Germa had accumulated over many years of research and study over the development of the growth of Niji, Reiju, Ichiji, and Yanji. So performing some changes during the early stages to provide superpowers was something that was possible before confirming the results. By the 2 baby beds where they were being monitored, there was several notes and a name tag by them. Alyssia looked a little tired as she stretched out her hand towards the one that was named Project X. She admired the looks of the small baby that was sleeping. It had beautiful and flawless skin without any fur on her face, chest, or limbs. She had a pair of fox-like eyes, an attractive and somewhat charming face that once matured would attract many people to her. She had ice blue-colored patches of hair growing from her head that resembled those of the ice continent, but it was slightly whiter, which made her all the more beautiful and mystical looking. The most unique feature that stood out on her body was the pair of fox-shaped ears that matched her hair color, and the tail that was curled up, which was mostly the same, while the end was completely white. On the research notes by her side was several things about her individual abilities and talents. She was born with a secondary skeleton, improved skin durability, and healing abilities like those of the Germa, but she also possessed basic electro and should be able to transform upon seeing the full moon. However, her electro was reduced to an acceptable level that would not drain too much energy from her upon use, so it was only a little better than the ordinary mink. Her transformation was more like a beast form translation like Sulong, but rather than the electro boost, she would gain more physical advantages and fur would grow on her body. Upon transforming back to her original shape, the fur or animal pelt was designed to fall from her body, so her race or clan name was marked as Were. Originally, Alyssia planned to name it Demi-Human or Were race, but after confirming the final outcome from her research, she chose Were, and the baby girl was more specifically a Were fox that the system confirmed to possess potential for high intelligence along with its physical advantages over others. She reached into the hole in the protective screen around the baby bed and held the small baby girl's tiny hand. Since you are born from Project X and have shown me excellent results, I look forward to your future growth, and I will give you a name. Welcome to the world, Xena Lucine. Project X, and why we're named that way simply because of the naming sense which was built from chromosomes which identify male and females. While XX chromosomes identify as female, then XY would identify as male. So she named the projects that way, and the names given to the children were started with the same X and Y, which resulted in the name Xena. Alyssia coughed awkwardly to herself. It is not because of warrior princess Xena, honestly. She let go of the tiny hand and walked over to the other baby bed and looked over the information there as she gazed towards the other newborn that was completely different in appearance as it was completely covered in pure, white long fur all over its body. Project Y was the completely pure-blooded Sulong-born mink that possessed their advantages without the major flaws and disadvantages with excellent potential within its body. His own body possessed immense talent, and once trained properly, it is capable of producing and controlling more electro the stronger it becomes, while his previous strong vitality and regenerative abilities were altered to improve his recovery rate. One child was born with high physical abilities and greater powers, but eventually, there may be physical limitations that may stop her from growing stronger. Later in life, she should be able to handle a sweet commander like the Germa 66, but other opponents may be out of reach for her unless she puts great efforts into improving herself and learning hockey or other techniques. Project Y was born with lower starting stats and powers, but gained the complete transformation of the Sulong, which enhanced his physical stats from birth and let him use more electro from an early age, and as he grows, it will only increase further as he grows older and stronger, which could allow him to perhaps surpass his sister one day if she should slack off. Another difference was that although Xena possessed the beast sense and transformation state to gain extra advantages in combat, Project Y had an advantage from his enhanced senses that came with his already completed and permanent Sulong form. His appearance was the natural shape of a baby kangaroo with a small and almost unnoticeable amount of human resemblance, but he seemed to possess human-like intelligence as his eyes were curiously looking around his surroundings, trying to make out the image of several objects around him. He had long white hair all over many parts of his body, red Sulong eyes, sharp claws which would tear through many things or allow him a greater ability to hold on to enemies, but also a pair of powerful legs and a tail. Although his pure white hair was long, it was not overly outrageous, so it did not get in the way of his movements or would not cause any difficult problems for him. She looked at the male, animal-shaped baby within and held its small hand as it happily kicked its small legs and clutched onto her hand with its own. Naming you is difficult since most male names under Y are generally weird ones or sound a little weird. Yorick, Yin, Yoda, Yuri, Yeno, Ha, Yasu, Yeno, Yasum, Igor? Nope. She massaged her head as she tried to dig into her memories to find a suitable name for the child before her. In several novels that she had read, there appeared one word or term which was used to describe monsters or strange creatures, which was either Yao Beast or Yao Guai, but she was not too sure about the correctness of the translations, but she quite liked the sound of it. She looked over towards both babies and then spoke softly. So it is Xena and Yao Lucine. Yao best fit with his current beastly appearance, so she liked it a lot, so after naming them and making sure they were stable, she allowed people to come inside, so they would not be disturbed. As for the mothers that gave birth to them, that had no blood relations to them, they were receiving aftercare as their bodies were to recover after giving birth. Wow, so cute. Quiet. Sorry. Alyssia, is this the Sulong form? And it is actually possible to be born like that. Incredible. So unique. I want to pinch her cute little cheeks. Oof. I'll be like their big sister or aunt and watch out for them. Tisk, get in line first. You are not the only one that wants to protect these cute little things. Now let me back in. I want to see them both again. The boy looks so mystical and mysterious while the girl looks so pretty. We will have our hands full protecting her from the opposite gender in the future. Indeed, we elders will have to set a good example for them and take care of them. Dr. Tsukimi stepped forward and placed 2 small boxes down as he arrived in the room, where there were many gifts of different kinds, whether it be powdered milk, diapers, clothes, toys, or other things. Alyssia took them both and checked the contents, then was shocked. You really went all out on this one. Dr. Tsukimi shook his head as he waved his hand in front of himself. It is the least I could do considering the good you have done for Baltimore. If anything, this is just a small gift compared to what you have given everyone. Alyssia reluctantly gave up, refusing. All right then, thank you. As she took out the contents of the box, 2 small-sized teddy bears appeared before her eyes. One was a light pink, while the other was a light blue, and they were quite simple like any other classic teddy bear, but the insides were not so soft. As she looked at the instructions that came with them, her eyes widened as she realized that her kids had been gifted an automata each. She followed the instructions as she began registering the 2 bears to the babies and let them recognize them as their masters and targets for protection, but also entertainment. Although the bears were mainly built as toys to accompany the 2 children from birth and provide them a playmate or form of entertainment, their main task was to monitor them for any danger that may befall them and try to prevent anything bad from happening to them. Although the 2 children were born different from others and had their own uniqueness, from the moment of their birth they received nothing but love, gifts, attention, and many advantages that most in the world would cut off their left arm for to have even one of them in their possession. The children were spoiled from birth and possessed certain traits that even Alyssia did not have upon being born into the One Piece world. However, their birth had been the key for her to achieve things for herself that were previously impossible. Everyone began taking turns looking after the 2 babies as Yao and Xena were getting used to being fed, changed, and gradually began adapting to their environment and moving around in their bodies outside of the womb. Alyssia, Tristan, and the others kept a close watch over their development and kept records to assist with additional research notes after the completion of the project, which helped her towards the research that she and Tristan were working on together. Much later in the future, the 2 children would grow up to have their own adventures and establish their own clan or direct bloodline that were under the names Wur and Sulo. However, time was running out for everyone as the flow of the world was beginning as it was intended to, as her 17th birthday was soon approaching and Luffy's journey would begin, so there was little time for Alyssia to rest as she continued to train, research, and continue several other projects with the addition of the newborns. If she had been alone, she really did not know how she would have been able to cope with it all, but everyone was more than happy to offer their aid. On the day of her 17th birthday, all of the main members of the crew had took a short break once again and headed toward a certain island a little before she turned 17. Spa Island, an artificial island that houses many recreations for everyone to enjoy individually. Many of the younger people of the group were enjoying their time on the water slides and wading pools, while others were playing some other ball games, sunbathing, enjoying a massage, receiving a beauty treatment, or soaking in a hot tub. Alyssia spent a lot of her time sitting by the pool area while keeping a close watch over her children and occasionally left them in the hands of those she trusted so that she could have a little fun and rest. As the day was slowly coming to a close, they were all seated at a table together as they ate together and enjoyed the atmosphere and entertainment around them. And Isa and Pascia jumped up onto the stage as if they had planned it beforehand, as they started singing and dancing together, attracting the attention of many others in the upper-class restaurant area. Wow, I thought they seemed familiar. No wonder. Look who it is that they are with. So many familiar faces. If I remember correctly, they are affiliated with the white storm that has risen up during this year. So I do not mention it. I'm already losing out on berries lately, and someone else just had to show up to swallow up any other opportunities. TSK, quit complaining. It is not like you could possibly come up with such ideas. Fine, but their singers and dancers sure are of high quality. Ha! Do not say I did not warn you. Do not have such thought, because it is rumored that they are well protected and even tactfully decline nobles' invitations. If you get any funny ideas, I cannot protect you from their revenge. Yes, it is rumored that many of their mercenaries had ranked high within the Karate Island competitions, and there was also several champions or runner-ups that came from them. Gulp! Do not feel down. There are plenty more fish in the sea. They're all far too good for you anyway, so you should learn to be more realistic. I mean, look at your looks. Goo. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, those involved felt a cold chill go down their spine as they turned to look towards where Alyssia sat as she sent a cold glare at them. And Passia and Isaac continued to put on their joint show and then began singing together. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Alyssia. Happy birthday to you. They continued to mix several different styles as they switched up their singing methods and sounds, which gave opportunities for others to come up on the stage as they participated on a part of it. Watching everything happening from her seat as some put on a fun performance or made a fool of themselves, Alyssia watched from her seat with a warm feeling in her heart. It was like all of her efforts had been rewarded, and a wave of happiness and sense of belonging filled her heart. She had her kids, reliable people around herself, her parents and other close allies or teachers on Zoe, which had helped her integrate into the world. But after witnessing everyone's genuine displays of caring for herself, she truly began to be delighted to be reborn in the world of One Piece. Many would be happy to be in the world of their favorite book or manga at first, until they actually experience it firsthand and suffer the hardships that come along with it. In the beginning, she had felt the same excitement, but as reality began to set in, and as she suffered constant pain from training and the feeling of exhaustion, as she slowly built herself up one step at a time, she began to realize that if she were to slack off, then she could lose her family and loved ones she had begun to care for simply because she was too weak to protect them. As she continued, she made more allies and made several business ventures to set up funds and gain manpower to handle many things going on at once, but at the same time, the responsibilities and pressure became heavier. A year away from Zoe had been very eventful already, and she had become someone that could be feared within the first half of the Grand Line. The only people that she had to still be wary about was probably be the Marines, World Government, Boa Hancock, and Mihawk within the first half of the Grand Line, but other smaller bounty individuals or groups that she did not fear could still deal damage to those around her, especially as she had just got 2 kids to care for too. There was also the variables within the Grand Line that could travel across the Red Line or go under it that were like ticking time bombs. One among them being Blackbeard, who will cause some destruction in some islands and shake up the world with his plots. She continued to watch everyone's goofy performance and burst into laughter. I love you guys. As they stepped down from the stage, everyone was caught up in a group hug as the minks continued to garchu them. They all continued to have fun together until the 2 babies became restless and needed settling down. Alyssia lay within the hotel room and closed her eyes as she looked over to the sleeping babies not too far away from herself. It has been a good year for me. Now this year will be quite eventful too. While she was enjoying her birthday with everyone, in another part of the world within the East Blue, the protagonist was setting out on his journey. Although his day was just as eventful as Alyssia's, as he started by punching the small sea king as he set sail to leave the island where he had been raised for many years. In the end, he did not last long as his boat was swept away by the sea. While Alyssia was enjoying luxurious meals on her birthday, Luffy, who shared the same birthday, spent his within a barrel floating around the sea. After enjoying a nice holiday and birthday celebration, everyone was heading back to their place of work or the place they had been sleeping at for most of the year. Just as everyone was minding their own business, another couple of ships had been following behind and were chasing them at a fast speed. No matter how powerful or well-known someone may be, there would always be some idiots who did not read the news or did not believe in the rumors and decided to test their luck against someone they could not afford to offend. While staying at Spa Island, Alyssia and her crew had attracted attention to themselves, even if they just wished to have time to themselves and not cause trouble. While some people did recognize them from their earlier photos taken, or mostly recognized the stars of White Storm Entertainment, not everyone would be able to remember their faces completely, and they had attracted attention because of their unique group that was a mix of many types of races. The 2 babies were of an unidentified race that many were unaware of, Many animal people forms were among them. Two winged people and a female fisherman were all mixed among humans, and being so friendly with each other, so they would attract attention no matter how much they wished to avoid such things. Many people had been watching them in secret but did not make a move within Spa Island, and they were a mix of people who were interested in the amount of wealth Alyssia and her group had been spending along with the potential berries they could earn from looting them, but also selling off the survivors into slavery. A mix of pirate crews, mercenaries that were low on berries, human capturing teams, and many other greedy people joined in and started chasing down the ship that Alyssia was on, and were catching up quickly. However, they were far too unlucky, as they just so happened to target the main members of the White Storm who had all been together for once, and were not currently spread out in different places. The moment Alyssia could notice their ships and their intent to fight, she took out her two scythe blades as she stepped off her ship and moonwalked right over to the ship with the strongest presences. As she made her way there quickly, the rest of the crew took out their own combat equipment and began to turn the ship around to ready it for combat. Upon landing on the deck of the ship, she began walking slowly towards the first approaching combatant and casually dodged the attack with little movement as one of the scythe blades had entered the side of the attacker. In the next moment, she threw out the other one like she would a spear. It entered the chest of a man that held some form of capture rope or wire-based gun or net launcher, and she removed the other half of her scythe blade from the wound of the attacker by her side, who dropped down clutching his bleeding wound. Fu. The other side blade was thrown out towards another man with a similar type of weapon which entered their chest and killed them. However, as if being triggered by a magnetic force, the two scythe blades began to be attracted to each other as they exited the bodies and came back together as a whole. That scene caused the attacking group to become more wary of her weapon and strength displayed, but soon after, the whole scythe blade returned to her hands as they continued to dodge, as if it was attracted to the palm of her hands, similar to how they both had come together. She continued to casually dodge attacks and gunfire until the whole scythe blade returned to her hands, and she started spinning it as she moved it around, which deflected and stopped many of the bullets fired at her. As she passed by each person slowly, the rotating complete scythe blade had cut their body between 1 and 4 times in different places. The person believed to be the captain of the ship and his direct subordinates stepped forward with the support of gunfire and other tactics, but they were cut down one at a time as Alyssia took her time. By the time that she had done so, she continued to walk towards the remaining people who had already fallen into despair and were kneeling, as if admitting defeat, when they heard a cold voice that signaled their end. I was having that much of a wonderful time that I was able to forget about most of my worries for a little while and relax, but sigh, well, I guess I should thank you for reminding me and letting me wake up early so that I do not slack off or let my guard down. As a thank you, I will let the rest of you go off as painlessly as possible. No, Piona, Goo, or Merc, Spare him, Danelle. Although Alyssia had enjoyed the break and felt refreshed with her time spent relaxing, the moment she stepped out of Spa Island, she had quickly been brought back into the wide world where danger could appear at any given moment. Although she may not be too affected by a sudden attack of that level, or if it had been stronger, some of her crew members may have suffered an injury or death if they did not notice the incoming ships after letting down their guard too. Some of the equipment or suits needed to be reloaded, put on, or checked for faults before being used in combat, so a sudden attack on her ship may be fatal to those weaker and unprepared. It was especially true since she had 2 babies on board which could not protect themselves yet. As she looked at the other ship close by, she separated her scythe blades into 2 and secured them to her body safely as she removed the 2 staff parts and began connecting them. The rest of the crew were keeping a distance while avoiding cannon fire and attacking with gunfire and cannons, while the others were busy protecting the ship in their own way or causing illusions, mirages, or other effects to confuse the enemy, so most of the enemy ships were quite packed together as a result of their efforts. Alyssia jumped into the sky with her staff and began spinning it around as a large thunder cloud began to form over the ships. It is time for your judgment. If you somehow survived this, then I guess you were just lucky enough. Alyssia had already steered the main ship away from the blast radius, so as the thunder crashed down from the sky as she brought the tip of her staff downwards, many people were hit by it, and the many ships erupted in flames. Even some of the gunpowder on board had exploded, resulting in many deaths to those that may have avoided being hit by the thunder coming from above. Alyssia jumped into the large thunder cloud and began to absorb a large amount of the remaining thunder as she started to disperse the thunder clouds and summon some rain clouds to put out the fires before landing back on the ship containing her crew members. That was a good test. Now you can all go check to see what remains of their ship and what treasure remains. Do not forget to pick up any weapons or anything that is not too damaged. Sigh. So much destruction. Do you actually think anything will remain after that? Who knows? It is still worth searching. Let's go. When will these people learn? Oh well, if we do find anything, then it is ours to keep. It is their own fault. While they were busy collecting and cleaning up the remaining ship, while looking over the rest of the ships to see what was still salvageable, Alyssia went to a secluded space as she sat cross-legged and closed her eyes as she steadied her breathing. She kept refining her electro and gathering it, but as she had completely refined the thunder from the thunder clouds, she felt that she had reached a certain stage where she could achieve what she wished. She continued to concentrate and circulate her electro within her power core, and a vortex of energy started to form in the very center of it. The first attempts resulted in failure, as the energy was reaching the critical stage, but was then returned to normal. But after many failures, she slowly grasped where she had been going wrong and fixed her mistakes. Slowly, a vortex of energy started forming and attracting all of the energy towards the very center of the power core as it continued to refine it until all of the energy within became a part of the vortex as it continued to rotate on its own without her control. Suddenly, she could sense that even without her own instruction, the small vortex of electro would continue to refine any thunder-based energy and gather it from her surroundings, even without her concentration and control over it. The bonuses were not just that, as the state of meditation would only help to speed up the already smooth rate of refinement and gathering of energy. After arriving at 20 stat points of stored electro within her power core, what she had envisioned had become a reality just a little after the birth of the two babies and her birthday was over. As she got up on her feet once more, she patted off the dust on her clothes and smirked. With this thunder power, users of different types should definitely avoid me if they could. If they get close enough, then I may even be able to drain them of their energy. Ha! Although she could test the theory on the minks around herself, she quickly decided against it. It was not long before several ships were stripped clean. Some survivors were found and killed, and some people who were captured deep within their ships under the deck were set free, while Alyssia and her crew collected the spoils of war. Many of the ships that were still able to set sail were then brought back to be fixed up a little before being reused by the White Storm or resold. Archie was the most excited among the group, because he was able to put his abilities to use after a period of rest. As everyone returned to their own individual duties, and was putting the final touches on her new album, which was titled as Lily, which was inspired by her time on Amazon Lily. It was based on her experiences within the land of Amazon Lily, its culture of warrior women, and the battles between humans and beasts. The lyrics and music accompanying it were very heroic sounding, as it made those listening to it be full of energy. Most of all, it was an album that had many songs about powerful and inspirational women that would have a positive effect on the world when it came to empowering women. Most rich or noble family daughters would be strictly raised to suit a certain stereotype for when they were to be married for monetary or political gains, so there would be many young females in each island that yearned for power or wished for a different life rather than being a pawn for their family to benefit. Not many would ever get the chance to step out from their parents' or future husband's shadow and live their own lives, but the songs would give them some courage to take a step towards improving their life for the better and taking a chance to pursue their dream. While she was busy with that, Isa was working on her own album called Light. Her album had many soft and soothing melodies that reached the hearts of others and healed their broken souls. Many that were heartbroken, lost loved ones, and had suffered various tragedies would listen to the music and feel themselves reminiscing of the past happy memories they may have forgotten and gain courage to move on with their lives. Pascia continued to attend different islands' beauty pageants, modeling jobs, and dance performances, while most of those within the mercenary group continued to go back to their work. They're taking some tasks now and again. Nika, Ushvin, Ein, and Tristan went back to their various projects, and Ivy joined the lab to work within the Weather Garden and Pop Green Garden. The newest recruit, who was Sunila, joined up with Medea and Monera to take tasks within the mercenary group to get more familiar with the world. Alfred continued to get back to his work as the entertainment group had started recruiting talented costume, stage, and prop designers, but also storyboard or comic artists. While there were some places that host a play around the world, there was a limit to the amount of exposure they could provide for the White Storms artists, so Alyssia and Alfred suggested using the talents of storyboard artists or writers to start up a play in some island that is very populated. It was also beneficial to recruit comic or cartoon artists that had talent so that they could release their own book or series of releases of comic strips. Xena and Yao were quite the handful and full of energy for newborns, but with additional help, Alyssia was able to handle her workload and keep improving herself. Within her lab, she had many beakers and different shaped glass containers and ingredients of different types in front of herself. By her side was a bottle of cola and a glass cup full of something that looked the same as what was in the bottle. Then there were several other glass cups marked with different names as she tasted the cola before spitting it out and rinsed her mouth as she continued to test the contents of each glass. After testing the first two, she nodded. It tastes the same, so I have got the recipe and methods correct. Now for my own variations. As she continued, she tasted the others and muttered to herself. This tastes more like Diet Coke, this one Pepsi DR Pepper Sprite. Earn Brew, Mountain Dew, Fanta. As she finished sampling each of them, she smirked to herself. God bless you, system. You have not let me down. Since she had cracked many of the recipes that she could remember from her previous life with the system's assistance, she was able to create many fizzy drinks of many different flavors and colors, but even with that she was not satisfied. She took the small container containing the remains of the Earn Brew, along with a glass, and mumbled to herself. Should I try energy drinks next? Or should I try alcohol? Glass bottled or canned drinks did not seem all that rare within the world of One Piece, as she had seen some around, but not every item from her previous world would be in the One Piece world too. Alyssia had been experimenting with her system to see if it was truly possible to create them, and she had achieved excellent results as she continued to make lots of different types. If a factory could be built to produce them, then once they became popular drinks, they could be transported to many stores or bought in bulk by people. As the amount of customers grow, the more the business scope could be expanded. The same was true for different types of snacks and foods of her previous world that could be brought to life with the system's assistance so long as she had the right knowledge. Even improving upon the original recipe may be possible to help improve the overall taste or remove any bad ingredients to replace them with better or slightly healthier options. She moved towards a poorly lit room as she flicked a switch, lighting it up. As she poured herself a drink and drank it slowly, there was a large wall full of images, notes, and other documents which were strung together like following a timeline. Many of the events were what she had remembered from the start of One Piece, whether it be from the canon episodes, filler, or movie content. The first half of the Grand Line did not properly state the time that it took for Luffy and his crew to make the journey from the East Blue to Sabaody before the time skip began, so she had to find a way to figure out how to navigate through that to not affect the original flow of the story, but also use it to her advantage in some ways. Her finger went across the timeline and stopped after the notes marked as Arlong Park, where a bounty was marked. When this comes out to the world, I will have a better idea of how far away it is, or at least some kind of idea. Her finger continued along until the next bounty, as she continued. Then there is the second bounty, which is most important. I must be prepared for then to set out and reap some benefits for myself. She continued to look through all of the information from several different arcs in the timeline one after another, but just as she reached the end of the Grand Line information that was up on the wall, she started taking it down and tossed it into a bin. Following that, many of the notes and documents were thoroughly destroyed so that they would never be read by another. Although she was quite open with her trusted people, there were things she kept to herself still, and she had developed a habit of destroying anything written down, whether it be notes or calculations from her research or the results of her experiments, so that they could not be stolen or replicated by others. The only designs or blueprints that ever passed into others' hands were the ones that she had given herself, and even those were destroyed after use once they had been used by Ain, Nika, Ushvin, Tristan, or Dr. Tsukimi to improve their own individual research direction or make something to protect themselves. Since she had the system to keep every bit of the knowledge properly organized, and within the skills related to them. She could either memorize everything or use the system to keep a backup of it. Compared to paper documents that could easily be stolen, the method of using the system was more secure. But for the knowledge about the timeline, it was not exactly related to the skills, so she had to memorize some key points and events happening during that time along with certain items, people, or creatures being involved during that time. She was stuck in her laboratory as she made the occasional call to Alfred about not putting too much influence over events in a certain islands, which the worst generation would soon pass through, and to just stick to the usual business. Even the Water 7 group that were still working at Gallery Law were to hand in their notices soon, so that they would not get mixed up in the mess there later. However, not after discussing some things and being lost in her research and family life. She got a call with some disturbing or intriguing news. A little time later, she left as she was picked up by a White Storm-affiliated ship, and she continued towards an island along with and to promote her new album, where there would be a couple of difficulties involved. Before the time of recuperation for the two ladies who gave birth to the two babies, the male test subject had been experimented on many times to make him extra durable, while his legs were mostly built for running and leaping better, but also providing more powerful kicks. He had been trained in the basics of a leg style of combat that suited the cyborg leg modifications and some of the additional changes that the rest of his body. Since he was implanted with the Germa methods to make him unable to betray Alyssia and the White Storm, and was further put under other manipulation methods. He did not remember much from his past, as he was given a whole new identity along with the two women who had given birth to the two babies. The three people had signed their lives away for life as test subjects, or to become someone that could be used and disposed of when they were no longer needed, but Alyssia was someone who would not discard someone of use so easily. After the two women had underwent some light training and recovery after their pregnancy, they were both instructed on some things to help them get used to their new identities and tasks. Alyssia handed the three of them over to Alfred so that he could make use of them within the darker parts of the world, and in order to avoid leaking of the blueprints involved in the making in the legs, several traps were built into it along with a heart monitor. If the man was ever to die, or the legs or other parts were tampered with or removed, then it would trigger, resulting in the destruction of many of the main components within. Since the three people already had an identity that was quite clean before being captured to be sold as a slave, they could easily use that identity, so Alyssia made sure to build their identity from that along with the story why they had gone missing for many months without a word. The three of them were arranged to enter the underworld of the Grand Line and slowly get involved with some small parts while slowly building their power and participating in secret auctions and black market deals. Slowly they would build their power and make their way to the new world where they would attempt to integrate with the dark parts there. After Alyssia received a message, she set out on a ship along with, and as she continued to travel across the Grand Line using an eternal pose. Since she was taking a trip to somewhere that she could not bring the babies, she left them in the care of Tristan, who was happy to take up babysitting or godmother duties. Upon arriving at the docks of the island, they found themselves being surrounded by sandy deserts and worn-out lands and buildings that had been destroyed by harsh sandstorms. The scorching heat hit her body right away as she arrived close to the island of Alabasta, where there was a variety of different types of dangerous or annoying creatures within the desert. The overall situation within the Alabasta kingdom was tense because of the ongoing rebel group and the supposed wrongdoings of the king. Crocodile scheme and framing of King Cobra with dance powder, along with the growing scale of problems within, had made more people turn to the side of the rebel group to bring down the royal family. Their leader was still busy gaining further power and arms from various sources to overthrow the royalty if the king did not hear their pleas for help and act as a responsible and good king. While he was the head of the operation and trusted by many loyalists, there were still those who wished to end the king sooner or had their own goals, as they may be part of another group. However, the leader was able to maintain their current state, hoping for a change for the better to come soon. However, that situation could not be maintained for long, because as soon as the fuse was lit, the war would begin and would be difficult to stop. Alyssia and both continued walking through the scorching heat, while stopping at a couple of places until they finally arrived at their destination. Alyssia made sure to come to Alabasta to protect and to avoid risking other employees' lives during a critical time where there are many influences fighting against each other. The royals and rebels are the main groups in conflict in the open, but behind that is the various conflicts of the desert bandits, other desperate groups who had resorted to committing crimes to survive, the pirates that arrive on the island, and the members of Baroque works with Crocodile, who was a member of the Seven Warlords, who is carefully working behind the scenes to move things how he wishes them to be. It was unknown if someone from the White Storm would encounter an accident on the way there, or get caught up in the conflicts, or somehow be pulled into the plot in some way. Rather than leaving it to others and risking their lives, Alyssia took the task herself, so that she could see the casino before Crocodile is removed from his position, but also to make sure no problems may arise. Upon arriving early, she quickly took out her berries and began exchanging them for chips to play several games, but while doing so, she had started purchasing upgrades for her gambling-based skill. Whether it was card counting, tricks, or betting on roulette or other games, she could quickly learn the rules and the various tricks involved in each game. So as she placed some bets on the first day, she started off losing a little but slowly adjusted as she started earning more later in the day. She had made a decent amount of berries after exchanging her chips, and then she was finally escorted to the office where she met a manager of the casino. She sat down with him by her side, and the manager seemed to show a look of nervousness on his face, as if not expecting her arrival. One of the clauses in the business agreement was that the White Storm would have to pay a reimbursement fee if they did not arrive at the casino on time, since Crocodile was very thorough in his planning and liked to exploit certain gray areas in his business. The manager seemed to be aware of the fact that some kind of scheme was going on which was unfair to the White Storm, but profitable for him. Stating unfair terms by using a little of his authority as a warlord of the sea to hire and was easy for him to arrange, and because of the situation in Alabasta, many variables could cause unexpected accidents or make the diva drop out of showing up for the performance, resulting in the clause of the contract being exploited. Even if it was not their fault for not being able to get and to perform, the White Storm would have to pay that fee, but Alfred had read the contract fully after receiving it from one of the brokers that had been involved in the deal. Although the unfair terms were noticed a little late, there were always ways to deal with them and avoid the problems related to it if they had arrived on time and were prepared to perform. Since that broker had been handling some things involved with, and during the time that Isa was away, a mistake or manipulation could happen with someone less experienced, and when they were up against Crocodile or his team of people, so they only received a light punishment for their failure. Alyssia decided to be straightforward as she crossed her arms across her chest and leaned back in her seat while dressed in a smart business suit after she had been changed in a guest room earlier. Diva and has arrived and is prepared to perform as stated in the contract. But why is it that you do not seem so happy about that? She had pretty much guessed Crocodile and others' thoughts on the growing White Storm, as many reports were about various plots to steal away her ideas, workers, or anything of value, while others attempted assassination, terrorism, or kidnapping and ransom tactics, but also knew a little of Crocodile's way of thinking, so she was able to guess the reason behind the manager's expression. She thought to herself, as she waited for him to correct his expression and begin the business talk. They must really think that we are pushovers if they think such a cheap tactic can work. Since Alyssia had protected and throughout the journey and endured the harsh heat, she was also feeling a little annoyed, so the attitude of the man opposite her made her feel worse. The man corrected his expression and put on a business smile as he calmly spoke. I am sorry to say this, but we have double-booked the performers today. I hope that you take no offense to this, and we can try to come up with a solution. Alyssia shook her head. She is to perform as stated in the contract as a solo act for a set amount of time. If any changes are made to that, or if there are any problems on your end, then you must make sure to keep to the contract or be prepared to compensate us. The manager looked flustered. Don't you think you are taking things a little too far? Since Alyssia was being straightforward and aggressive, he started using other tactics as he began to play the victim of circumstance that is being bullied by those using the contract to their advantage as they plan to do so. The manager did not expect Alyssia and to arrive on time, or at all, since they must have experienced the same thing many times before and benefited from it most of the time, and even if that person did show up, they had to either accept the terms of change of circumstances and perform, or cancel the show altogether after taking a long time to travel to Alabasta. Alyssia would not be fazed by his tactics or give in as she continued to press him. You must notice that miss and has freckles on her face, yes? The manager looked confused as he spoke. Yes? What has that got to do with this? Alyssia continued. You see, most artists must maintain their beauty to remain in their position, and their image itself, and their body is property of the white storm which you have made a deal with. In every contract, we make sure to add clauses about damage or risk to the body of the artist. The manager interrupted. Wait, what? Alyssia looked him in the eyes and smirked with a cold, threatening grin. Miss and took the risk to come across a land where there is an impending war and risked injury and death to herself. And as she arrives, she is told that there is another artist who has to share her time with that was booked beforehand. Not to mention that Miss and has sensitive skin and light freckles, although this point can be said to be her uniqueness as a star that many know her by. Tell me something. Do you think it is fair for someone with such a condition to risk further skin damage by traveling to this land where the risk is much higher, but to be told she has to make a choice between splitting her time with someone or forfeiting her chance to perform along with the berries discussed in the contract? Is this fair? Is this what was discussed? Do you even care about the people you make contracts with? Or do you think that we are all idiots? One of Anne's biggest selling points was her light freckles that were cute, but if she developed further damage to her skin and the freckles became more than before then instead of being cute, it would make her look less attractive in the eyes of her fans. So Alyssia and the White Storm were well within their rights to use that as a viable argument. Her gaze towards him became increasingly threatening and scary, which made the manager more flustered as he was unable to come up with a retort. Alyssia waited for a moment in silence before continuing. Well, what is your answer? The manager gulped and finally came to a decision. Sorry, but can you wait a moment? I need to discuss this with someone higher up. Alyssia nodded. Sure, no problem. She remained firm that and would perform as scheduled, and during the full time, she was to perform as stated in the original contract, and waited calmly as the manager left the room flustered. As she sat back calmly, filing the nails on her hand, and jumped by her side. You were so cool there. He really did not know how to handle it. Alyssia blew on her nail a little as she continued. Most likely he has gone to someone above him, or way above to seek help to deal with the problem. In my opinion, the best way to handle this would be seeking the boss's help directly, and since he has status as a warlord, there are many things he can get away with while they break some rules or mess in some gray or black areas. So for now, our focus is to let you perform or receive what is owed for our troubles. And gulped, and if we cannot get either, Alyssia smiled calmly. I'm trying to exercise restraint for certain reasons, but if they keep pushing their luck, then we may have no choice but to act in a way that will help us get our own revenge. Messing with a warlord was not wise, since they had the world government's protection in some ways which allowed them to usually act within a certain boundary. There was also the current flow of events that she did not wish to mess with unless it was absolutely necessary, but it was difficult to be certain if she could restrain herself enough in front of such unfairness towards Anne. As she had expected, Crocodile entered the room and sat opposite her, but the way of his eyes was as if looking down on her, and who were nothing in his eyes as he spoke without feeling any sense of shame. I have heard what you have said to my manager, but I am afraid that there is nothing we can do about this. Since Anne can perform during half of the time, she will only receive half of the payment. Take it or leave it, but do you really wish to get into a conflict with me, Crocodile, over this? He was confident in his fighting capabilities and looked down on Alyssia, and as if they could not enter his eyes, but also believed that any wrongdoing could be covered up and any resistance would soon be meaningless once his plan was successful. He did not know that Alyssia could use hockey, and that he was sitting opposite her, who could assassinate him in a split second. Alyssia stared at him calmly as she did not feel threatened by him. You know something, Mr. Crocodile? There are 3 types of people that get involved with certain powers and take up positions like yours. The first would be those in heat of the power and would become loyal for life to keep that kind of position and stability. The second would be those who wish to use that position to climb higher and exploit it in many ways, but are unable to leave because of the benefits. The third would be the most troublesome, are those that have no loyalty and only see those above as a stepping stone and are grinding their knife for the day they gain the chance to strike at their backs. Looking at you now, what do you think I have guessed from your overall demeanor and attitude? She smirked towards him as he had coldly been waiting for her to continue, as if he was watching her put up a futile struggle. Someone like you would be the third. You only think of your benefits and such things, and are ready to betray if given the chance. You must be wondering why I must be saying this, right? Crocodile coldly grinned and spoke. Do tell me. He was silently calculating many things in his mind to guess what her words would be next, but what she said next left him stunned. Alyssia continued as she spoke. A former pirate and warlord of the sea, sitting in a land as he opens up type of business that reflects his personality. A casino follows certain rules, probability, and bluffs, but can also be manipulated to the benefit of the owner, so long as it is done carefully. Surrounding that is nothing but sand that is suited to his abilities where he can thrive, and there is war going on, but the only thing you ever participate in is defeating troublemaking pirates in front of the public. You see, all that seems suspicious to me. So I thought to myself, such a person who has such ambition, would he simply be settling down to reap benefits from a simple casino and other gray or dark areas in secret, or would he have some other bigger plans in mind? Crocodile's smile began to turn into a frown as he looked towards her with a gaze that could kill. You can stop now. Alyssia continued even without his approval. If this man had a big plan in mind, perhaps it would be involved with the land where he had settled down. However, that is none of my business. Now for the main point. She then tilted her head and spoke in a taunting voice. If that person was truly smart enough, they should realize not to make more enemies before everything is certain to succeed, which could cause a problem to that plan. Here is another what if. What if you fail and lose your protection and have made an enemy you cannot defeat that has set their sights on you? Crocodile laughed mockingly as he spoke. Are you seriously saying that you could be considered a threat to me? You are just an inexperienced kid, but you sure have guts to threaten me like this. He was confident in his organization and the power he had, so he did not feel threatened by what she had mentioned. However, Alyssia continued to look unfazed as she filed her nails. The white storm may seem like a small fish in your eyes, and you may think you can act as you please, but remember this. The next moment she stopped filing her nails and swiped her finger towards Crocodile's face as it scratched his cheek and drew blood before he could react in time. I can kill you at any given time if I wish to. The only thing holding me back right now is the power protecting you, but it is not foolproof. You can always be replaced at any time, and you know it too. The only consequences I would have to bear would be replacing you. So tell me, do you really want to go to war over a small matter and develop further hatred? What if you make a true enemy of me and you fail in whatever you may have planned? Wouldn't you become an easy target for my revenge without your protection? Crocodile hurriedly put a cloth over his wound to stop the bleeding as he widened his eyes at Alyssia. Secretly, Alyssia placed her hand in her clothes and dropped the blood on her nail into a small vial as she thought. That is one problem solved. Alyssia maintained a calm smile as she spoke in a lighter tone. So how about we just stick to the original contract and not develop any further bad feelings between each other? After all, we must both have our own goals we wish to pursue and do not wish to waste our manpower in other places over such a small thing, right? If you happen to hold a grudge over this small matter and have thoughts of getting revenge in various ways, then do not bother, because that would only result in further conflicts between us. Crocodile looked towards her seriously for the first time and started calculating everything in his mind before finally speaking. I will arrange everything, but after that, I hope that you will not return to these lands after you have left. Alyssia nodded. Of course. As Crocodile reached out his hand to shake hers, Alyssia stopped herself from reaching for his hand and laughed at him. Like I said, do not take me for an idiot. This is your last chance. Crocodile had went along with her words and said he would settle everything, but in truth he had developed bad feelings towards her and decided to use his trump card. A single handshake from his was deadly, as all of the moisture in her body would be drained upon being touched by his palm, leaving her with a mummy appearance and weakness. To him, eliminating one more potential enemy that could grow even stronger over time was worth risking using that method if the difference in strength was quite big. However, Alyssia had remembered the ability he possessed, so she decided to give him one final stern warning. If he tried to use other methods, or tried to use the same methods of, and beside her, then she would have no choice but to release her restraints and beat him up. Crocodile looked at her for a little time and then took his hand as a cold sweat went down his forehead. I will solve it. As he left and looked at Alyssia in shock. Wow, he looks so scary, but in front of you, He seemed helpless. Alyssia shrugged helplessly. Do not underestimate him. Such a person is always looking for loopholes to exploit and weaknesses. He is just waiting for an absolutely certain opportunity to gain an advantage. If it was not for his position, then I may have beaten him into the dirt or worse. If there were people that were incompatible with her, then Crocodile was one of them. He was intelligent and ruthless in his calculations to let himself benefit in many ways and towards those he took as enemies. He would be especially cruel and resort to many underhanded tactics. His poison hook was just one example of his shady methods of combat, but there was also the fact that he was readily prepared to use many within the organization that he built and was ready to discard them after they had fulfilled their use. Unlike Crocodile, she took a much different approach towards the White Storm, and even several traders had been given another chance in some way. Even after they had been used as she intended, she still chose another option to make use of them and provide them a way to live over eliminating them for good. She patted Ann on the shoulder and spoke. Now you should prepare for the show and put on your best performance so that they cannot pick out any faults with you. She then winked as she continued. With me watching your back, you will be safe during the whole time here. While she was talking, she made a mental calculation and noted that a sample of a Logia devil fruit user had been successfully collected as a result of collecting Crocodile's blood. The sand devil fruit power was a powerful one with many uses, but also had a fatal weakness which she knew was water, but she chose to use Hockey to demonstrate the gap in their abilities and that she could harm him with ease, which meant killing him was easier. Part of the reason she attacked was due to irritation because of the difficult situation created that would affect Anne's career as a diva and the reputation of the White Storm once word got out what had happened within Alabasta, which would lead to others thinking that White Storm were easy to take advantage of. However, the main reason that she hid was that she maintained her calm and used that as an excuse to hide her motives for obtaining further research samples to fill up the missing category of the Logia types. Crocodile returned to his hideout where a beautiful and mature black-haired woman was busy managing many documents involving many types of different secrets of his business and organization. Miss All Sunday, what information do you have on the person within the casino that had accompanied the diva? And Miss All Sunday, or otherwise known as Nico Robin, lifted up her head and spoke calmly. There are few that match her appearance and rumored strength or abilities within the White Storm. If I had to say, then it should be the mixed martial arts champion of the Karate Island Championship. She then looked at the wound on Crocodile's cheek and continued. However, the strength shown during the competition was rumored or described to be much lower than what should be possible to allow her to wound you. She had used her abilities to silently monitor the meeting, since she had curiosity about who was brave enough to go against a warlord of the sea, but was shocked at how Alyssia defeated Crocodile in power, tactics, and exploitation of the rules within the contract. Alyssia had made Crocodile put away his arrogance and be on the defensive, which was a feat that not many could do so easily, and she had succeeded in getting her own way without suffering a single loss. This made Nico Robin very interested in Alyssia, but since Alyssia was not someone who showed herself in the world often, there was little information about her in the world besides some articles, affiliations, or the place that she has set up a base within. So, how do you plan to deal with this? Do you really wish to make some small business matters a personal matter over a small problem? I know your attitude and goals, but sometimes it is just best to give in to avoid making more enemies. Or at least now we can give in until we have the power to fight back once we have achieved our objective. Crocodile went silent as he was deep in thought. You are right, but you made one mistake. This is my territory. Even if I cannot beat her, there are always other ways to do so. A cold smile appeared on his face, and Nico Robin looked at him silently before continuing her work. The White Storm is a newly emerging force, but they are not truly part of any power, as they remain neutral and focused towards business. They avoid conflicts usually, but when their own are harmed, they can be very unforgiving. It may be wise to not provoke them further and keep our current business relationship with them without any personal matters being involved. Crocodile shrugged and left the room, leaving behind Nico Robin, who was buried in paperwork. As and put on her performance, Alyssia protected her smoothly, and afterward she had accepted the payment as stated in the contract along with an apology gift full of chips from the casino. Is this truly a gift? Or is it a temptation? Crocodile would not be so easily beaten, If he lost, then he would move on to the next method, so what had been given to her was most likely a trap. She patted Anne's shoulder as she dragged her towards the roulette table and started placing some safer bets with the chips given to her. As she had some more time to memorize and learn from the system during the performance and time spent waiting for her to meet the manager, she had gained a better understanding of many things within the casino. Her many senses and instincts were much greater than ordinary humans, and she possessed observation hockey, so she was able to notice the slightest differences as she slowly calculated what was most beneficial to bet on and how to earn the most profits without being suspicious. A problem had arisen as she started making larger amounts of chips and placing more on her bets. She noticed a strangeness with the person in charge of the roulette wheel and ball. She was winning a suspicious amount of times, and many people around her were cheering her on as they kept inflating her ego a little at a time. She became more daring with her bets and won big each time, as if everything was on her side, but everything was just a manipulation. A man who had been losing a lot but had a large amount of chips left which far exceeded her own, which showed that he was far richer than what Alyssia possessed, sat nearby her and revealed frustration and resentment towards Alyssia. As the chips were beginning to deplete from him after many losses, and as Alyssia was experiencing a large amount of wins, the flow of the game started to change, as the manipulation was mixed within ordinary games, as Alyssia lost a couple more small amounts as she had detected the change. It is time. She noticed that everything was coming to a climax, as there was a change in intentions from the crowd around her which were encouraging her to keep going and praising her when she won. She calmly stood up and started collecting her large pile of chips to head towards another table as the man scolded. "Aren't you sticking around? Are you chicken? I've been here suffering losses, and here you are being so lucky each time. A couple of losses, and you do not even have the guts to stick around. How about this? If you do not have the guts to continue, then how about a private bet? Red or black? Odd or even? Pick one, and I will choose the other. We can both bet everything on one final game. I will even be generous and allow you to get more chips to match the difference between us. How about it? Hey, sir, can you allow this personal game between the two of us? I really want to beat this kid today. Of course, if that is what both of you wish, then we can play that way. Wow, how exciting. Hey, do not let us down, girlie. He is so arrogant with all of his berries as he is throwing it around. Beat him for us." Many of the crowd were friendly towards Alyssia as they continued to cheer her on and scold the man who had initiated the challenge, as if they wished for her to step up and defeat him. Alyssia had finished collecting her chips, and she responded, "No thanks, I am done here." She then continued towards the poker area, leaving behind many dumbfounded people and an angered man who had been expecting to win by manipulation and be praised by the boss. The whole event was staged to increase Alyssia's arrogance and to be manipulated into a high-stakes bet which far exceeded the amount she had on her, which would mean that she would have to use a large amount of the berries that she carried with her and had won previously. Crocodile had used his people within the casino to stage the whole thing to get one final win over Alyssia, but as she was led towards the edge of the cliff, she was aware of it the whole time, then backed off at the last moment. She continued to play poker as she was learning to count cards and properly bluff or read others. However, there were also some other people who used other tricks like using their own cards to cheat. Those methods were easier to point out, so she created a large enough commotion when those methods could be identified and be proven to the crowd before being punished. When she had made enough chips, she continued onto the blackjack table and other places until she finally cashed in her chips. "Ha ha ha, you jerk crocodile. You are lucky that I am being merciful and only taking this much otherwise." The image of her draining all of the berries within the casino was tempting, but there were always limits to people's patience and how much they could lose out before taking action against her. So she stopped before it got out of hand and used the event to teach him a lesson not to mess with her. Most casinos can ban people who are suspected of cheating or win far too much to be seen as suspicious, so she did not wish to be escorted out like that just because of her greed and to spite Crocodile, and looked at the berries as they were deposited into Alyssia's clothes and laughed. There is never a dull moment when you are around. Alyssia shrugged as she escorted her out of the casino. Now is not the time to be so happy about our achievements. The game is not over after all. The plot of Crocodile had ended in defeat for him, but it did not end there. Human greed and ignorance was something that could be used, and a large amount of berries was the perfect lure for such people. Even if Alyssia had won the silent war, she still had to deal with what came afterwards, and Crocodile did not even have to make a move himself. Alyssia quickly put herself lower so that and could get onto her back. "Hurry up and get on. Hold tight, and we will get out of this place quickly," she allowed, and to get on her back as she gave her a piggyback and continued on into a deserted alleyway. Hurried footsteps started coming towards her location, and then people appeared in the alleyway. "Huh? Where? Did she disappear already? We just had eyes on her." Impossible. Alyssia had casually used her parkour abilities to scale the wall and make her escape as she started jumping roof to roof at a fast speed as she gained a large distance from her pursuers. She and continued like that as she left the area and continued towards the ship that was docked and waiting for them. Before anyone could detect her ship and find her, Alyssia had already set sail and escaped with Anne. Not too long after they both escaped a troublesome situation and were returning to each of their places of work, an event took place as a certain person had become noticed by the world. Luffy and his crew had defeated the Arlong pirates, which earned him his first bounty. On the ship where she was on her way back, Alyssia was informed of the news once the news coup had dropped the newspaper along with the new bounty posters. Monkey D. Luffy, 30 million berry bounty after defeating the Arlong pirates and other known crews within the East Blue. For now, it is good to know his current location from his bounty and the events of the story. Now I just have to wait for the next bounty so that I can make my move. The most important starting point of her plans for exploiting various things in the timeline was when Luffy achieved a 100 million berry bounty. So although she was not sure about how long it would take for Luffy to enter the Grand Line and achieve his next bounty, when it was released to the world was when she was able to know when to leave Baltimore once again. Within the laboratory, Alyssia was continuing her research and kept increasing the mastery over each of her skills related to them along with many others. The gardens were showing signs of flourishing, allowing the growth of weather balls and other types along with pop greens. Among her main project related to artificial creatures, their growth rate had been multiplied by 4, so 1 month would allow them to grow for 4 months' time, while 3 months would be a year, and so on. Within each cultivation chamber, the life forms each had spent enough time to develop from the fetus stage and start entering the infant stages, while some had already started developing into their initial growth stage. One was a serpent-shaped white body with unique markings which had passed the fetus stage after 2 months had passed at the most, which was around half a month in real time. From a newborn, it would then double or triple in size after 6 months had passed, and then would continue its rapid growth, which would then slightly slow down a little during the 12 and 24-month periods, then beyond that it would continue to do the same. Since the snake had been born with unique traits and a special bloodline, its growth was rapid within the cultivation chambers, and it had already become very large within a short period of time. Another one was growing at a slightly slower pace than the snake, but was becoming much too large to be contained if its growth was to continue as it had been. The creature had a similar shape of body to a king bull, but it had a wider back, better and stronger body parts suited for swimming, and a more serpent-like body, as it had a long tail and neck with a scary-looking head which looked like it resembled some kind of dinosaur. Perhaps because of its bloodline and traits that it had within it, its growth potential would outgrow the cultivation chamber early as it passed the fetus stage and entered the growth stage, where it would experience an even more big change in size. Finally was the cultivation chamber belonging to the third life forms, which was a hare creature that resembled a monkey, which most tend to spend between 150 to 250 days in the fetus stage before entering the various growth stages, which could be anything from around 5 months to around 8 months. Since the additional cultivation chambers, which were based off the monkey life form, they all had a similar growth speed, so they were still in their fetus stage, while the snake and other bigger creature were each either entering their initial growth stages or were approaching a size where if they continued to grow, then they would break out of the chamber unless a new one was built for it in a larger place. Alyssia continued to keep records about their development as each creature slept within, but she found that the cloning technology that was used to nurture the clones was best used when used with animals with lower fetus and infant stages than others, especially humans, because the animals could be produced artificially and be modified to be loyal to their creator from birth, unlike the clones who would still have to undergo the 9-month fetus stage before entering the various growth stages. Afterwards, just to get a group of 16-year-old clones, it would take a whole 4 years to make that happen, along with the resources needed to keep the cultivation chambers running for that long, while that would be reduced when factoring in different animals and their growth stages. Within the laboratory, Alyssia was watching over Xena and Yao as they were making some noises, but what she was most focused on was the small robot dog on the ground by her. Okay, that is all for today. Make sure to store all of that within your memory and learn it well. The female robotic voice responded. Yes, master. Alyssia had continued to nurture K1 by reading many books and getting it to learn from them, but the most useful source of information, and generally the most correct and accurate knowledge after it had been collected and sorted, would be from the system. She had continued to spend time together with K1, and when she closed her eyes and was resting, she would read out from the beginner stages of each of the skills, and as K1 was learning them well enough, she would move on to the next stage. Since K1 was a robot with human emotions and was essentially living after being made with automata and a combination of other science and technology, it was recognized as an artificial intelligence, or AI. Its learning capabilities were far above the average human, as it was able to quickly memorize and master various types of skills that she had passed on to it. After Alyssia had finished teaching it, K1's red lights that lit up in its eye parts had dimmed slightly as it entered its hibernation or rest mode as it began processing the information that it had been taught. K1 was being brought up by Alyssia as the final trump card for safeguarding the final hopes of civilization if she should ever die one day and the world had regressed in various ways. If she died or many civilizations had perished in various ways, K1 would hopefully remain and carry out its duty to pass on the lost knowledge to the next generation who really needed it. It did not stop there, as K1 was able to learn many things about different lands and weather or navigation knowledge, which allowed it to survive and provide assistance in many dangerous places. She had also fitted K1 with an electric power converter, which would help it survive on its own should it ever really be left on its own one day. If it was low on power, then it could go into a standby or sleep mode until it was later discovered by humans, and luck would strike as K1 encountered some form of electricity or thunderstrike to power it up again, but that was in the worst-case scenario, since Alyssia had begun modifying it to increase its detection abilities for weather patterns. K1 would easily be able to detect nearby thunderclouds and fly into them to power itself, so it could always save enough power to continue tracking and allow the flight into the clouds before its power ran out in the worst-case scenario. Alyssia hoped that K1 would be passed on her descendants or the mink tribe, so those worst-case scenarios should not happen. She walked towards the cultivation chamber of the white serpent and placed her hand on the glass as she gazed at it calmly as it slept. It will not be all that much longer until I will have to get 2 of you out of there. Then maybe I can begin thinking of other types of creatures to create. Perhaps a messenger type of flying creature, a bug creature, one used for their milk or livestock, or perhaps something better for the environment that can help with the growth of plants. Super messenger bat or bird. Nope, maybe I could further explore artificial plant life and those ecosystems like Boyne archipelagos. Perhaps, but I do not wish for an environment like that where the plants and creatures are overpopulated with few signs of human life. Super milk cows or goats. Maybe since it would not hurt to have a way to have the best possible sources of food and drink without needing to fish and hunt. Self-sufficiency is super important, and I cannot keep burning through berries for ingredients or hunting various creatures until extinction just to feed myself and others. Okay, good. That should be the next plan, while perhaps looking into types of bugs that would be good for the growth of plant life. Her future plans were much bigger than taking over an island and becoming a queen of that country. So with her current projects as they were progressing, she was developing them towards a certain goal which would help towards future events when the first war would break out, along with the future events that would turn the world upside down as it descended into chaos. Many other countries were suffering from overgrowth of plant life or the animal population compared to humans. Others were from starvation or a lack of water, while others suffered from a variety of different problems which made them suffer. But her homeland was fine to live on for a long time, and the minks did not suffer all that many problems because of the decent living environment, but that may not last forever, as the minks may lose their home as Zenesha heads off to Wano and is involved in the future conflicts in some way. It was difficult to predict if Zenesha would continue to remain alive or not, and if he had other loyalties towards Joy Boy, so she did not wish to place her race's or descendants' futures on a what-if. She needed something more concrete. So she had been working on several different ideas which would possibly allow the minx a way to survive and flourish, or at least her own people and clan along with those who continued to follow her. Within the cultivation chamber, the long and thin white snake had begun to grow at a rapid pace, allowing it to shed its skin man times as it improved its body shape and patterns started forming on its scales. A single horn had started to grow on top of the snout, and large red spots were beginning to show as they ran down its body, while the underside of its body was a pale pink, with thin horizontal black lines across it. Its face shape was like that of a mix of the weapon snakes and the thousand-year dragon named Ryu from Warship Island, and it had some gray hair, which jutted out from the back of its head and continued around the small part of the neck behind the head, which made it look slightly similar to a lion's mane. The snake had some similarities to Salome, the weapon snake belonging to Boa Hancock, but its overall growth showed that it would continue to grow much longer and slightly thicker than Salome over time, and would even surpass many other snakes in length if it continued its current rate of growth. Perhaps due to the influence of draconic bloodline or another snake species like a horned snake bloodline, it had grown a horn and had taken most of the advantages of many other species along with the tough scales and other racial advantages. Slowly other things were beginning to fall into place, whether it be the completion of the metal ships, the changes to her own ship, her various projects, and the new or old additions to the crew as they continued to improve as time passed, and the flow of the world kept moving forwards. Finally, a newspaper arrived welcoming a new day in which would present another challenge and opportunities which Alyssia had been preparing for. In front of her was a bounty poster of Monkey D. Luffy, who had his bounty raised to 100 million berries as she mumbled to herself. If he has seen this, then he should be on his way soon enough. She started packing a large backpack and filled it with all sorts of food, useful items, and technology to help with her journey. I have more than enough points saved up to handle any other needs so I am totally prepared. A little while later, she was then sent flying through the sky once again as she lazily rested within the big air bubbles that protected her as she flew towards the next destination, but unlike her usual clothing, she was dressed mostly in clothes that disguised her body's shape and appearance. Using life return and paper art, she was able to make it so that her tail was less noticeable as it curled unnaturally around her waist area and a part of it, and her ears had been controlled to not be pointed up so much. She even wore her face mask that had covered the lower half of her face, so she was difficult to identify by most people that may know her even a little from any news article or have some slight interest in her from her past events. After Alyssia had escaped from Alabasta unharmed, Crocodile put her to the back of his mind as he continued to focus on his current plan, and he soon found himself very busy. He was much too busy to worry about matters of the White Storm, especially with the ongoing problems involving Princess Vivi and the Straw Hat Pirates that would later cause him many problems. After Luffy and his crew had defeated the Arlong Pirates, they continued onward through the East Blue and had many adventures through Logue Town, Clockwork Island, Warship Island before entering the Grand Line through Reverse Mountain. They arrived in the Grand Line, met Laboon, entered Whiskey Peak, and encountered Princess Vivi, which lead them to their next destinations that finally lead to Alabasta, whether it be Little Garden and Drum Island. After escaping the Marines with the help on Bon Clay, they experienced many adventures, whether it be part of the Goat Island Arc, Dead End Adventure, the Cursed Holy Sword, and Relaka Island Arc before finally arriving at Jaya Island after failing to locate the next island which was in the sky above. The many adventures that they went on after receiving an upgrade to Luffy's bounty let Alyssia have more than enough time to pack her things and be thoroughly prepared before she was sent towards Jaya Island, where she waited for their arrival, while remaining out of the conflict zones where Bellamy and other pirate groups were constantly causing trouble. She occasionally came into the city for some fresh ingredients, but remained in disguise as her tail wrapped around her lower body. However, eventually the atmosphere began to change a little as the Blackbeard pirates entered Jaya Island. Q fed people explosive apples. Jesus Burgess kept boasting about his strength in public, and many other situations kept happening which made Alyssia aware of their presence, and that the time would soon come for Luffy and his crew to arrive along with a new crew member Nico Robin. From far away, she located the Going Merry as it entered the docks of the island, and she saw as Luffy and Blackbeard each entered a building as they started arguing over which pie was the best. Outside of the building, Alyssia walked by and closed her eyes as she purchased the skill belonging to Blackbeard, which was the knowledge that he would later use to his advantage, as he created a devil fruit stealing crew that goes around killing and stealing the devil fruit's abilities from the dead bodies. The knowledge involved also contained a lot about various devil fruits that are rare or are ranked as the strongest along with some of their abilities and uses, so Alyssia was pleased with her purchase as she left to go closer to Old Man Cricket's home after she collected as much as she could from the Bokebeard pirates, whether it be Burgess's martial arts, which cost her nothing due to her skill level being at expert mastery, or some of Doc Q's medical knowledge, which drained her points a bit. She also collected some skills from the Straw Hat Pirates and the other crews around to improve upon the skills that she had if there was a chance that anything was missing. The most useful purchase that she had made from Burgess was the unique martial arts which created shockwaves with his body, like his shockwave elbow and galleon lariat, which she planned to use to further improve upon the various unique skills and martial arts that she had. No matter how annoying Burgess may seem to her, she would not underestimate him, since although he lost a Sabo, he was able to take hits from Whitebeard's and Sengoku's devil fruit abilities during the war without suffering much damage. If she caught his eye, then it would be unknown if she could defeat him yet, and his crew members were all around him, which made it all the more dangerous when she did not yet wish to appear in their or others' eyes. As she escaped out of everyone's detection range and settled down without causing any problems, she then thought to herself, "That guy Burgess so likes going around and boasting a lot. Champion this. Champion that, just wait. That precious champion's belt. I will take it from you." As Luffy met up with Cricket and the brothers, his ship was undergoing changes, so Alyssia waited for her chance when the crew were looking for the bird that they needed as she approached the ship when the other as were distracted or elsewhere. This should do. Alyssia took a crowbar from her backpack and loosened the wood planks on the deck flooring as she opened up a big enough hole to climb into the ship area underneath the main deck before putting them back in place as if they had not been moved. She lay back and started to study the new knowledge and skills that she had gained with her eyes closed with the assistance of the system. Soon she found many similarities between some of the movements with 8 Impact Fist, Elbaf Spear, Fishman Karate, Jesus Burgess's Shockwave Style, and others like Tempest Kick, Finger Pistol, and the 7th power named 6 King Gun, which made it much easier to create an ultimate move from each of them upon being combined together and used with her lower body martial arts. Even when she found that her martial arts was halting and showing no improvements, a new opportunity appeared which let her spot where she still had some flaws and could improve. Perhaps it was because she had yet to run into or challenge many high-level end bosses that she had been stuck as she was. Compared to the mid-level or slightly high-level people that she had met, there were always those that were at the top and had their own ways to get their be it refined martial arts, special techniques, or special knowledge to help them improve quickly. Just because she had many skills and unique ones, she had become a little complacent with what she had mostly gained from those with a much lower rank or bounty than commanders, admirals, or the 4 emperors. While she was lost in thought, she thought to herself, "Then I need to find a chance to get close to not just the Blackbeard pirates, but perhaps also the admirals and others who are already at the very top." Even the 7 powers were at a very high mastery which she had collected from Water 7, but that did not mean each of them were perfect enough too. Although Rob Lucci was their best genius in the many styles, there was always one person within CP0 who had greater abilities and focused towards 1 or 2 specializations. Since she had already paid for the skills, it would not cost her to gain them from those she may have encountered. Huzu is just another example of that, as he had developed his own style of combat, which created biting wind blades and other attacks with his Zoan Devil Fruit transformation, which were inspired by the wind-based attacks of Tempest Kick and Finger Pistol. The more she increased her stats and the more that she grew up, the more she could see herself being able to further grasp some of the more difficult movements and create more destructive kicks, but she was still some distance away from reaching the likes of the level of an emperor, admiral, or the power equivalent to a strong giant or ancient giant. However, as she increased the intensity of her training and increased the weights she carried or worked out with, she found her strength reaching new superhuman heights. She kept studying her skills while getting some rest until there was finally some movement on the Going Merry as it set out to sea before being shot up into the sky. Alyssia did her best to hold on to something and not make any noise as she lessened her presence as much as possible, since Nico Robin was around and capable of detecting her with her devil fruit ability. While she was kept busy by studying and bored, she occasionally purchased some low-ranking skills from around herself, like the Poneglyph skill of Nico Robin, Chopper's doctor skills, and improved upon her own with the free information from her high-level skills like her cooking, navigation, and bow techniques, as she gained much from each of the Straw Hats. A little later, the sounds of fighting started and quickly ended as the Going Merry made its way into Sky Island. As the Straw Hats set foot on the island, they later lost their ship as it was pulled away along with Alyssia inside of it, as it was placed on a sacrificial altar as the battle between the Straw Hats and Enel began. Once she found that nobody was around the ship, she climbed out from under the deco after pushing up the wooden floorboard before putting them back in place. Alyssia moved quickly as she concealed her presence and slipped away from the island as she appeared in many places that were occupied with living people. As the battle was going on, Enel was enacting his plan to attack each of the Cloud Islands and knock them from the sky, as he did to his homeland and other sky islands. Alyssia continued to wander around as she placed down many metal devices as she buried them within the clouds before covering them up again. She visited many stores and started purchasing as many dials as she could before they would be destroyed by Enel along with the island. The moment that Enel began his attack that hit the first parts of the Cloud Islands, a large amount of thunder descended and caused heavy damage to the first layer of clouds that it hit, but as it burrowed deeper and continued to do so, many metal devices began absorbing the surrounding thunder from the surroundings. The amount of thunder-based storage and collecting equipment that she had prepared and brought along with her was more than enough to keep the island intact while collecting a massive amount of thunder. To the escaping sky people that were fleeing to a safer location, it looked like the island was swallowed up by the massive thunder attack from above, but in fact, while it did do a large amount of damage to the first layer, and everything above, everything below had been saved. Since they did not know that their homeland had been saved by a mysterious visitor, they could only continue their escape. Alyssia continued to wander around collecting blood samples from the battlefield belonging to Birkins, Shandorans, and Scipions during the time that Enel had been kept busy with Luffy. She had also made an effort in rescuing many of the remaining living dial scientists that had worked on the Arc Maxim while doing her best to conceal her presence and remain unnoticed by Enel. The major finale was approaching as the jumping jack was damaged and began to fall as Luffy used his golden ball to gather the thunder within the clouds above to save everyone, and then sent a final attack upon Enel, which had resulted in the ringing of the golden bell of Shandora. As everyone was being careless after Enel's defeat, which led to his escape, Alyssia took the opportunity to slip onto the Arc Maxim, where Enel was preparing for his escape after she had collected many of the devices she had left behind. In a split second that she appeared within his range of view or detection, and because of his beaten-up and weakened state, Alyssia was able to quickly get close to him and put a pair of cuffs on Enel before he could put up any resistance. Alyssia quickly knocked Enel unconscious before going over her gains. Thunder Devil Fruit check. Thunder-based skill from his experience with his powers. Check. A large amount of thunder energy. Check. Samples of 2 Logia Devil Fruit users. Check. Arc Maxim. Check. Other related knowledge to the moon and other civilizations. Check. Saving the life of Dr. Tsukimi. Check. She looked down at Enel as she coldly smiled. I am sorry, but you will not be causing trouble on the moon, and I am afraid that you will be needed to be thoroughly tested in many ways, whether it be obtaining your knowledge or your powers. Alyssia had become somewhat friendly with Dr. Tsukimi, and during Enel's adventure to the moon, his actions had inadvertently led to Dr. Tsukimi's death. Enel was already a mass murderer who believed himself to be a god, so his crimes were already heavy enough from what he had done, so he was due a proper punishment. Even if Luffy had defeated him, he was still given the chance to run away afterwards and cause more trouble one way or another, so Alyssia could not let him go, but she could also not kill him yet because of the valuable knowledge and skills that he possesses. She restrained him within the Arc Maxim, and she started to drive the Arc Maxim to fly somewhere close by where it would not be noticed, as she then made her way to the location of the scientists that she saved. Listen up, everyone. You all have a new chance at life right now thanks to either the people who defeated Enel, or because of me saving you in time, So I hope that you can either show your gratefulness in some way or join me in the blue seas below Sky Island in my science group named Creation Union. She then continued, I also have someone with high dial technology talent that could use some guidance, so if you join, I may require your assistance in teaching him more advanced knowledge or assisting with different projects. If you wish to remain, then perhaps you could write down some research notes and theories for me to take along with me from anything you may think would be useful or anything to do with the Arc Maxim project. If you have family here or do not wish to leave, then I will not force you. I will give you a little time to decide. She continued to gather any additional knowledge that she could from them that would match up with her current skill level of dial technology as she waited for their answers. I am sorry, but I will stay here. Me too. I lost my family a long time ago and have been forced into slavery to complete that thing while others just watched indifferently or looked away, so I do not have much attachment to this place any longer. I will come too. Thank you for saving my life, but I do not think I can join you or give you my research. It is all I have left, and I do not wish to easily give it away. TSK, you have your life now, old geezer. Stop being rude to our savior. I will write down what I can. Me too. I will join, but I need some time to find my family. I want to bring them with me if they are still alive. Me too. I wish to remain here and help rebuild Skypea. Sorry. Alyssia smiled towards them as she thought. To be honest, I could easily absorb all of their knowledge and skills if given enough time here, as I have enough points to purchase the Arc Maxim Project unique skill, but it seems that I need to prepare many things and watch how I move around in the future. She then turned around and spoke. Go find your families, say your goodbyes, pack your things, or write what you may know so that you can pass it on to others, then meet back here in 3 days. After that, we will leave together. They all nodded as they expressed their understanding before turning around to head towards the Sky Islands to complete what they were. As she was heading back to the Arc Maxim, Alyssia thought to herself, if Mad Monk Urge knows that I have Enel or that I have killed him, I wonder if he will be happy about it. Mad Monk Urge seemed to be from Burka and a survivor of Enel's destruction and massacre there, so he must have a large grudge against him and wish for revenge. Since Alyssia had captured Enel and would execute him in the future, she could potentially use that to stay on friendly or neutral terms with Urge, who would become a member of the worst generation to avoid any future conflicts. A couple of days passed, and the Arc Maxim took off along with around 6 other scientists that would join the Creation Union as members of the Dial Technology Department. Enel, the Thunder God, had become weakened and restrained as he could not escape from the scary thunder beast human female that looked at him with strange and scary eyes. Alyssia knew that staying within Baltimore was not a long-term plan, so she had to think of many ways to move everything to a new location or finish up with her current experiments, so she had hurried back with the new Dial Science Division to get back to work. She quickly told the new scientists to keep their mouths shut about the Arc Maxim and stopped over Baltimore on an abandoned and desolate Sky Island before carrying each of them down to Baltimore. She then moved the Arc Maxim to a more secluded location and set up many traps while hiding it enough within one of the Sky Islands. Upon arriving back in Baltimore, she carried a golden staff and Enel as she landed back on the ground and entered the laboratory when it became dark. Enel was restrained, given sedatives, and was weakened by C-prism cuffs, so he could not put up any resistance to her. She locked him up within her research room and went back to her research the next day with the assistance of Tristan. Whenever she had enough points, she would purchase upgrades as she bought the Thunder Base skill from Enel to better learn how to manipulate her Electro, but also use her larger amount of Electro to create powerful attacks. With the incoming troubles to Water 7, many within White Storm were moved elsewhere to avoid being caught up in the conflicts in the future, and Monera was asked to visit Fishman Island to get a hold of some of their underwater technology, along with recruiting some skilled and trustworthy martial artists from the Fishman Karate Dojo, along with some skilled workers who were familiar with the various sea technology and their uses. While the Straw Hat Pirates were making their way towards Water 7, Alyssia was increasing the training she was undergoing while improving her electro control and mastery over her various martial arts techniques. Slowly, she was breaking through each of her limits and improving her stats while the rest of her crew were improving in their own way. One night, while she returned to the laboratory after a long and harsh training routine, she started to prepare food for herself, But she soon found that her special ingredients were running low, so she made use of the timing of the changes within two of the cultivation chambers, as the growth of one of the artificial life forms would soon be reaching the limitations of the chamber itself, while the snake was slightly more comfortable, as it was very long, but had a thin body, allowing it to curl up and not be affected by the limitation of the growth within the chamber. However, Alyssia decided to take them both out, as they had reached a satisfactory level of growth. The cultivation chambers were both drained of the fluids late at night and opened up as each creature opened their eyes slowly. One was the snake and Millennium Dragon mixture that had many similarities to Boa Hancock's snake weapon named Salome, but as Alyssia had created it, it possessed great abilities far beyond an ordinary weapon snake. It had the potential to grow as big and tough as the snake god of Shandora and the snake on Sky Island. It knew how to use its long body like a snake weapon. It had much stronger scales on its body and had a much more powerful bite and body strength than most other snakes, since it had been influenced by not just the Millennium Dragon but also the Red World Serpent. However, Alyssia did not stop there, as she did not wish for the snake to just end there in potential or abilities, as she had built in the ability to produce an egg upon its death, should it die of old age or from a serious injury. It was a very strong swimmer while capable of land combat. It also possessed strong tracking and navigation senses and a very strong poisonous bite, which made its future potential even stronger as a pet. The current length of the snake was a little shorter than Salome, but compared to its future potential growth that it would experience, Alyssia expected it to surpass it very soon, even without the help of the cultivation chamber. Alyssia approached the newly born snake and placed her hand near it slowly as it slowly got closer to her. "Good girl. You recognize your master right away upon waking up." The white serpent flicked its tongue near her hand, which tickled her a little before approaching and curling its body around Alyssia as it kept flicking its tongue on different parts of her body, and its triangular eyes kept inspecting her body as it slowly began to show a fawning look. "Hiss!" Alyssia burst out laughing as she was slightly ticklish, and then spoke. "Aha, all right. That is enough. Good girl, so obedient. What should I name you, my new companion? How about Ghost?" The white serpent tilted its head, as if it did not yet fully understand her, since it had little time to learn anything or understand its master. "Hiss!" Alyssia looked at its clueless look and chuckled. "Ah, good, then just accept the name. It is something the Marines tried to put on me as a title or nickname when my bounty was released, so I will pass it on to you now. The main problem is that this island may not be too suitable for you, so we may not be able to remain here for long. I think we should prepare to leave soon, and I will prepare you some things to keep you warm. Now, let's go see your sister. Well, kind of." A large creature that was much bigger than herself with a large neck and tail appeared before her eyes. It had a slightly wide and long rough back that was suitable for standing on or carry or pulling. It also had body parts that were most suitable to swimming and capable of moving at a steady pace within the sea, even with a much larger body and with a heavy load on its back. Its head was the shape of a typical dinosaur with powerful jaws, as it had inherited many traits from creatures on Greenbit. But one of the main things that was most notable was the small layer of dirt of mud that produced on its back, which had started to harden a little upon being released from its body. It was purely an aquatic creature, but could live above the water or spend some time out of the water, and it had very tough and durable skin along with strong bones and high strength, making it a strong swimmer, an excellent sea beast which had the potential to become a future island once it grew big enough. Its body was the color of a swamp green, which made it difficult to spot at first within the sea. Alyssia's overall inspiration for the creature came from her previous life, from different types of mythical creatures or Pokemon inspirations like the Loch Ness Monster and the Pokemon Lugia, but slightly fiercer looking and more suited towards the sea rather than land or the sky. She slowly approached it and reached out her hand, but the big creature seemed to be slightly more laid back than her excitable snake, but she did not mind. "Nice to meet you, Ness. Sorry about the environment, but just bear it for now, and I will get you out of here soon. Then we can go hunting for some food for you guys and get you used to your current bodies and strengths." Ness had been made to become a mount for her within the water, but as it grew bigger, it would then carry so much more, be it a ship, a village, or even a town or a city, since it was made to grow into an island-sized beast, or at least one big enough to still be able to travel the Grand Line, and other seas like Zanesha had been. Unlike Ghost, who possessed a long lifespan, but upon dying she would leave behind an egg, Ness had very strong vitality and an unknown lifespan, so it would live on for possibly an infinite time, so long as it was not killed one day. One was a project to create a moving artificial island that could defend itself from predators or other attacks, and the other was to create a powerful pet that had excellent navigation and tracking abilities along with many other unique traits or strengths. While one would be the transportation, the other would be the one sitting on its back and helping lead the way in most cases. Alyssia continued to gain familiarity with both of them as she slowly introduced them both to Xena and Yao. "These are my kids. Remember this, you too. You must protect these treasures with your lives and make sure they never suffer any harm. I will introduce the others to you all later, but for now you can gain some familiarity with them both before meeting the others. You must learn who to protect and not to attack first before anything, then we can establish some signs to let you know what or when you could do certain things like attack or be allowed to do something that you are unsure about." She looked at the two artificial life forms in front of herself and sighed. "All right, wait until night comes, and then I will sneak you both out when nobody is looking. Make some noise if you think you understand what I mean." Ghost excitedly curled her body and flickered her tongue hiss. Ness looked down at Alyssia and slowly let out a noise in response. "Growl." Alyssia then massaged the space between her brows as she responded. "I think that you have responded to my words, and you understand so good. Although it is highly unlikely you would since you were fresh from your chamber. Oh well, an interpreter would be handy about now. I think I must have gone mad at some point. Here I am talking to two newly born animals, sigh." Ghost added, "Hiss, hiss." Ness added, "Growl." Xena added, "Ah." Yao added, "Goo." Alyssia sighed. "Okay, two newborn animals and two newborn babies of mine. Come here, you little devils." Small giggles followed as she played with the two babies as the two beasts looked on curiously. While Alyssia was busy taking care of her two children, training the two new sea creatures and taking them out to sea, the ship was nearing completion after many shipbuilders put most of their time and effort into it. As it was reaching completion, many things were starting to be moved over and installed around the ship or within the research room below the deck. So many things were being disassembled from the laboratory within Baltimore. Alyssia and Alfred were discussing plans for a place to set up a new temporary laboratory so they could move most of the other projects and equipment along with their science team away from Baltimore. Although the laboratory would remain as it was, and the main business deal with those who remained was still valid, most that followed Alyssia would be involved in the more important projects and research, while those that remained would be mainly working as they had been before. However, those that remained had to keep up with the overall production of goods to provide funds for their research and for the improvement of Baltimore, while those that followed would follow Alyssia and remain a permanent member of the Creation Union. Dr. Tsukimi was given the right to handle and monitor the activities within the laboratory after she had left, since most of the main founders were following along with her, including Ein. Since Dr. Tsukimi had a couple more years left and was still enthusiastic enough to help, she did not deny him as he took up that role, and since Enel was no longer a problem, there should not be an accident leading to an early death for him unless he was just plain unlucky. After some negotiations, Alfred was able to purchase a previously abandoned castle, which could easily be converted into a new and temporary laboratory once everything was moved. The island itself had a low population of humans and human civilization, as the humans, plants, and beasts seemed to have rebuilt on the ruins of an old country, but many tougher structures remained intact. While the stone castle was the perfect place to keep secrets hidden within, had big walls around it, and had an underground space beneath it, there was danger for those that purchased it because of the state of the island. The previous owners were tired of keeping up the stronghold and wasting resources fighting the many tribes and beasts on the island, so they had sold their deed on the black market upon escaping the island. Since they had left it, it was the new owner's responsibility to take it back from those that occupied it and defend it. There were also other tribes, families, or a much larger community on the island that occupied a small town or city-sized stronghold or a lone castle or building of their own, but when the humans were not united against other threats, they would start wars with each other, so everyone had their work cut out for them. Then there was the problem with pirates that visited and those that settled there who forcefully took land or stronghold from others by force and turned part of the island into a lawless zone as they caused trouble to the original residents of the island. While preparing for everything to be moved, Alyssia made the trip there first along with Ness and Ghost. The rest of the crew were tasked with a special mission that had great importance to Alyssia and her research, but also the expansion of her mercenary group. Somewhere within the Grand Line, the Straw Hat Pirates met a pirate group named the Foxy Pirates that had many types of different races and abilities. The Foxy Pirates had constantly been splitting up many pirate, exploration, merchant, or even marine crews as they started the Davy Back fight, and the crew had a bounty of at least 24 million berries. After being defeated, many had defected from the crew and won their own way as a couple of them still remained by Foxy's side. Among the groggy monsters of the crew, Big Pan and Groggy were both scouted and samples had been taken from them, which helped Alyssia gain samples from those with half a giant bloodline and a man of a large build suited for tackling. Many types of human tribes, fishmen, animal people, and some devil fruit users among them were successfully recruited, and some samples had been acquired, whether it be a small drop of blood or a piece of hair. Alyssia continued her journey on the back of Ness along with Ghost, who kept close to her and let herself be used as a seat, pillow, or bed to help Alyssia relax a little. In front of her was the view of many types of stone fortresses, buildings, and castles, but most of the architecture was slightly worn down and damaged. Trees and vines grew all around the stone buildings and walls in front of her, as if they had been returned to nature, but she did not look the least bit displeased or disappointed upon viewing the sight before her, since it was quite secluded even if it was quite a rough area. The heat was not as bad as Alabasta, but she could tell that the overall layout and weather conditions would be just enough to make a mink uncomfortable because of their weakness to strong heat. However, Alyssia did not mind it, as she wished to build up her resistance in a hot environment. As she stepped onto the island, she stepped onto the shallow water around island and spoke. "Ness, you can go play or keep yourself busy underwater, but come back if Ghost comes to find you." Ness may be an excellent mount for her, but she was better on the sea rather than land, and Ghost was an excellent tracker, so there were no problems with Ness suddenly going too far away and getting lost or trying to escape, since she had made them both obedient, and Ghost could find Ness and lead her back to Alyssia after picking up on their scent or trail. Rika Island, that was not too far away from the end of the first half of the Grand Line, and was in the perfect place for Alyssia to set up a temporary place to stay. The whole island, except some certain places that were cleared out, were covered in forestation and the old walls. Buildings and tombs were sunken partly into the ground after many centuries of changes with the ground and dirt levels shifting. Even trees and weeds had grown within many of the buildings and covered the walls. Each of the remaining structures were either being used by the current residents of the island, left abandoned, had fallen apart due to various reasons, or were built upon by the current people occupying them. The strong stone walls were able to keep those within safe from attacks from other humans or beasts that live within the lands, and most tribes or larger groups were quite separated from each other unless they belonged to the main capital of Rika Island. But even the people from the capital live secluded lives, as they usually wish to avoid conflicts with outsiders. Another name for the island would be the Sunken Land, which Alyssia witnessed as she stopped onto the land and made her way through the forest. In some places, parts of stone buildings or monuments were sticking slightly out of the ground within the forest area, and she continued onwards as she kept meeting many different types of beasts. Go Ghost! In a short time, Ghost had adapted to the use of its body and its fighting instincts, so upon encountering many different types along the way, she had remained quick and flexible as she avoided being harmed, encountered by constricting or biting her prey to death as the poison took effect. Her long and thin body allowed for her to avoid being hit, but even if she would not suffer damage from the beast because she had a powerful skeletal structure, muscles, and scales that made her superior to even the god beast of Shandora, the Yuda, and very strong sea kings, while her poison was more deadly than that of the Yuda, which further increased her lethality. Following the map and navigating through the land, she found herself in front of 4 walls which had a small entrance suitable for the entry of an average carriage, but the gate seemed to have been replaced, and the walls had been modified a little to allow better protection around the area after they had sunk into the ground. Beyond that, she could see a stone castle at the central part, and as she stealthily climbed the unmanned wall, She saw below where more than half of the castle had been swallowed by the earth around it over time, while the surrounding area looked quite fertile as weeds and plants grew around it. Tisk. I just hope that the insides are okay and remain intact. Digging out and removing the dirt from within to get to the lower floors will be troublesome, but if it is completely fine inside, then that would be much better. The surroundings look great for building some small homes and raising cattle or building a garden or farmland to raise some crops. The area is surrounded by beasts, so it is a good place for training for some people and will provide an additional food source. There is clean source of drinking water very close. By securing water will not be difficult. Most importantly, this place is secluded, so I will not be bothered that often. Meanwhile, within the sunken castle of Rika Island, a large group of people were resting while a couple were resting out in the open or by the walls after failing their duty to guard the walls and look out for intruders. The leader among them was a man with a pistol on his waist, and he looked like a cruel individual as he lay against the wall with two weak women sleeping by his side, which seemed to have been abused frequently. The flintlock pirates were led by their leader, who carried a specially made flintlock pistol, which gave him the name after he had used it to kill many people, earning him a bad reputation. He was the kind of person that won battles through various tactics and subdued his enemies, and then took his time personally executing them with his flintlock pistol from a point-blank range, leaving blood splatters on his clothes, giving him the nickname Bloody Flintlock Leno. Leno and his crew were especially cruel, and had occupied the castle for a very long time, and had set up a profitable scheme using the land or property deed. They frequently sold it to different places as they continued to occupy the castle within the protection of the four walls and its strong gate. Anyone that purchased the deed and that traveled to occupy the land would be met with a poor fate, as they were robbed of their belongings, humiliated, and either killed by Leno or sold off as a slave. Any unsuspecting people that believed they were purchasing a fortress of their own were lured out and taken advantage of. Since Leno and his crew had a 50 million berry bounty, but remained hidden within Rika Island and the walls of the castle most of the time, they were able to avoid being captured and win many battles against their enemies, but this made them grow arrogant, as most of the previous people that purchased the deed were either merchants wishing to use the land, a noble family wishing to move to another island with their family guards and build up their strength before returning to their homeland, or any unsuspecting group which planned to use it for their own secret or nefarious purposes. Suddenly, they were awakened from their deep sleep as a voice spread within the walls and castle. "Dear squatters, please vacate the premises. The owner has arrived with the legal ownership documents, so please pack your things and leave. This is a warning. Please go peacefully and leave within half an hour, otherwise I will remove you all myself." Leno sat up with a flustered look on his face before turning cold and bloodthirsty. "Men, prepare for combat." Leno had used the same scheme many times and profited not only from the sale of the deed, which ended up back in his hands each time, but also from anything he had robbed from his victims, along with the berries made from selling those captured as slaves. His actions helped him gain a large amount of berries, which had helped in purchasing many types of weapons illegally, and it helped them to secure their place on the island so that nobody would mess with them. They had even built a partnership with several local pirate groups and slave traders who had some involvement in their illegal business schemes. Many men with a couple of women stepped out into the open as they each held their guns in hand, while some held some swords or knives. Alyssia stood on the wall calmly as she observed them all. "It seems that you have taken my warning too lightly. Ghost, there is no need to hold back, so just kill them." She did not know the details of the pirate group that was occupying the sunken castle that she had purchased, but she could detect their intent to harm her. Many of their eyes, full of ill intent towards her, let her feel disgusted, so she took a step forward and fell to the ground and landed within the walls. "Now, what should I do with you all? White serpent kick or twin serpent kick are too destructive, so that is a no. Let's go with those." Many guns were aimed at her body, ready to fire, as she activated her electro and then disappeared from her original position in between two people. She reached out with two small orbs of electro in her hands and pushed them towards their bodies, which created a small destructive force, as each attack was filled with more than enough energy to kill a strong or durable body. Double electro raising gun. No, I mean electro ball. As the electro balls dispersed and the enemies found her location, she then disappeared again. Many times she slipped past their line of sight and attacked before slipping away again. One attack, she used an electro ball in her hand and pushed it against her opponent's body, while other times she poked their body with her finger as it stopped close, but released a shot of electro that traveled through them. Electro Death Beam. Another time she appeared before a man, and her arm had a large amount of electro flickering on it as she thrust it forward. Chidori. Cough. Electro Knife. Another time she appeared behind a man, and her thumb and fingers were coated with electro as they gripped between their neck and shoulder. Vulcan Death Grip. Cough. Electro Grip. Electro Poke. Gah. Catch her quickly, otherwise we will all die. Ah. Bang. Hey, you shot me. Watch where you are. Electro Death Beam. Electro Grip. Electro Knife. Electro Ball. GUH. Arg. Who? Run. Monster. Please. Spare. No. Chaos descended upon the cruel and bloodthirsty Flintlock pirates as Alyssia continued showing her absolute superiority, as she was practically toying with them as she tested the various applications of her improved electro-manipulation, thanks to the addition of Enel's Thunderfruit power knowledge, along with her larger amount of electro stored within her power core. While most of her moves were quite simple or not as destructive as what Enel could do, it was mostly because she held back and wished to not damage the surrounding land that she had just become the owner of. However, it was more than enough to kill or incapacitate many of the pirates, and while she was busy causing chaos and distracting them, Ghost was able to soon approach them as she started to bite several of them, inflicting a fatal wound or a small wound. But even a small wound from her was fatal enough to kill if even a small amount of the venom enters their body. Leno was growing increasingly impatient as he had already fired off many rounds of his gun and held a cutlass in his other hand. His eyes were turning red as his body started changing shape very quickly as he realized the urgency and danger around himself. His body started to become more stocky and muscular that let him be able to fight off enemies far above his own strength and size. His fighting instincts were enhanced, and raised sharp claws and teeth allowed him to easily lacerate his enemy's flesh and allowed him excellent digging capabilities. As he completed his hybrid transformation, his instincts and confidence grew, allowing him to respond faster than normal against Alyssia's attacks. Weasel Devil Fruit. Model Wolverine was the power that he possessed, and his body had completely inherited the strong fighting power that let him fight beyond his original capabilities, so as Alyssia reappeared by him and attacked. He was quick to respond, but not fast enough to avoid any damage as he dropped his weapons and started trying to slash her before she escaped after using a finger pistol to his shoulder. One of his arms had been slightly damaged from the first confrontation as Alyssia was far too flexible and agile, allowing her to avoid any attack while getting close enough even after Leno had experienced an explosive growth in strength. The Devil Fruit made him capable of fighting far above his bounty's capabilities. So many would struggle against him unless they were someone with a high Marine ranking or a little less fighting strength than the weakest of the CP-7 team within Water 7. Either he had had his power for a long time and only exposed it when needed to overcome stronger opponents, or he had just acquired it after building up his berries through his many schemes and criminal actions, but the overall Devil Fruit turned him into a natural fighter, which made him have no use for his favorite flintlock and cutlass. Alyssia appeared in his blind spots and stabbed him many times before disappearing again, until Leno became desperate. His arm swung out and slashed the nearby stone wall and caused a large amount of damage to it, so Alyssia frowned as she coldly ordered, "Ghost, do not kill him. Restrain him completely." Just as Leno tried to make a desperate attempt to escape as he was digging into the ground to quickly burrow a hole, Ghost wrapped herself around his waist and continued to trap him as she curled around his body more. At first, he slashed her with his claws and bit her, but he could not break past the scales on her body. He tried to change into his full Wolverine form, but Ghost was unusually perceptive as she adjusted her hold on him when he started his transformation. When he was fully restrained, Alyssia reappeared after taking something out of her bag, and she placed some sea prism cuffs on his wrist, which made him transform back to his original form. "Tisk, what a useful ability, but it is wasted on someone like you." Alyssia started tending to his wounded body, so that he did not bleed out, and then started cleaning up the battlefield, whether it be burning or burning the dead. She then entered the castle where there were many victims and captives of the flintlock pirates. You may remain here, but you have to work to be able to prove your worth. If you wish to leave, then do so when it is safer to do so. She then picked up the sea snail from her bag and spoke. Arrange for everyone to arrive and assist with clearing a path and rebuilding of the land. I do not know what will come next, but I can expect that trouble will follow soon. Alfred spoke on the other side. We have prepared many ships and have already departed from Baltimore, so we will arrive soon. Alyssia had acquired the Eternal Pose along with the deed, which allowed her to easily navigate to Rico Island, but the others had to use her Vivre card to locate it since it was not one of the islands they had visited before or had access to their Eternal Poses. Good. I will clean up here and await your arrival. As she started exploring the castle, she quickly realized that it had around 3 floors, a lookout or attic at the top of the castle, and a large space underground which could be used as a dungeon or secret room for her projects. Since she had freed many people from the prison cells and other torture devices in the underground space, she pushed Leno into a cell and made sure that he would have no chance to end his own life or escape. So the ground floor is beneath the ground along with the original gate or door, so everyone had to enter by the window and install doors there on the first floor. The underground space is far below that and is very spacious, so that is good. A bonus is that they both have not been properly buried by dirt and dust from the inside, so maybe I should thank the previous owners or those before them for maintaining and cleaning it out for me. Saves me any extra work. Her only worry was that she would have to name the first floor as ground floor. The ground floor is basement floor 1, and below that basement floor 2, while naming the second floor as first floor, and so on since the level of the land had changed upon the castle being sunken into the ground. Alyssia sighed as she looked over to Ghost. Good job. Today has been very fun, but also beneficial. We just obtained another test subject, and Zoan Devil Fruit. This should help further the research into devil fruits and replication or creation. After a couple of tests, this poor man will have to join Enel in his fate once I decide who to assign his power to. She started to contemplate over who would be the most suitable. This power would help a non-combatant gain great power and ability to fight or even escape, but it would also be best used by someone better suited to its power and can use it to its full potential in melee combat. Ivy, Isa, or Passia would most benefit from the improvement to their physique, bonus battle instincts, and options for combat the most, while Archie or Lucier have styles that are more suited to it. The images of a Wolverine bear covered in armor flashed in her mind, along with Leoshir's style of combat that uses his hands to attack merged with the improved instincts and powerful lacerating power of the claws was something that fit them both quite well in some ways. Isa, Ivy, and Positia would be vulnerable to attacks without their combat suits or weapons or equipment equipped on their bodies, so when they entered a city or store, they may have to not bring them and would be unable to defend themselves as well as they could before, so they needed an extra trump card to help boost their abilities. Although they each were growing at a fast pace compared to others with the resources and training available to them, An was older and average in strength upon meeting Alyssia, and had not undergone a lot of training as she focused on her research and improvement of her mechanical weapons, while Ivy had a poorer start than others and had to recover. Although Ivy had a poor start, she did possess potential for combat and was young, so she would soon catch up if given enough time, while Isa and Passia both had healthy and strong bodies, which was created by their environment or profession. There were other options like Carrot or Alfred, but Alyssia had other ideas for them if they were to acquire a power of their own. Even Ushvin may gain from having his power rise, but he was much too interested in enhancing himself with dials and other scientific weaponry, while Monera and Sunila were not suited to slashing attacks since they already had their own specialty. She then gave up thinking about it. Never mind. I will just have to wait to hear their opinions after explaining the powers gained along with the appearance changes. Then we can decide who to give it to. Alyssia started giving orders to the captives to help clean up the castle and check over the contents left from the flintlock pirates. There was a large stash of berries and treasure which had been gained from their schemes as they robbed and sold off their victims. Often the ships that they arrived on were taken and sold along with them, which let them gain even more wealth. Alyssia heard a lot of information from the captives, and she had guessed that the captain must have had the devil fruit for a couple of months, at the most considering the captain's use of his wealth, and not showing his abilities before the times that he later chose to transform. Devil fruits are like a game of chance for most people, and often people do not get what they wish for, or what best suits their fighting style. Leno used a cutlass and flintlock pistol before he ate the fruit, so most of his experiences came from that, and he was not very good at melee combat. However, the carnivorous nature of the fruit gave him greater instincts for combat, and his claws could easily cut through solid stone without being damaged in the slightest. So when he could not get an accurate shot of his pistol on Alyssia and realized the difference in strength, he had chosen to transform and rely on his new power that had only been with him for a short time over his previous style of combat. It did help him to overcome many enemies if he chose to use that way, but Alyssia was different. Each time she disappeared and reappeared, she would leave behind afterimages which would confuse him. Even with his improved senses, he could still not properly land a finger on her body, as she punctured him several times with a simple finger pistol. If she had chosen to use Electro with the attack, then the battle would have been over a lot sooner, but she wished to use him to test herself against a new type of Zoan power. As the castle was tidied up, and as everyone left the castle grounds, Alyssia took some of the stored food from the castle's warehouse to feed them before jibing them additional orders to start working on the insides of the walls around the castle to prepare the land for building homes and setting up a garden or a place for growing crops. She looked up at the sun above and wiped the sweat from her forehead as she watched everyone working diligently as the land was slowly being transformed. Everyone, please help draw up a map of the perimeter, look for any blind spots, holes in the walls, or anything that could be exploited by an enemy attack that we need to fix right away. A couple of you should follow me. She started heading outside the walls and was met with the sight of many trees blocking her path to her ship. So a plan came to mind. We need homes for some people, and a path needs to be cleared for a safer route for the others. So it is win-win. She disappeared and reappeared in the air near the top of a group of trees and kicked out her leg before changing to a lower position and did the same. A simple tempest kick should do the job. Many wind blades passed through the many trees in her path and neatly cut them from the top, and then perfectly made the trees split up, creating many large logs that were the same size. Some toppled down as the trees lost their stability and had been hit by the wind blades, while some parts remained as they were. She expertly moved among the falling divided trees as they topped down, and the claws on her hands cut through the falling pieces accurately, as they were further divided into different shapes of rectangular planks of wood suitable for building homes and other structures, while some were cut into simple small wooden logs suitable for making fires. Each of her claw attacks carried a little power of tempest kick, so they easily slices through the falling pieces of the trees. A combination of her improved observation hockey, beast instinct, moonwalk, and tempest kick allowed her to pull off such a feat with ease, as she avoided being hit by the falling trees as she cut them up to be used for building. After she had finished cutting everything as it had all fallen to the ground, she checked it all and saw that even the pieces of wood closest to the top had not been damaged, thanks to her reducing the falling speed and damage of the fall impact with her attacks before they hit the ground. Many stacks of wood were messily laying around on the ground, leaving behind in short, open space that stretched forward, leaving behind only the stumps of the trees underneath. For now, you can take turns to carry some wood back to the walls to help build yourself a small hut for yourselves, or at least a temporary home that will keep you away from the cold and rain. Those with strength should help carry, while those with building experience should plan some ways to use the wood. She started piling up a large amount of it and started tying it all together as they were all secured together before carrying a large pile of it back on her own, which showed how far she had grown in strength. Alyssia did not always show it off, but she had long reached the stage that was called superhuman, which allowed her to perform feats that others could not. Lifting heavy objects or structures was not too difficult for her, while others were busy picking up a couple of pieces of wood before carrying it inside the walls around the sunken castle. She was casually carrying a large amount over her head as she quickly moved it inside the walls before returning for more, before many of the other weak workers that had been captives. It seems that I have to do most of the work for now, until the others arrive. So first I should clear a path, and then work out the best place to set up a more permanent docking area, so that I can start building a direct road between there and the castle. Ness had arrived at the edge of the island before dropping her off, but it was not the perfect area closest to the castle, and there did not seem to be a suitable docking area on the part of the island where her castle was, so it was best to scout an inhabited area nearby, to build one, and set up a road in between. Her biggest obstruction to that would be the beasts and the tribes in the area, so she jumped up into the sky with Moonwalk and started surveying her surroundings before planning out a couple of potential spots as she continued to create a path towards the edge of the island. While Ghost was keeping watch over the prisoners that had somehow survived Alyssia's attacks along with Leno as they were kept in the underground prison, the previous captives continued their duties as they started to tidy up the insides of the walls and move the wood inside. Alyssia was busy working hard as she continued clearing a path to the sea. Most of the wood that she had chopped up had been with her left on the side of the road that had been cleared to build a wooden fence to stop some animals from leaving the forest area and appearing on the road, while most of it was either moved towards the sunken castle or to the outer part of the island to build a stable docking area nearby. With the amount of shipbuilders and crafters on their way from the White Storm that had built up a lot of experience within Water 7, quickly transforming the castle, road and docks would be a simple task for them, since most inhabited places were abandoned by the inhabitants of the island. Legally, whoever had the strength to claim that area was the rightful owner, and if they did have problems with it, then berries would always be able to solve any problems. Already owned or pieces of inhabited land usually are registered within the capital, which is where the deeds are officially created and managed upon that land becoming habitable and being occupied by people. There are always exceptions from pirates or bandit groups that take over those lands by force and create a lawless zone, or those that acquired the land deed upon, taking the land from others by force. Some of those groups are met with force, and the original residents would attempt to use their laws and force to claim back the lands. The current situation within the island was complicated, so Alyssia made her preparations and awaited the arrival of Alfred, who was best at handling the complicated matters. While Alyssia was busy removing the tree stumps from the ground and started filling in any holes, everyone arrived together as many large ships stopped and many people got onto small rowboats as they entered Rica Island. Start by building the docks and help make the roads suitable for transporting goods back and forth. I want a group to work on protection duties, to protect those working, and to send a team to the castle. I want another team to escort Alfred with the deed to inform them about the change of owner to avoid any conflicts with the people from the capital. Alfred nodded. I do not think that protection for me is needed now, but it is best to be cautious for unknown variables. He had his body modified, so he was much more durable than others, so he was confident to survive if he encountered an attack, but he did not wish to be overconfident, because there would always be those that he could not defeat resulting in his capture, or they may have some type of hidden weapon or fighter that could harm him. While he was traveling to register the deed in lands, he needed to make a slight show of force to show that the new people occupying the land were not pushovers. Just because many within the capital were living well does not mean that they did not have their sights set on some occupied pieces of land outside for their own purposes, whether it be for raising a private army unnoticed, or having their own private supply of food for emergencies, or to defeat their enemies. The royal, noble, merchant, and commoner struggles for power within any island would cause a lot of internal conflicts within, while many were seeking to gain benefits to overcome their enemies. The worst of them that have long been corrupted by power would not hesitate to kill people to protect their interests or even start a war just so that they could rise in the ranks. So if Alyssia and her people looked like easy targets, then they would be the first to become a target for those groups of people. Archie and many others started working on the docks right away, and a couple of days passed as the docks were starting to slowly transform along with the road and sunken castle, which were being fortified in case of additional attacks. Within the underground dungeon, Leno was chained up in the prison cell, and he remained silent as he weakly hung on the wall. Even his mouth was gagged to prevent him from biting his tongue, which showed how careful Alyssia had been to preserve his life. Upstairs on the ground floor of the sunken castle, or the first basement floor after being sunken into the ground, many of the members of the crew stood together and watched Alyssia as she opened her mouth. I want to do a test, and it needs one of you to participate. Those of you without a devil fruit power will be required while others cannot help, so first I wish to go over the power that you will gain upon helping me. From my observations, the type of transformation would be a full Wolverine and hybrid form that would allow you the ability to fight those bigger than yourself, but also those with physical advantages over you. You will gain sharp teeth and claws capable of lacerating flesh and digging through sturdy rocks. Since it is a carnivorous form, you will also gain improved instincts and senses. This is a Zoan Devil Fruit power that will transform your body's shape and affect your current style of combat, unless it is compatible, so I hope that you can think it through properly. My idea is that it would be suited to someone with a weaker body, or to someone strong that could make the best use of the physical boost to their body, along with the other changes to the instincts and sharpness of the claws. After Alyssia finished explaining, many knew that they had been removed from being considered for the experiment because they did not fit within the category mentioned, or their style of combat conflicted with the change of their body if they gained the power. Ain shook her head. It is not beneficial for me to change my form while within an exoskeleton suit, so I will have to decline. The benefit of having a hidden trump card would be good, but I think it would be best if it was something that provided me more defense over offense. Although clothing would transform and not be damaged upon using a devil fruit power, an external object may be affected by the change in body shape, which would cause Ain discomfort or damage the exoskeleton suit. So a Zoan was not suitable for Ain to use with her mechanical weapons and suit, so she quickly declined. Ushvin shook his head quietly, as had a short response. No thanks. Ushvin preferred blunt objects and hoverboard types of weapons and tools to assist him, along with his modifications made with dials and other types of science, so the transformation would not be too useful to him in his opinion. Alyssia shrugged. Sorry, but I will decline. I prefer to continue with my path of a martial artist. Alyssia had always focused on improving his body and had found the path of hockey and other techniques, so he believed that an additional power would only get in the way of his growth. Archie shook his head. It is not that I do not like the sound of it, but it does not sound too durable compared to other types that you have mentioned. Archie had been training heavily towards building up his endurance with iron body training methods, and with the addition of his armor, he was already a qualified tank, but he wished to continue towards that direction since Electro made up for his lower agility and attack power. So if he was to ever choose to gain a power, it would be one focused towards a specialty. Isa spoke up. No thank you. I prefer to stick to my own methods of combat. It will only get in the way. Isa preferred the use of guns and ranged attacks than melee combat, and to escape that she had her dial skates that allowed aerial combat, so the transformation would be wasted on her. Passia shook her head with a look of disgust on her face. No thanks. I really do not wish for my beauty to be damaged. Passia did not like the idea of herself being transformed in appearance to gain power, especially if it affected her beautiful appearance, so she declined the opportunity even if she would gain some physical advantages. Ivy finally spoke up. I can volunteer if you need it, since I am the youngest and weakest of everyone who would benefit most from it, even if it does get in the way of my abilities of a sniper a little. I also do not mind the change in appearance if it is a furry creature form. The nails may accidentally cut through the slingshot launcher if she used it when transformed, so she was worried about that the most, but among the group, Ivy was the one who benefited the most from the physical and instinctual boost, especially due to the fact that she was slightly shorter than those her own age still, because of the effects of her starvation during her earlier years, which she had improved upon under Alyssia's care. With a short and slim build, she would only grow so far after recovering and receiving the best treatment. So even with the same blood as her sister Baby 5, she would be slightly shorter than her upon fully maturing. So she would be much shorter than others, which made the Zoan power most suited to her, who would have to overcome many opponents much bigger than herself, whether it be with her pop green and sniper abilities, or without them in some places where she could not use it. She had not been trained in a specific way yet for combat besides improving her physical body, reactions to attacks, and receiving the most basic of offensive and defensive combat teachings, so she had not developed a specific style of combat suited to her yet outside of her sniping. She had been trained in the basics of the 6 powers to help improve her body in a balanced way, but her physical body was not at the stage to perform any of them, since she had only surpassed the strength of the average human more than half a year ago, and had not reached the realm of a superhuman. So the addition of the Wolverine-type Zoan best suited her to develop her own combat style around it. Even if it created problems with her current abilities, Alyssia could always find a way to fix any issues later, so once Ivy had decided, she supported her decision. Alyssia smiled as she walked over and patted Ivy's head. Follow me? Ivy blushed slightly, then turned her head away. Ivy had always enjoyed dressing up in her furry animal clothing, so the transformation did not bother her too much, and it excited her a little, but upon receiving praise and comfort from Alyssia, she blushed and put up her tsundere act a little before following obediently. Ivy's future potential was not small, and after she had recovered, she had suffered some minor defects, but they were not big problems as they could be overcome in various ways. So with Alyssia's support, she could even overcome her sister one day, and in some ways she was already capable of defeating her sister if the right conditions were in place. With the addition of the Zoan, she had a way to improve her instincts and power to overcome the weapon-type power that her sister had in various ways. So depending on how she developed her own style of combat, she could rise past her sister and step up to a much higher place as she continued to improve herself. Within the secluded space underground, Alyssia took Leno from his jail cell and dragged him to a room that she, Ivy, and Leno remained within, and no sound would escape. Leno weakly cried out, "Yo, you! WH, what are you planning to do?" Alyssia turned to Ivy and spoke in a soft and caring tone of voice. "Follow what I say and do not hesitate." A little while later, Leno lay on the ground in a pool of his own blood, as Ivy stood over his dead body with her eyes closed, as if she was experiencing a change within her body. A distinctive mask of dark fur started to grow out around her eyes and forehead, and a blonde stripe appeared then ran down both shoulders to the base, wherein tail was growing out as the rest of her body was covered in a blackish-brown fur. Her face changed slightly, as it changed shape as her snout became more elongated, while her face and body shape changed slightly along with the shape and positioning of her ears, while her arms and legs became a little broader as her teeth and claws grew out and became very sharp weapons. Alyssia admired the scene before her, and she then clapped. "So it works, but please keep this between us for now. I will draw up a training plan for the development of your fruit's abilities and try to figure out your future path." Although pop greens were strong weapons and provided strong tactical benefits, Ivy needed to integrate the melee and range styles of combat, so Alyssia started to work on a way to make it work. Alyssia quickly put forward a training plan and started teaching Ivy how to best make use of her abilities. However, there was one problem that she noticed about the change of Ivy. Ivy had become a little bloodthirsty after eating her devil fruit, which slightly increased her impulsiveness in battle, so Alyssia took some time teaching her personally and letting her get used to the new impulses within her. Alyssia looked towards the shorter, transformed teenage girl with black hair, which had transformed into a half-human and half-Wolverine form. "You need to calm your mind and breathe slowly, so that you can think more clearly and suppress your sudden impulses. This is important in battle, because you can easily lose your sense of reason, which could be fatal for you." Ivy lowered her head and blushed as she felt shameful. "Sorry, I will try harder this time." Alyssia taught Ivy many forms of combat to make use of her new form, which took the form of a bear, but also incorporated several elements of a leopard and other clawed beasts. This style focuses on striking, claws, ripping, and throat-crushing grips, so it will help better train your overall balance and hand or finger strength, but I have added some movements of wolf and leopard forms to improve the overall gripping, ripping, and tearing techniques that can kill with the hand. There is also some moves inspired by the leopard that includes various hit and run tactics and guerrilla warfare. I believe that this is most suitable for you simply because you are smaller than others and you prefer to keep your distance from your opponents to allow time to fire your pop green. This way you can use any given opportunity to hurt or kill your enemy in one strike before regaining some distance again, and we can make some modifications to your way of firing since you have trained in not just the slingshot but also many types of projectiles. Some moves have been inspired by Yamcha from Dragon Ball, which was the Wolf Fang Fist style, but others were gained from Rob Lucci's use of his 6 powers with his leopard form. But Alyssia was still missing some other styles used by other Cypher Pole agents that use claw attacks like the Wolf Zoan user or the techniques from Sabo, which is the Dragon Claw, so she realized the need to find time to locate them soon for Ivy's sake. Ivy frowned. "Then what should I do?" Alyssia answered, "You can use a large slingshot for your long-range shots, since your strength is improving at a rapid pace already, but I think that it would be best to develop another method for closer-range combat. So I was thinking of making a pop green launcher and attaching it to your arm, which are easily reloadable with your pop green." With the combined technology she had, Making a simple pop green launcher that could be attached to Ivy's arm or both arms was very simple for her, and it was a much better method of firing them than the small slingshot, because she had to keep reaching for ammunition before pulling it back, aiming and releasing to fire a single or multiple pop greens, while the launcher would be easier to aim, fire, and reload quickly. Ivy had been properly trained for combat over a long time and had adapted to the balance style that she had taught for close combat. But the new form required more focused attacks that were suited to her strong and sharp claws. With her new style build on top of it and the tactical advantage of the pop green launcher, her potential was very high. Adding on the utility of her less dangerous pop green and her improved digging ability, she had many other ways to escape and create opportunities to counterattack, so she could easily defeat those far above herself. But she was still adjusting to the new style Alyssia was teaching. After many exchanges, Alyssia was dodging each of the lacerating attacks that were aimed towards the weakest parts on her body, while occasionally dodging or parrying the attacks before counterattacking, as Ivy switched up her tactics and aimed towards her limbs to try to tear through the muscles on her limbs. Each time Alyssia would counter when the attack was about to land and knock down Ivy. Your progress is great, but you need to remember to add some tactics, so you are less direct in your attacks and more unpredictable, which allows you to retreat and advance without your opponent being able to predict your next move. Since your style varies between your pop green and melee combat, then you need to be able to catch them off guard and retreat. But in the next moment, a single shot could turn the tides of battle. Pop green may be powerful in many ways if utilized as a weapon, but it was not perfect as ancient Zoans. More durable ability users, or those who have trained their endurance to the peak, would be able to resist many of the deadly attacks. If she ever encountered one before eating her devil fruit and receiving more training from Alyssia, she would only be able to get 1 or 2 shots off before being taken down, but now her fighting potential was rising with every passing day. Later in the day, after completing her training, Ivy and others started digging up the ground around the castle, where the entrance to the ground floor was to allow for better access to the castle and a better entrance to use for moving many large and heavy items in. Many of the things inside the ship could not fit through the entrances on the other floors and needed to be brought to the dungeon or ground floor. So the entrance had to be dug out, and a small path was slowly dug out to allow that, while a wall was put up to prevent the surrounding ground from falling onto the newly cleared path down to the main entrance. Just as Alfred had returned with the new land deeds, and as the area was being transformed over the next week, the sunken castle of Rica Island had new visitors. Outside of the walls, a large group of roughly dressed people had arrived close to the walls, but due to the surrounding forest not being cleared yet, it was difficult to spot them before they had arrived. Luckily, the people spotted them as they got closer and alerted everyone within the walls. Alyssia was busy setting up her laboratory in the underground space after moving many things down there with the help of the members of Creation Union that followed along, but upon being warned about the large group, she quickly arrived at the wall. "Who has arrived?" Alfred responded calmly. "They seem to be a combination of tribesmen, bandits, and pirates that are living on the island in another location." Upon arriving at the capital, I was able to pick up some information about the surrounding powers and the territories or alliances they have. Among them, there is a large force that even the people of the capital do not dare to act recklessly against, which is within the most central part of the island, which is a completely lawless zone filled with all types of savage tribes and people with a bad character. From the information that you have provided from the Flintlock Pirates, I can assume that they are connected through mutual interests. Tristan frowned. "So should we expect trouble from them in the future?" Carrot added, "Do we have to fear these types of people? They do not look too scary compared to some that we have faced." Medea looked towards many at the front of the large group and saw many totemic tattoos on their bodies along with their fierce expressions, so she responded, "Do not underestimate them just because they may not look like your average opponents. Each group has their own way of life, but also their own way of battle. We cannot even fathom their true strength just by what they have just displayed." Ivy had a slight excited look in her eyes towards the group, as if expecting a battle, but she remembered Alyssia's warnings, so she suppressed it. "How do you plan to solve this?" Alyssia smirked as she spoke. "If the capital is located in the far north, and we are in the east of the island, then at the central part is them who are right in the middle, and most likely they have also occupied a place in the south or west near the edge of the island, so that they can leave the island and travel by sea. To cover such an area on their own, they must have a massive population or a group of fighters with very strong strength. If we attack right away, then we would be declaring war on them, but if they are intent on making us submit to them or wish to do us harm, we do not need to rely on words and diplomacy. Alfred bowed. If it is your wish, then I will see to it that they understand quickly about the overall situation. Sunila already had her newly made bow aimed towards the people outside the wall cautiously, and if they made any threatening moves, she would open fire. Just give me a signal, and I can take down the leader from here. Alfred placed his arms behind his back and strolled towards the gates which were opened, and several people along with Lucier, Archie, Clifford, Jester, Carrot, Tristan, Lee and Medea exited along with him as Alyssia calmly watched from the top of the walls. Isa and Ushvin be ready to provide support from the air and keep an eye out for people hiding up in the trees. Ein and Ivy provide tactical support from the walls, while Nika and Sunila will provide cover fire while targeting their most dangerous people. Pascia and will handle the mirages and illusions to confuse the enemy while firing at any that get close to the walls. Each of them had quickly prepared for a war to break out as Alyssia calmly watched everything that was happening. They have all been involved in many dangerous situations or faced a powerful enemy, but they have never been involved in an island's conflicts before. They do not yet know the terror of being outnumbered or outgunned. Not all battles were based on strength alone, and often battles were drawn out over a long time within different landscapes as hit and run or Zerg tactics were used with their great numbers to either wear down their enemies and not let them get a moment of rest. Many would be sacrificed in order to claim their enemy's head, and if the people of the capital were fearful of those within the central area, then they should not be looked down upon. Alyssia sat on the wall as she sat on Ghost, who had curled its body to make a comfortable seat for her, while Alfred met with a group of people. It was as if she was a ruler who calmly watched as her subjects did their duties as she lazily sat on her throne. Ghost seemed to be pleased that she was being of use to her master and started grinning to herself as she flicked her tongue. Alfred met with the leader of the large group and was about to speak, but was quickly interrupted by a harsh voice. "Who are you people? Where is Leno? He has not handed over his tribute, so you should call him out quickly, or else you will all suffer greatly today." Right from the start, the man at the front showed his rude attitude and hostility towards Alfred, but Alfred remained calm as he spoke. "He is no longer here, and we are the rightful owners of this land and castle. I hope that you will be respectful and talk calmly, so that we cannot turn to hostilities right away." Right after, the man frowned and glared at Alfred. "So, you mean that our deal cannot be upheld? Where is he then? Did he run away, or is he dead?" Alfred shook his head. "I do not know what type of transaction or alliance you may have had between you, but that is his and your business, so it does not involve me or the others now occupying this land. Leno is now dead after we came to claim the land after rightfully purchasing the land deed and arriving here only to be attacked by him, resulting in our resistance. Only some of his crew members are alive, so if you wish to seek revenge on those people, we can hand them over as a sign of goodwill, but that is all we can offer you." He calmly explained the situation, that their battle was won upon being attacked by Leno with his crew and full abilities to deter them from thinking that Leno had simply let his guard down and was killed in his sleep or something similar. If they were led to believe that was the case, they would be less likely to attack recklessly, since Alfred had told them that his group were not easy targets for them, and even the Flintlock pirates had suffered at the hands of Alyssia alone once they gained information from the captives. He remained firm as he stated the terms of handing over the captives, since they were of no use to them, but no previous deals made by the previous group occupying the land were valid anymore. If the group were angry about the result, then they should take their anger out on the captives and leave the land before both sides become hostile with each other. Just as the man was about to shout at Alfred again after hearing of Leno's death and the loss of his deal being upheld, another man walked to his side and whispered something in his ear. "They are making a show of force, and it would hurt us if we were to confront them without knowing their true abilities. First, we must follow what they wish, so we can gain further information on them, and then we can come up with a plan of attack." He quickly calmed the rage in his heart and put on a fake smile. "Of course, please arrange it. Alfred did not hear the whispers, but he could detect the subtle differences in the man's facial expression. So, as an experienced businessman, he smiled and ordered the others, "Bring out the captives and hand them over. I am sorry, but we are new here and are busy with transforming the castle and land to suit our needs, so I am afraid that we cannot entertain guests at the moment. I hope that after our deal is done, you can leave our land so that our people can feel at ease." He was telling them as kindly as possible that they should back off and that they have no hope of entering the walls anytime soon. A vein looked like it was about to pop on the man's forehead, but the person by his side whispered in his ear once again, "Hold it in and be patient. This may just be a tactic to make us leave and show off their power. Whether it is a bluff or not, we will know soon, so do not make any rash movements." Rather than the man at the front, the other person seemed to be the one that really called the shots within the group, as the man seemed obedient to him and followed his words, even if there did seem to be a big difference in build and strength between them. Alfred noticed the situation very quickly as he observed them, and not long afterwards, the captives were brought out and handed over to the group. "Our deal is done. Thank you for your cooperation. Farewell." He bowed slightly as he held his ground with the others, which showed that they did not intend to back off first, and that the group should leave. If they showed any weakness like turning their back on the enemy, then they may be attacked. So they did not back down until the group left with the captives. After they had left, Alfred calmly said, "Carrot and Tristan, track and monitor their movements while the rest of you can return within the castle walls." Carrot and Tristan were the best choices for monitoring the activities of the group, since their detection and stealth-based skills were just as high as Alyssia, who had been trained within the night guards of Zoe, so they could track them while remaining hidden. Carrot grinned as she saluted. "Leave it to me." Tristan calmly shrugged her shoulders. "I guess I have no choice. See you soon." The two carefully approached the forest area and jumped up high on the trees after checking that nobody was around. They quickly moved through the trees as they kept their distance from the group while following their trail that was left behind. As Tristan saw the many footprints in the dirt, all leading the way, she thought to herself, "It seems that these people are amateurs if they cannot even cover their tracks." Sigh. Deeper into the forest area, there was sounds of muffled screams as the captives were tortured after they had left the sunken castle. "Please, stop. I will tell you. It was just one girl and a snake. It is the truth. No, please. We already told you everything, and yet you refuse to believe us. Aga, I do not know anything else. This is everything. Torture or kill us, but the answer will remain the same. G-H, art, foo, Each of them endured harsh torture, and the end result was the group who tortured them not believing a word that they had spoken. Not many would believe that one person and an animal had taken down an entire group and taken the lands of the sunken castle for themselves, especially if it was a girl in her teens that had done it. However, the scene that took place was far more gruesome, as they were ruthlessly tortured. The skin and flesh was cut from their bodies as the group started a fire and started cooking the human meat before eating it together. Not only were the people of the central area a lawless group, but they were partly made up from many savage tribes that have the belief in eating their enemies to absorb their spirit and strength. While most of them are not so picky with who they devour, the warriors of the tribes are more picky, as they only choose to devour strong prey. In one way, it is a completely twisted belief, but in another, it is their way of paying tribute to the dead and not wasting anything from their hunt, even if their prey are humans. They have great respect for the strong, and if they meet someone like that, then they will want to fight them using every method to win, so that they can eat that person and carry a part of them within their body, while some collect various trinkets made from their opponent's bone, hair, or nails. In order to avoid infighting, they restricted the rules and beliefs towards outsiders not considered a part of their tribe, so they would only eat humans of other tribes or those from different groups or places. To them, the captives were just lying to them, so they decided to get rid of them according to their own way of life, while some within the group who were part of the alliance silently watched on. Those that had formed alliances in the lawless zone always had to remain vigilant of backstabbing and the various habits or beliefs of each group, so they could survive longer, but a lot of them were still uncomfortable with the cannibalism of the savage tribes. Many were mostly wary because while the alliance was beneficial for all parties involved, The savage tribes were more unpredictable and could turn on them at any time because many within the tribes did not treat other humans as human, but instead as prey. Nobody would feel safe around them, especially after witnessing the scene of them torturing and eating the captives in person. Many among them had to hide their disgust and out up a front just so they did not upset them. So, do you believe what they have said? No, it must be a lie. How can you be so sure? They said one girl and a snake, but upon arriving there were many more there, so it makes more sense that they were defeated by a larger group rather than a girl. What you are saying makes sense, but how can you be so sure? Are you questioning me? No, of course not. Most of what they have done was to intimidate us and send us away, so either it is a bluff with all the misinformation they are sending us, or they really have done as we have been told, so how we act next is a gamble based on this. If we are wrong, then we could suffer greatly, but if we are right, we can take everything in one attack. I am with you, boss. Send someone to the edge of the forest, near the sunken castle, to monitor their defenses before reporting back. When it becomes dark, we will attack to launch a surprise attack. Get our best climbers to climb the wall and open the gates for us as quietly as possible. Aye, sir. Should we not go back to the central area first to make a report or request help? No need. Leno must have been defeated due to his carelessness, so even if they may have won, I believe that we can defeat them with our own group by using similar tactics. If we catch them off guard like Leno was, then we can reduce our losses. Although the subtle warnings of how dangerous of an opponent they were up against were given, they ignored the information and did not dig any deeper, which resulted in them making a wrong judgment. Had they requested aid or looked into the new occupants of the land, then they would have chosen a different path. Tristan and Carrot watched the whole thing from far away and listened to every detail with a look of disgust in their eyes. To the minks, eating one of their own race or anything that resembled it was banned due to their beliefs, so they only choose to eat non-furry creatures and other vegetables or herbs. Seeing the humans that ate those of their own race was completely conflicting with their belief system, so naturally they were disgusted upon witnessing it and did not wish to stick around any longer after they had gained enough information. They both left to return to the sunken castle and informed everyone of the situation they would face soon. Rather than heading directly to the most obvious place of attack, at where the entrance was, several people started scaling the back and side of the walls as they entered the lands of the sunken castle. Just as their feet touched the ground, one person felt a tug upon their leg as they were pulled underground. Ivy had burrowed several holes in the ground and built a network of tunnels, so upon sensing an intruder, she pulled them into a nearby hole and stabbed and slashed them with her sharp claws. Her black eyes lit up with excitement as she finished off the first opponent, then she started sensing any others and made her way towards them quickly in her hybrid form. Sometimes she would pull people into the holes or slash their legs before killing them if they were close enough, but if they were too far away, she started popping out of the holes as she canceled her hybrid form and used her slingshot to take them out quickly. While she was defending one wall with several others, each of the main members were split up between a much larger group as they defended the land from the intruders with quick surprise attacks. Before people could cry out in pain or shout out loud to warn others outside, they were quickly killed, and a new wave of intruders entered afterwards to receive the same treatment. Evenly had contributed to killing some of them in an ambush and switched between her hybrid form, which kept her size the same, but increased her attack power and agility, while providing her better ability to dodge attacks, and her full form, which had much more power along with the increased range and size of her attacks. As the invaders awaited the opening of the gates were starting to slowly be opened wide, which invited them all inside. Charge! Do not let a single one get away. This is going to be fun. They must be sleeping peacefully by now. I cannot wait to see the moment they wake up and realize that death is close. Keek. They all ran towards the gate with great speed, but found that they got close enough to see the insides, but soon after they all had stepped on what could only be described as a minefield. Many types of mines and animal traps were placed some distance away from the entrance, so upon them seeing the gate open, they had rushed forwards in the dark without caring for anything else. Several people stepped upon something which triggered a strong gust of wind which was released upward right underneath them, so they were forced into the air and then fell back down to the ground suffering heavy injuries, while some fell onto another type of trap. Some released a strange gas in the surroundings upon stepping onto the trigger, and as they stepped off, the gas was ignited, resulting in them being caught up in the explosion. Others stepped on something, and their leg was damaged by a strong impact, while some were hit by thunder upon stepping on the triggers. The more simple traps had been activated resulted in a bloody scene as they lost a foot or suffered a more severe injury if they fell into one. Chaos spread among the invaders the moment the traps activated. Gah! What is this? Keep moving. We have already come this far, so keep moving. Arg! There are more behind us than those in front, so just be careful. Follow behind someone to ensure your safety. These little, I want revenge for this. Vile demons, such methods. As the traps were decreasing, and as the invaders were making their way deeper, they had avoided some of the traps in the ground as they kept pushing forward. If they retreated, then they would only be walking into the traps that they had missed upon entering the minefield. They still could not be deterred from stopping their plans, even after seeing their allies being roasted, electrocuted, flung into the sky, suffering from an unknown attack, or being caught in a trap. So they kept approaching the gates, but kept remaining cautious as they advanced. However, at the gate, several people had gathered to exit and form a formation to block the way. As soon as people had made their way out of the danger zone, they were met with attacks from those who had appeared at the gate or those that were stood on the walls above. Many trick arrows of different types were fired by Sunila, which created further chaos on the battlefield, along with her precise hockey arrows aimed towards any strong people within the group, while many small robots crawled over and latched onto each of the invaders' bodies and released different types of attacks. Pascia used her wind attacks to push people back into the danger zone, which activated some traps that had not been activated yet, or those that had additional charges. Several illusions appeared in the shape of different types of animals as they fiercely attacked the invaders, which provided enough of a distraction for a container full of sticky or flammable fluid to be launched from her gun and land on them, resulting in further damage and restraint to the invaders. The two cyborgs and Archie, along with his shield unit, had protected others from attacks while causing heavy damage at the front. Isa provided cover fire from the sky as she shot downward into the crowd of enemies with scattering shots, while Ushvin hovered above before finding a weakness in the enemy's formation as he went down to pass by an unsuspecting person and hit them with his impact weapon before flying up again to safety. Many pop green were fired onto the battlefield, which were in different forms as some were bounced up into the air and fell down onto the traps or suffered a serious fall, while others were impaled by the javelin bamboo or eaten by the many carnivorous plants. Many throwing weapons were flying towards enemies, and any type of weapons that others possessed were stolen by Jester, rendering them helpless, while their ranged support who had been left by the trees had their weapons and ammunition stolen too. Carrot, Tristan, and Clifford kept moving through the front lines at a quick speed as they destroyed anything in their path. Lucier was tearing down any strong points with his two large war glaives, as each attack created fierce wind attacks with great power behind it. Finally, Nika was on the wall and had a large sniper rifle aimed towards each target that she selected. The sniper rifle was much too big and heavy for her to handle alone, so it was set up with several supports to hold it up and allow her to properly aim it as she aimed towards the faraway targets hidden within the forest who had been unable to offer further aid after losing their weapons to Jester. She loaded the first bullet with a metal casing, aimed, and then pulled the trigger. A powerful electromagnetic force was active within the sniper rifle, and as she pulled the trigger, the bullet was shot at a very fast speed as the metal casing broke from it as it traveled. The bullet continued traveling as it entered the forest area, followed by a grunt and thud as someone was hit and fell from the tree they were hiding in. Many precise shots were fired towards people in the forest during the dark night as Nika reloaded, took aim, and then pulled the trigger. One after another, those far away were eliminated, and those attempting to flee were shot in the back as the bullet pierced through their body and came out of the other side. She occasionally aimed her sniper rifle towards the approaching enemy who was approaching the walls from the sides or had somehow managed to make their way up the wall, but she also shot many within the main group. Each time she shot her sniper rifle towards the group, the bullet would enter their bodies and continue onwards, letting her hit another one or two people. Whenever someone was being pressured, even a little, she shot a single bullet which turned the tides of battle quickly, and Sunila assisted her with her hockey and trick arrows. It was not long before the large group of 40-plus people were reduced to less than 10, The large group were able to travel from the central lawless zone unharmed by the beasts, but they were easily defeated in a confrontation with the combined forces of the White Storm. Alyssia had not even joined the battle, and they suffered a great loss to her crew members. She remained within the castle as she sat in the highest floor as she overlooked the battle. While taking care of Xena and Yao, she kept her observation hockey active as she looked out for everyone, but she found that some had only suffered some minor wounds. The remaining people that attempted to invade the land had dropped to their knees and started pleading for mercy, so they were quickly restrained and imprisoned. While in a meeting with Alfred, Alyssia suggested, to improve the defenses, I want several mines set up around the walls along with a fence to warn off trespassers. As for the wall where the gate is, we need a weapon suitable for causing high siege damage like a large crossbow, cannon, or large catapult. Finally, we can have some electric barbed fences installed on the walls which can be activated during the night, so that we can avoid others climbing over during the night. Alfred was lost in thought as he said, You are right. Defending the four walls will be difficult if we are greatly outnumbered by the enemy, and as I arrived at the capital, they had large weapons installed on their walls to provide extra protection and intimidation. That will probably be one of the reasons why they have been able to survive attacks from the beasts and other humans so far. However, the electric barbed fence will require a lot of energy to keep running. Are you sure that you wish to hook up one of your small generators to something like that? Alyssia nodded. We can never be too careful in a place like this. Who knows when the next attack will be, and now we need to deal with the overall aftermath. Even if we did not start the fight, we still killed many of their men, so how we handle the next part is important. What we need to do first is buy some time and negotiate terms. For now, we must focus on strengthening our defenses, opening up the surrounding perimeter, and removing the trees close enough to provide cover for our enemies while guarding against unexpected attacks. The surrounding trees were far too close to the sunken castle, so they provided cover for the enemy, which allowed for sneak attacks and helped them get closer to the walls without being spotted, but worst of all, it was a major fire risk. If a fire happened to spread, or the trees fell down, then those within the walls would be crushed or trapped while surrounded by the fire, so the closest trees around the sunken castle became a target for removal. The next day, Alyssia sat with a sea snail by her side and listened to the voice on the other side. Boss Pant, we have been successful in locating them all and acquiring what you asked for. The Baroque Works' top bounty hunters who no longer have an organization have settled down and become less active, so they were difficult to find, but we got lucky this time. Alyssia smirked as she said, Excellent, bring them right away. As she hung up, she showed a look of satisfaction. That is a couple more of different types of powers. Among the various groups that she knew about that had faced the Straw Hat Pirates, Baroque Works under Crocodile was one with a large variety of devil fruit ability users. While some had been captured and imprisoned within Impel Down, others had escaped capture as they fled and opened up a new version of the Spider Cafe, which was made from rebuilding the former Cactus Saloon. Zala had the spiked Paramecia devil fruit that made her body able to produce spikes all over her body. Drophy had the mole Zoan devil fruit, which let the user transform into a mole. Lasso is a gun that had been transformed by the Mutt Zoan devil fruit model Dachshund. Gem had the bomb Paramecia devil fruit that created explosive attacks. And finally, Makita had Kilo Paramecia devil fruit, can make her weight anything between 1 and 10,000 kilograms. Each of the abilities covered many different types of powers in the Paramecia and Zoan category, whether it be a power that transforms the body's shape or weight or adds on explosive effects to parts of the body, so all of them were worth studying in detail. In the meantime, she continued to help with the transformation of the land as she rapidly kicked out her leg towards the surrounding trees, as she sent out many flying wind blades and strong gusts of wind, as she rapidly kicked out a single leg like Chun-Li of Street Fighter with multiple machine gun kicks. The trees in her path were either cut down or knocked over by the strong gusts of wind that were created from her kicks. She continued to move around the outside of the walls as she cleared a large area around the sunken castle's walls. Tisk, so this is how my current strength is being used right now. What a shame. She had expected herself to be taking down great foes with her current abilities, but she still needed to lie low and not attract too much notice from the outside world, so most of her abilities have been put to use towards removing the surrounding trees and doing heavy lifting. As she reached the final area where the trees were mostly removed to create a path, she thought to herself, this should be widened and opened up a bit more so that it is more accessible and we can better monitor the road from the castle walls so that we can protect any visitors from attacks and mobilize our forces quickly before an ambush happens. She started concentrating as two serpentine forms started taking shape as they each appeared at each side of her body until they finally became more visible. Each of them had some similarities to Ghost, and they were somewhat connected to her legs. White King's Wrath. Twin Serpent King Kick. As she kicked out her leg, quickly followed by the next, the two serpent manifestations had consumed the large amount of wind, shockwave, and impact created by her various combined unique skills as they grew much larger and traveled forward. They circled around as they twisted their bodies around each other, as they passed by a large amount of trees which destroyed anything in its path before finally dispersing further away once it lost all of the power behind it. Phew. This really is a finishing move. If this is used along with everything else, I cannot imagine the final outcome. I wonder if it is possible for me to break the ice and open up Chinjo's private stash on the ice continent now. How exciting! The way that she had used her Conqueror's Hockey manifestation was to let her attacks become amplified, depending on the type of attack it was, and it would gain additional effects based on the powers or unique skills she possesses along with her original intentions, so her purpose for clearing enough of the trees had been achieved. If she tried to focus more towards piercing through the ice continent to get to Chinjo's treasure, then the manifestation would help to boost that, so even if she was still not perfect in the technique along with others, she could probably achieve such a feat. Since she had gained a higher mastery of Iron Body, Armament Hockey, and had high enough endurance stats, her legs were already at a point where they could be described as destructive weapons that could handle such big feats like piercing through the ice continent without injuring herself while attempting it. After she had helped to tidy up the surroundings a bit, she went back to her research, as many people had started to continue to reinforce and transform the sunken castle and the surroundings. After following Alfred's instructions, a figure jumped down from the walls and then disappeared into the forest area as they headed towards the central area with a written document in their hand. Carrot quickly penetrated deep into the central part of the island and arrived at a large wall. The wall circled around the city area, which should be the lawless zone, which seemed to be well protected from the beasts outside. But to Carrot, the wall was nothing but a minor obstruction, as she easily jumped over and entered the lawless zone while avoiding the eyes of others. She quickly moved towards the most conspicuous building and tossed the document onto the floor through a gap in the window before fleeing. Had she been other orders, she could have slipped into the room and killed the person inside without a sound, but her task was just to leave the document behind and leave. However, the next morning, the lawless king woke up and realized that his defenses had been penetrated by an unknown enemy as he read the document. Meanwhile, back at the sunken castle, Alfred briefed Alyssia on those who made the most contributions to the battle. While everyone had made their own contribution in their own way, you did tell me to look out for anyone interesting. So I spotted someone with great potential who has continued with your training and their own style of combat since recruiting them. Originally, he was recruited as our blacksmith and metal welder, but his latest weapon has complemented his body's strength and techniques. Alyssia calmly asked, "What was his name again?" Although Alyssia had a great memory, it did not mean that she could just remember everyone's names in a split second, so she asked Alfred, who already had the details on him. Alfred spoke. Zahayajan, he is in his later 20s, male, and joined us from Kano country. His specialties are blacksmithing and metalworking, but his skill and familiarity with many weapons is very high, while blunt forging hammers are his most familiar type of tool or weapon. His own style of combat is called metal forging double hammer style, and his two weapons have two different modifications that you had added. One was heat, while the other was thunder, so the destructive power of each blunt attack is further improved along with the style, which helps increase his attack's power the more he swings his hammers and makes contact with his opponents. The technique was a type of blunt-based striking style, which increased in power after the first attack and continued to do so with every attack followed. So, with the combination of the heat and thunder attacks, Zahayajan had been able to show off his skill enough to get noticed by Alfred during the battle. Alyssia replied, "Have a blacksmith built within the walls for him, and offer him a much larger position within the White Storm, and let him enter the inner circle of the crew." He has contributed a large amount already just with his metalworking, so his rewards are overdue. With his contribution to the battle and his showing of strength and combat power, I can feel assured that he can handle himself and hold an important position. Oh yes, while everyone is fortifying the castle walls, have a team work on reinforcing the gate or rebuilding it to make it more indestructible. Alfred bowed before stepped out. I will arrange it all. Alyssia yawned as she looked over towards the sleeping Xena and Yao. I should really get some sleep. It is late already. Very quickly, the lands of the sunken castle of Rika Island was being transformed a little at a time and had a period of peace, but within the lawless zone. The lawless king had read the document which had details about the attack on the sunken castle and the result of it. Dear leader of the lawless zone, we are writing to inform you about the changes on the lands of the sunken castle and the surrounding area that has been recently occupied. Upon coming to rightfully claim the land that belongs to us, we were attacked and were forced to fight back, resulting in many deaths of the other side along with some becoming captives. A large group later arrived, which I believe are a part of your influence, which have some connection to that group. We were kind enough to explain the situation to them while handing over the captives and give them a clear warning that we will not be bullied or intimidated. Upon leaving us, the group hid in the forest and later attacked during the night. They were defeated upon our side, being forced to defend ourselves again, and we can assume that this was not ordered by you or those within the lawless zone, so we will not retaliate for this, since we do not wish for further conflicts if we do not have to. We plan to stick to our own land and not cross into yours, so there should be no reason for us to have any further conflicts. Please inform those below you to not step into our lands with large numbers or weapons, or this will be taken as a sign of hostility. If you wish to retrieve the living captives, send a messenger with a small escort to retrieve them. Thank you, Alyssia Lucine. P.S. This is just a warning. If we can penetrate your walls this easily, then assassinating your loyal followers will be just as easy to accomplish. So I hope that we will not be forced to act with hostile intent next time. The document that was delivered contained a clear explanation of the events, but also a warning to the lawless king and those affiliated. It also explained that his subordinates had acted on their own without sending word back, so it was likely that they planned to attack and swallow all of the benefits in secret. The lawless king was enraged upon reading that part in particular, but he was intrigued about the new occupants of the sunken castle, so he quickly arranged a small team to retrieve the captives so that he could gain more information before making a decision on whether or not to attack in retaliation. If the risk of a large amount of deaths in a war against them was a big possibility, the lawless king would choose to not have a direct war against the new occupants because he still needed to keep his forces strong in case of further conflicts with the people of the capital and defending against beast attacks along with internal conflicts. Most of the people killed by those of the White Storm were not truly loyal people to the lawless king and were a group of troublemakers who were in the alliance for their own benefits. Those who were too greedy and disloyal to the unlawful king were usually dealt with harshly, and if they died at others' hands, the lawless king would only feel that the killers had done him a favor by eliminating them, but there would always be those who were discontent about not being allowed to retaliate. After retrieving the captives, the lawless zone people that were allied together under the lawless king had been warned not to cross into the sunken castle lands, but if they encountered people in the forest area, they should be discreet and thorough if they wished to enact their revenge. Although they could not retaliate with a full-on attack due to certain factors, there were always reckless people who were willing to attack anyone if they encountered them in the forest area, while some could be disguised as animal attacks. If people died within the forest, then the murderers would be difficult to identify which force was behind it unless major evidence was left behind, so they expected to have some groups attack hunting or gathering parties from the sunken castle. However, their plans had been pointless, since those within the sunken castle had already anticipated this kind of action from them, which was made to pick off the weaker people of the group. Hunting and gathering parties that entered the forest were given a strong escort each time, so any conflicts ended in their complete victory, or the enemy fleeing after realizing the unfavorable situation for them. More time passed as most things were moved towards Rika Island from Baltimore. Ness was busy fighting other sea creatures along with the Kung Fu Dugong and other fighting sea creatures while escorting the merchant ships around many places, so she was kept busy. After most of the main changes were completed and the land was secure, Many returned to their original duties while most of the builders and scientists remained within the lands of Rika, where they continued to work on the land or on the docks. Many ships made from metal were covered with an outer shell made from wood on the parts that remained out of the water to disguise them as they were moved from Water 7, and each of them were transported to Rika Island along with Alyssia's ship, where a new shipyard was being constructed by the ship docking area. While many had returned to their life of a mercenary, bodyguard, manager, diva, or dancer, there were those that remained so that they could add an extra layer of protection to the sunken castle. Medea, Clifford, Archie, Alyssia, Ivy, Ghost, Lee, and Carrot remained on Rika Island along with Ushvin, Nika, and I, while Tristan was sent on her own mission during that time. While most people remained to help defend the castle, build, or work on a science project, Medea had been asked to remain so that the location on her body that contained the power source could be modified further. After many breakthroughs with thunder or electric power and creating a power source or storage unit like the Electro Power Core, a Thunder Power Core was built to suit Medea and her cyborg enhancements, but several changes needed to be made to allow it to properly be installed, so she quickly underwent further enhancements as it was installed to her body. Once it was installed, her overall management of her power had improved along with the regulation and power of her thunder attacks. Under Dr. Tsukimi's supervision, the Creation Union scientists that remained on Baltimore continued to uphold their deal with White Storm as they continued building many types of gadgets to be sold around the Grand Line, while the remaining cultivation chambers continued to remain there for the time being. A little while later, the Ark Maxim was moved closer to Rika Island as it remained hidden within an unoccupied Sky Island. Alyssia visited one of the lands where the Revolutionary Army had recently received a mission, and she watched as Sabo single-handedly destroyed the enemy force's stronghold after she had hitched a ride with Kuma after nagging him to witness the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army in person. While she watched from far away, she absorbed the surrounding skills from each of the fighters, including Hack and Koala's Fishman Karate, to supplement what she had already gained from Monera, and purchased enough of the Dragon Claw technique belonging to Sabo to help Ivy in her training. Since Kuma was keenly aware of Alyssia's interests and pursuits, he was able to quickly figure out that most of her actions were towards further expanding her knowledge and experiences as either a martial artist or as a scientist. Outside of those aspects, she did not interfere with the world unless it benefited her in some way, and towards the operations of the Revolutionary Army, she would remain silent about it all since she had expressed her approval of what they were doing many times. Since Alyssia had kept silent on many things related to himself and the Revolutionary Army, along with not interfering in their actions and providing rain tools to his homeland, Kuma had started to trust her more deeply. She had even halted the White Storm mercenaries from taking any conflicting missions that put them on the other side of the Revolutionary Army or other major forces, so her overall relationship with them was not hostile and could either be considered as friendly or neutral, so Kuma did not fear her turning on his companions. After arriving back at Rika Island, Ivy was put through very harsh training to further improve her finger strength and durability, along with improving her overall body in a balanced way, as she continued to work on her animal claw style of combat that was suited to the 6 powers and the Dragon Claw technique, which improved her stabbing, tearing, grabbing, and crushing abilities even further when used with her Wolverine Zoan Devil Fruit. Nika and others had begun to work hard to put together an arm attachment which works as a pop green launcher for Ivy so that she could increase her battle potential even further. Meanwhile, within Water 7, the Straw Hats had run into many difficulties, whether it be the going merry being unrepairable, the loss of their berries, one crew, mate leaving while the other going missing, being named as criminals, and many other problems that came later. The second attempted assassination of Iceberg took place along with Cypher Pole, gaining the location of the blueprints before going to find and capture Frankie. The Straw Hats were thrown into further disarray as Nico Robbins sacrificed herself for them and left on the sea train, which prompted the full-blown rescue mission. During that time, Alyssia had traveled to a certain island to meet up with Tristan, who had set up a small place to treat people as she waited for the estimated time that it would take. Thanks to gaining some of the crew members' blood from Jaya or Skypea, she had been able to create a Viver card and track their movements, but to be absolutely sure, she had some people sitting in some key locations ready to inform her upon the arrival of certain up and coming pirate crews. Tracking the Straw Hat Pirates was not too difficult, even if she did not know the time taken to travel the first half of the Grand Line, since she knew the route they would take and some islands that they may stop at in between. Once they had first arrived at Water 7, she jumped onto the back of Ness, who she had tracked down with the help of Ghost, and then she headed to her next location. Meanwhile, within Rico Island, a specific training plan was being put to use for the new addition to the inner circle of the crew. By a strong waterfall, Zahajian stood on top of a rock, and his lower legs were partly submerged in the water as he steadied himself and remained firmly in place with two ordinary but heavy blacksmithing hammers in his hands. He thought back to Alyssia's advice a while ago. You're used to striking metal which is held in place. Each strike will follow a certain rhythm or pattern as your body will adjust to the metal with each strike, followed by many stronger strikes until you have fully tempered it with a certain amount of strikes. However, you are less familiar with striking moving objects or people, so this practice will help you adjust to various changes, but also better grasp the rhythm and control of your hammer techniques. Start with 9 swings of your hammers and build it without stopping in front of a strong waterfall, where you will have a strong resistance. Slowly, you will be able to improve your technique to make each blow much stronger and reach up to 81 arm swings if you can build up your mastery of the technique further, while increasing your overall stamina and strength. As for the final outcome, it depends on your own insights. It could produce a strong force of wind or a shockwave type of effect or something entirely different. Just follow what I have shown you and slowly practice while keeping your lower half firm and steady in front of the waterfall. His first attack hit the waterfall and scattered the heavily falling water, which followed with his arm being pushed back, and as he did, his other arm followed up with another blow as he used the force behind his first strike and being pushed back to his advantage as he turned it into more force as he hit the same position again as the new water had begun to fall in place of the scattered water. Oh! He continued to control his breathing as his hammer was pushed back as he hit the waterfall again and had used the force to redirect the force into the swing of his other hammer and struck at the waterfall again, creating a stronger attack than before, followed by 6 more strikes which had continued to grow in strength and out further of a burden on his body as he continued. Due to his already strong physique and long experience as a blacksmith, he was able to persist for some time as his body became sweaty and tired, but after achieving 30 blows, his foot slipped on the rock and he lost his stable footing. He quickly adjusted his fall to himself to prevent any serious damage to his body, and he rested as he lay back in the water around him. Man, this is tough. I have been doing this ever since she told me to, and with every strike, the burden on the body is much bigger, and it burns more energy the more I continue. My body heat has risen too during the later swings as I enter a deeper state of concentration, so it can be quite taxing on both the mind and body. It is good that I have cold water to rest in. Alyssia had adjusted his hammer techniques a little and taught him a little about some methods of training based on some concepts from a novel or manhwa called Soul Land, in which there is a blacksmithing technique called disorder-splitting wind hammer, which allows the user to swing a hammer 81 times. Each blow being stronger than the previous. When used by the specific clan's hammer spirit in the series, it can produce a gravitational effect, but in the world of One Piece, special types of spirit tools, weapons or forms do not exist, so she had to reform the idea to suit the knowledge that she had gathered with the system to come up with Zahajian's future path and training plan, which resulted in him training at the waterfall every day, since as he slowly gained more familiarity with his techniques. In his spare time, he sparred with Archie to test how he had grown, but there was still quite a large gap between them, because Archie had continued to improve himself through many harsher experiences and increased his training over the past year, while Zahajian had not gained too much real combat experience in life and death battles while he was improving himself. However, that did not mean that Zahajian's fighting strength and potential was low. It was just that he needed some time to adjust to his changes and to gain more real combat experience. While he lay in the water, he rested up and then got out to eat some food before continuing his training with a couple of pairs of eyes watching over him to look out for any intruders in the area from people of the capital or lawless zone. In Eni's lobby, the battle took place along with the Buster Call, which was activated. Many exchanges between the Straw Hats and the CP9 assassins resulted in great fatigue and injury for both sides, but Nico, Robin, and Frankie were saved. As the Buster Call was about to destroy everything, the Going Merry appeared just in time to save them, and they escaped before running into Iceberg. Upon completing its final journey, the Going Merry could no longer hold on as it fell apart, resulting in a final tearful goodbye send-off from everyone. During the whole confrontation between Water 7, the journey on the sea train to Eni's lobby, there was another person who was a member of CP6 by the name of Jerry. After his defeat in Karate Island, he received many tasks and later was assigned a task to guard inside the sea train during the escorting of Nico, Robin, and Frankie, but was defeated by Sanji, which had further left him feeling down. After the cart was detached by Sanji, and they then encountered Roronoa Zoro on the Rocketman after being stranded at sea, his current whereabouts became unknown. Many Cypher Pole agents died, were fired, or their status was unknown, and one of them would be Nero, who was fired and then thrown into the sea. Among them was the main members of CP9, who survived the annihilation of Eni's lobby through Blueno's air door, with the exception of Spandam. They were forced to travel by foot until they arrived on St. Poplar, where they had planned to treat Rob Lucci's wounds. Due to their lack of money, they had been forced to earn some with their devil fruit abilities and performances on the street, as Komodori worked as a performer, Jabra and Blueno showcasing an animal show, Kaku acting as a slide in his giraffe form, while Califa cleaned up the streets with her power. However, just as they had been able to earn some of the money, they found a place that was newly opened, and inside was a female squirrel mink who had called them over so that Rob Lucci can receive immediate treatment, along with them all receiving a thorough checkup for a cheaper price than the local hospital. As for them recognizing Tristan for her true identity, it did not matter since they were desperate to get Rob Lucci treatment right away, so when offered a cheaper treatment cost along with getting their own checkup together, they had no choice but to give in. They also believed that Tristan had not yet heard about the matters of Water 7 or Eni's lobby, since it was not yet publicized, so their vigilance towards her approaching them was lowered a little. Due to being very close to them during the examination and treatment process, Tristan was easily able to acquire many samples needed that Alyssia had sent her to get. The Zoan fruits that she had collected samples for were Lucci's leopard form, Kaku's giraffe form, and Jabra's wolf form, while in the Paramecia category was Califa's ability to create and manipulate soap bubbles that can clean anything. In addition to the devil fruit body samples, she had also gained a lot of additional samples from both non-devil fruit users and devil fruit users, which could help her identify different body types for creating a very strong physique suited for assassination techniques, but also with very high potential, with Rob Lucci being at the very top of the list for potential, while Califa was up at the top for the only female in the group. In the meantime, Alyssia, who had passed through St. Poplar, had updated her 6 powers, Life Return, her upper body and lower body martial arts, along with her staff or stick-based skills from the members of CP9 that she had not had a chance to run into. After gaining what she came for, she made time to get the samples from the hands of Tristan before leaving on the back of Ness. After she left St. Poplar, Rob Lucci stayed unconscious for a few days while the other agents went shopping and sightseeing with their leftover berries. Later, after his treatment was completed and he had recovered, the agents of CP9 went to a bowling alley before getting caught up in a fight with a pirate group named the Candy Pirates, who caused a commotion outside and captured a mother and daughter. Due to Rob Lucci's excessive justice and brutality, many citizens ran away in fear, which prompted them to leave, but before they did, the saved girl presented Califa with a beautiful flower as thanks for saving her mother. Later, they arrived at the homeland where CP9 agents are brought up and trained. They met many future generation agents, but not long after, they were forced to defend their homeland from a Marine named Captain Very Good, who had been tasked to capture those belonging to CP9. Since Spandam and his father plotted to put the blame on CP9 for the failure of the mission and caused the following situation, the CP9 agents quickly dispatched the Marines. Then Rob Lucci called Spandam, saying that they will return, which meant it was likely for revenge. They then left the flower of beauty and goodwill planted in the earth of their childhood home before sailing off into the distance. Before making her way back, Alyssia stopped by Water 7 to update the skills she had purchased from the Straw Hat Pirates, including adding upon her current flame leg skill that was very similar to Sanji's. She also visited some other areas where the giants were so that she could gather their martial arts-based skills and their insights into their own Elbaf Spear unique skill. Upon arriving back at Rika Island, she locked herself up as she further dove into her research into devil fruits and the types of patterns within that help construct a specific power. If the key parts could be identified, then they could be remade into a copy or even a custom-made devil fruit. The possibilities did not just end there, as the final part could be used to grant a life form a power before their birth, just like the germa had without suffering any weaknesses from the water. Alyssia had quickly noticed the reason behind some types of powers, and why Judge had chosen specific ones for his children rather than more complex ones. Copying and identifying the patterns for fire, thunder, poison, strength, or stealth is a lot simpler since it only has one power and is centered around it. The pattern or configuration within the body would remain stable as it adapts, resulting in no flaws, but it would be different for other examples. To add an additional power would mess with the original structure and cause an imbalance resulting in a mutation or death of the subject, which could be why 2 devil fruits are unable to be eaten by a single person. Alyssia sighed. If this is true, then to get around that problem, they started introducing the idea of concept within a devil fruit design. Rather than mixing basic superpowers, which was a failure, they chose to build new ones based on an idea or an already stable thing that is in the world. Who knows how advanced the world was back then, so I cannot really guess, but if they did build up many power patterns based on certain materials, elements, living creatures, or everyday item, then the powers given would be related to that concept, which is a little similar to My Hero Academia's quirks. While there may be the most basic powers, there are also many out there not discovered, which could be anything from cement, barrel, fork, clock, or other more complicated ones like the oven power. She then continued, like the empty glass theory, most would be born that way without a power in this world, and if they underwent an experiment to gain powers, their glass would shatter upon being tampered with because it cannot handle the changes. The devil fruits must break past this problem and create a protective film or barrier within the glass or stabilize it to handle the sudden change. The user can learn to use their new abilities right away, but some more difficult parts need to be discovered on their own as their body and soul adapts to it as they grow stronger. But because of this protection, they sacrifice their ability to swim and gain a weakness to the sea or things related to it. She massaged her head as she frowned. If 2 powers occupy the glass, that stability created as the 2 powers fight it out so that they can occupy that glass, resulting in the glass shattering and the user dying as a result. So, first I need to identify better what kind of powers come from specific patterns in the devil fruits and figure out how to put forward the idea of the concept of a power and make it stable. Since I already know how superpowers work from Germa, the application of such powers would be possible to create on a life form during the initial stages of their birth when the glass is beginning to form. However, that would only be needed if someone were to ever request a powered baby, and the resources needed may be very high to complete such a thing. However, I have Tan and Ting who are tending to the gardens, so making a devil fruit is more than possible, so I need to decide on a concept or power type soon. Luckily, I have many samples and have grasped many of them already thanks to my programmer skill combined with some others. After working out the structure of a couple of them, the rest are quite simple in the Zoan and Logia category, while most Paramecia are a little more complicated, but I do not think I am far away from reaching a conclusion. I just need a little bit more before I can be absolutely certain. Creating a stable power was difficult the more complicated it was, and Alyssia would not be happy with just anything simple, whether it be for herself, to give it to someone else, or to use the method to give the power to an item. She then continued, then I have to continue gathering materials and further research the results gained from Yao that I have gained from the many tests and analysis on his body. While researching powers or devil fruits was not a priority, it did tie in with her own body a little, so she did not wish to leave out any possible. While she was busy on her many projects, she had Nika and Ein work on some more robotic and mech-focused projects which were formed from the combined knowledge of her various mechanical engineering skills, including the one from Sabaody Archipelagos which was named Project Valkyrie, but while the project was underway, there was one missing item that she had been missing which would help not only the project, but also help to improve upon several other things like Medea and Alfred's modifications. Many changes were taking place around the world, as the worst generation were each making their own mark on the world as they got closer to Sabaody Archipelagos, but as time had passed, the Straw Hat Pirates stayed on Water 7 until the Thousand Sunny was built, and as they eventually left, they took Frankie with them and patched up any previously problems that they had within their crew. As the White Storm was making great strides to improve their relationships with other businesses, They continued to work out deals in which certain lower or medium-sized businesses of different lands could work with the White Storm to transport certain island specialties or special items to other islands to allow better trade between many islands in the first half of the Grand Line. Each of the main members of the crew were quickly improving themselves, and Ivy was one of them after she had been personally instructed by Alyssia after she came back from acquiring the claw and finger techniques of the Wolf Zoan user from CP9, which further improved the overall techniques for Ivy. While the Straw Hat Pirates each had their own specialties, powers, or talents that allowed them to survive and travel in the first half of the Grand Line in a short amount of time, each of the members of the White Storm had already been able to travel around and survive with fewer issues, and they had each grown from it in their own way, especially with the resources and techniques given to them. Time kept passing as the Straw Hat Pirates entered the Florian Triangle, where they came upon the Achino family, as they had to face off against the whole family along with their boss, who was in possession of the hot devil fruit, which allows him to reach a maximum body temperature of 10,000 degrees. Unlike most other devil fruits that she wished to get her hands on or gain a sample of, the heat-based fruit did not entice her, so Alyssia did not journey out as she locked herself up in her research while continuing her usual daily activities. Several of the modifications on Medea had been completed, but Alyssia was still unhappy, since there was still no word about the Wapple metal, but she believed that it would soon appear, or at the latest appear on the black market after the war ends. In the meantime, the world government were becoming increasingly uneasy about the worst generation, and especially the Straw Hat Pirates, so they began to draw up plans to have him killed at the hands of Kuma, who was contacted as soon as the Straw Hat Pirates had entered the Florian Triangle. Just as they had begun to enter the Thriller Bark arc, Alyssia received a message from Kuma, so she spoke. "I see. Then I will be out soon, so hurry and take me with you." Kuma responded, "I will not be long." Upon his arrival, the both of them were both sent towards Thriller Bark. As Alyssia and Kuma flew towards Thriller Bark, the Straw Hat Pirates were lured into a trap, which ended with many of their shadows being stolen from them. Many of the shadows had been placed within different corpses that had been preserved and stitched up by Dr. Hogback, while the Straw Hat Pirates were all placed back near their ship, where they would be destined to be unable to live underneath the sun. After suffering such a big loss, they regrouped themselves and started their counterattack. By the time that Alyssia and Kuma had arrived, many things had happened, and Kuma went to meet up with Gecko Moria to warn him about the current concerns of the world government involving the Straw Hat Pirates. After the defeat of a warlord of the sea and the events on Eni's lobby, the world government were worried about yet another warlord being defeated at the hands of the Straw Hat Pirates, so Kuma was tasked with giving him a warning along with informing him about the current events of the world. Blackbeard had been given the position as warlord of the sea upon defeating Portgas Ace and capturing him alive, and Kuma mentioned his doubts about Blackbeard briefly before changing the subject by telling Moria he was there to help deal with the Straw Hat Pirates. Kuma was quickly rejected after offering to help Moria, and many events followed along the original timeline. A little time before their meeting, Perona was stealing the treasure on the ships while attempting to flee Thriller Bark after being defeated by Usopp, but she ran into Nami, who attempted to stop her and take the treasure for herself. However, their interaction did not last long as Kuma appeared behind her and briefly asked where she would like to go on a vacation, which was followed him appearing before her and slapping down upon her. Alyssia was hidden behind Kuma's big body during the whole encounter, and as Kuma appeared before Perona when she was about to attack him, Alyssia had disappeared upon using her full strength as she flash-stepped to Perona and cut her slightly with a nail on her finger, while another hand grabbed a strand of hair from her head, which had extracted a small amount of blood and hair to be collected as a Paramecia-type ghost devil fruit sample and to collect certain unique features in Perona's lineage factor, whether it be her body type, pink hair color, or her eye shape and color. In the split second that Kuma had moved, Alyssia had quickly gained everything she needed before Perona was hit by Kuma's palm and sent away without anyone noticing her even being there, as she used others or buildings as cover to hide herself, so the zombies and Nami did not notice that she was even there. Alyssia appeared far away and took out a vial as she dropped the blood on her nail inside, before sealing it while doing the same with the strand of hair. As for Perona, as she was sent flying, she had been confused how she had suddenly been scratched, so she had no other person to blame but Kuma, who had sent her away. During the time that the Straw Hat Pirates were being kept busy with oars and Kuma was talking to Moria, Alyssia infiltrated the castle while avoiding the many traps within and the watchful eyes of the many things that had been given shadows to give them life. She arrived inside the wedding chapel and found the already beaten Absalom, who was still unconscious. So she started gathering some samples from him, which were very helpful considering his race or tribe, which would be helpful towards her lineage factor research. However, the most important part was the paramecia-type invisibility devil fruit inside his body, so she quickly took her samples and stored them away safely. She made sure to visit other places where battles had taken place since she had hoped to gain more, but upon arriving in one location where Zoro and Ryuma's corpse fought, but she only found a little bit of the ash that had been left behind, so she collected that before moving onwards. Alyssia later arrived at the place where Dr. Hogback had fallen and had been stepped on by oars. He was found in a critical condition with many broken bones while he remained in a coma nearing the edge of death, so Alyssia took him to the side and tried her best to stabilize him. Fearing that she would lose him too early, she started updating her system skills from Dr. Hogback and purchased what she could with the points she had built up since returning to Rika Island from Water 7 and St. Poplar. So she was able to extract a lot of Dr. Hogback's skills, including his medical knowledge, which could help with her research, but also be given to help Tristan improve. Tristan had remained on St. Poplar with many of medical team under her, as they continued to keep their medical practice open while providing many types of medicines or cosmetics to the White Storm merchants, so her overall skill as a doctor had risen with all of the opportunities she had been given. But Dr. Hogback was a famous doctor who Chopper had greatly admired until a little while ago because of his horrible nature. Although many of his pursuits and his personality were to be doubted, his talents and ability as a doctor were not, so even if he died sometime soon, Alyssia wished to get every last bit of knowledge from him before his death, whether it be medicine-based, the human body, and surgery, or other techniques, like how he was able to create many types of zombies, even if she did not wish to cut up body parts and out them together to form a new body. Alyssia did not wish to go down the route of Dr. Frankenstein or Dr. Hogback, where they create monstrosities from corpses, but some of the methods used could be helpful in other areas. In another part of Thriller Bark, the battle between Gecko Moria, who was inside Oars, was coming to come to an end as Oars was defeated, but after Alyssia had collected what she needed, Dr. Hogback had passed away, so she went around collecting samples from the zombies that were lying around the area. Alyssia appeared to extract several samples from the preserved corpse of Oars when everyone was distracted with the final battle with Moria. Moria devoured many shadows and gained a large boost in power, but could not hold on to that power as Luffy continued to attack his stomach, which made him open his mouth. Eventually, Moria was defeated and crushed before Kuma appeared to start the next confrontation when Luffy was no longer able to fight, which turned many eyes to him and away from Moria. So she had appeared over his body and started taking samples from him. As Alyssia gained some distance away from them and thought to herself, Moria has such a unique body shape and overall look. Not to mention his pale skin, ear shape, sharp teeth, and horns, so this will be very useful for my lineage factor research. I have gained so much, whether it be from the many corpses, Moria, Absalom, or Oars for differing races or human forms, but most importantly, I have acquired 3 more devil fruit samples, which each have their own unique characteristics and uses. Now I just have to wait for the next events to happen. It did not take long before there was a massive explosion of air, which defeated many others after they refused to hand over Luffy's head to save their own lives. Zoro and Sanji both offered their heads in place of their captains, but Zoro knocked Sanji unconscious before taking on Kuma's trial, where he had to endure hellish pain. While many were unable to stay awake after the attack from Kuma, Alyssia arrived and started taking samples of many people who were laying on the ground before disappearing once more without being seen. She lifted a bag full of different vials which had name tags on them and some minor descriptions. Then she played with one that was in her hand. Charlotte Lola. Born with a twin sister from Charlotte Lin Lin, or Big Mom. Although she did not inherit her mother's or father's large build or monstrous strength, she still has some potential. However, what I want from her is not just that, but what is hidden deep within her lineage factor from her mother's side. At a young age, she was able to kill a giant during one of her episodes and display horrifying strength and endurance before becoming a member of the Rocks Pirates, then rose to become an emperor so her lineage factor is difficult to obtain. Some understanding can be gained from the samples collected from Lola. She had gained more than enough, so she quickly met with Kuma, who had sent her flying towards Rika Island once more. As she arrived there, she started to arrange her newly acquired samples while updating the overall data that she had gathered with the help from the system, which she then started passing on to K1 to remember, while she got someone to work with K1 to write everything down from Dr. Hogback to send to Tristan to study. Not a very long time had passed, as everything returned to the normal routine for everyone within the White Storm, but the world was slowly drifting towards war as the Marines and world government were preparing for war against Whitebeard. The Pacifista were completed, and Kuma was almost out of time before he had to undergo the final operation, so it would not be long until certain events take place as the worst generation enters Sabaody. From her contacts within the underworld by the name of Number 1, 2, and 3, there was an increase in ability to locate more secretive auctions, which allowed her to get her hands upon many types of slaves of different races ranging from long-legged, long-armed, long-necked, black-wing, horned, or many other types of races or tribes, so she was able to shorten the list of what samples she still required, while she still missed some more difficult to obtain ones like the Oni, One-Eye, or Lunarian race, along with the many within the New World that can easily he found within Big Mom's children's bloodline. In the meantime, Alyssia continued to work on several things, along with getting a team to work on the Arc Maxim in secret to help with her future plans that would help her benefit even more from the events of the world. Upon the return of Monera, she had arrived at Rika Island along with a small group of fishmen, merfolk, and sea beasts. Many of them stayed within the shipyard and docking area that had been newly built, so they could remain by the sea, but Monera and many others on the island continued to endure Alyssia's harsh training as she continued to teach them the basics of hockey. Each sparring session, they could feel their hockey grow a little along with their mastery over it, and even some of the younger people of the crew were slowly beginning to edge forward after more than a year of being instructed on how to use it, with some of the later additions to the inner circle like Zahayajan, who had only started to learn a little more. Using the White Storm to monitor the ongoing changes within the world, Alyssia was able to know about many things happening in different places, along with track the progress of the Straw Hat Pirates as well as many of the Worst Generation. A little before the events of Sabaody would take place, Shiki, who had escaped from Impel Down with his float devil fruit abilities after cutting his legs off, started to enact his own plan along with the Golden Lion Pirates. After hearing about the attack upon the East Blue, Alyssia stepped out of Rika Island once again as she followed the trail of the Straw Hat Pirates. Later, a great confrontation took place between the Straw Hat Pirates, and they lost against Shiki, while Nami was recruited to be his navigator on his floating island. While they were all kept busy, Alyssia had watched from far away as she used her system to purchase the many skills around herself, including Shiki's two-sword style. Just as the Straw Hat Pirates were attempting to set up explosives within the island, Alyssia infiltrated the lab and collected many samples of the SIQ, along with many of the ingredients which would help in learning to create various drugs. Many ingredients, drugs, and samples from the many mutated beasts were taken by her before the explosion went off, and when Shiki was defeated by Luffy, resulting in the floating island falling from the sky, so Alyssia quickly collected Dr. Indigo, who was a member of the Golden Lion Pirates and the creator of the SIQ serum that helps animals better adapt to their environment and evolve. Since he was someone very skilled and a great chemist, Alyssia did not wish for him to die or be captured by the Marines just yet, so she quickly restrained him before jumping below the island before the explosion went off. Although she had gained many useful skills or useful unique skills from the two humans of the Golden Lion Pirates, she was not finished making use of them, so she took out some masks from her sealed waterproof bag as she waited underwater with Dr. Indigo for the time that Shiki would fall from the sky after being defeated. As she sensed him coming down, she held a pair of sea prism handcuffs and caught him before placing the cuffs on his wrists and restraining him. After she had restrained him, she placed a mask on his face to allow him to survive underwater during his weakened state, so she started swimming back until she finally met up with Ness and Ghost, who had been tracking down her location. Upon arriving back at Rika Island, she dove back into her research as she passed on her newly gained knowledge to K1 and Tristan while she looked at the two restrained captives who had once faced off against Sengoku. Roger and Garp in their prime, so she was happy with their gains from not only martial arts but also the chemistry and swordsmanship skills they possessed. She had made it her mission to pass on any improvements of her skills to her crew upon gaining new styles from different people, and among them, there was the improvement to dual wielding of weapons, so she made sure to pass on the new and improved versions of each of their styles while helping to improve some single sword styles like Medea's, but Clifford and Lucia had benefited most from her adventure. In order to prevent another escape of Shiki, she made sure to restrain the rest of his body and not just the limbs so that he could not pull off the same trick as before. Within the training grounds inside the sunken castle walls, Alyssia wielded her scythe blades and clashed against Clifford's two swords, but each time he was unable to prevent damage to the blade. Both were just using their own sword techniques without any other special attacks or abilities, but even though Alyssia was not classified as a swordswoman, she was able to apply what she had learned over the years into her scythe blades as she overpowered and countered Clifford at each time. It was not long before his prized swords were unrecognizable, and they could no longer be used unless they were repaired. Alyssia sighed upon seeing that. It may take some time, but you must learn how to best use your swords and keep them from being damaged. For now, keep practicing with ordinary swords or have those repaired. I hope that you can grasp hockey a little sooner since you have had a lot of time to adjust to the world outside and gain many experiences. You have also been pushed by me many times who possesses hockey, so I believe you can do it, then you can learn how to make a black blade. Clifford rubbed his head with a look of embarrassment. I will try to, but what you have taught me is already enough. Whether it be the Shiki, Zoro, Kaku, or many other dual sword style wielders, Alyssia had gained enough skills from them to be able to pass on a style over time to Clifford, and with the addition of Shiki, who was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, Clifford started to show great improvements. Although the improvements were not so great for Lucia, it did help to improve his style a little, while mostly improving his and many others' training plans to help them reach a greater level of physique much sooner. Even Jester had begun to show great improvements with his dagger and knife wielding style, but also to his juggling skill after receiving her guidance from time to time when he was not out on a mission, which had been further improved upon after capturing Dr. Indigo and Shiki. Medea had improved her own style after Alyssia had came back from Thriller Bark after picking up Brooke's style of fencing swordsmanship that had been improved during his time stuck within the Florian Triangle. Alyssia looked towards both of them and spoke again. Lucia, you should get your weapons looked at by Zahayajan since he should be able to improve it or build you a better set. Clifford here, these are for you. She went towards a wooden box and opened it up, revealing the contents inside, which were two swords which had been removed from Shiki, which were Odo and Kagurashi that he used to single-handedly massacre an entire army of Marines before being subdued by Garp and Sengoku. He later used them as prosthetic legs, so upon capturing him, she removed them and had Zahayajan work on the hilt and sheath for them as they were fixed up again so that she could pass them on to Clifford. Both were double-edged and famed swords, so she believed that they would provide Clifford with a large boost to his fighting potential. Clifford held both Odo and Kagurashi as he inspected them with a look of excitement in his eyes. Do not worry, I will not let down your expectations of me. Alyssia smiled as she turned around to go towards her lab once again until Tristan arrived after stabilizing her medical practice in St. Poplar. Alyssia returned to the prison cell where Dr. Indigo and Shiki were kept. Dr. Indigo, a famed chemist with great abilities to make all kinds of drugs and a former member of the Rocks Pirates. My name is Alyssia Lucine, and right now you are within my hands completely without any way to escape. Shiki grit his teeth in anger. Why have you captured us? Dr. Indigo remained silent as he observed the situation. Alyssia replied, You must be joking, Shiki. You are a pirate with a warmonger mentality and will not be happy unless the world is not in a time of peace. If you found a way to survive, then you would only stir up more chaos in the world, and your strength and abilities cannot be wasted. The same is true for your crew member. It would be a crime to let his abilities disappear from the world. So here's my proposal, work for me. Dr. Indigo shook his head and Shiki shouted back. Never. Alyssia smirked. Fine, then have it your own way. But do you honestly think that I cannot possibly break that spirit of yours? Oh yes. I remember that you have great respect for the strong. You have already been defeated by someone after underestimating them, so do not do it again this time, because even without those restraints, I have confidence in defeating the current you. Luffy may have defeated him by chance after he underestimated Luffy's rubber abilities, as he expected Luffy to be electrocuted upon having a part of his body pass through a thundercloud, which made him slow to dodge before Luffy's attack came back down to hit him. But Alyssia was confident that her abilities were far ahead of Luffy in his Gear's second or third form, so she did not fear the much older and weakened Shiki, who was no longer in his prime. Alyssia started to break down both of their wills, while she had collected enough samples from both of them for their body types and Shiki's float devil fruit, which helped to further her research. By the time that Tristan had made it back, both of them were being obedient and followed Alyssia's every command or request without question, as the Germa and hypnotist skills were out to full use to turn them over to her side and make them obey her without question. While Shiki spent most of his days restrained, he did get a new set of prosthetic legs which Tristan had been working on, so he was able to walk once again, but he was only allowed to walk around his cell, while the rest of his body was restrained with C-prism restraints. As Dr. Indigo was easier to tame, Alyssia and Tristan let him out occasionally to provide insights into many different experiments they were working on while helping them to grasp the newly obtained knowledge from him and Dr. Hogback. A new garden was built to grow many types of rare plants, along with the newly acquired IQ plants needed for the SIQ serum. Another thing that she had obtained from the events of Strong World was a couple of samples of the inhabitants of the floating island, who each have feathered arms which helped them survive the fall from the sky, as their island no longer had Shiki to make it float anymore. A small vial full of green liquid was within Alyssia's hands as she examined it lazily. Each time that she waved it from side to side, a pair of small eyes would follow curiously. Not yet. It has not been perfected yet. In Sabaody Archipelagos, the Straw Hat Pirates were just arriving after undergoing many more fateful encounters where they met up with Hachi and Kimi. The ongoing problems that surrounded the island were well known to them, so they quickly warned the Straw Hat Pirates about the celestial dragons and how to act in their presence. Meanwhile, in another location, a figure could be seen wrapped up in a cloak as they walked by a building by the name of Shucky's Rip-Off Bar before continuing on their walk towards another location. The cloaked figure was Alyssia, who had just updated her system skills from a previous Rocks pirate, who had gone up against Rayleigh many times before their retirement from the pirate lifestyle. She quickly left the scene before heading into towards the area where Grove 20 was located. Upon walking the lawless streets full of pirates and bounty hunters, she entered a rundown bar where she quickly gained access to a room where many were sitting. 1, 2, and 3 were waiting inside with many other hooded figures which were difficult to identify due to their figure being covered by the cloaks on their bodies and the masks that covered their whole face. However, Alyssia was able to quickly identify them as Jester, Medea, and Carrot. The time is coming so soon, which is very good. She spoke hoarsely as she looked towards the people in the room. Did you get all of the locations? Number 3 nodded as she placed down several different maps with red circles around certain locations where a building was. These are all the places that we have found so far, but are you sure that you wish to go ahead with this? Alyssia, Jester, Medea, and Carrot nodded right away upon being asked, so number 1 spoke. Which locations do you wish to target? I recommend attacking the ones marked as the biggest and strongest first before the others. Jester smiled underneath his mask. So you mean that we should create more chaos so that we can have more cover to move about in before targeting the other locations? Number 2 smiled as she looked over. It seems that you had guessed our thoughts. After leaving from Alyssia's side, the numbers had lived a very good life within the criminal underworld as they learned many things about different groups, whether it be drug, weapon, and weapon trade or services offering protection fees. While they kept their heads low, they were able to find out many things, so when they were needed, they could provide their boss with the valuable information. Alyssia nodded as she spoke hoarsely. Good job. For now, you must keep a lookout around Grove 1 and send us a signal on the private sea snails when something big happens. Then you can go into hiding and do not come out until I say so. I will then assign you a new task when it is safe to come out. There is plenty of food and drink to help you survive your long stay. The 3 of them smiled bashfully as they bowed before leaving the room. After the 4 of the cloaked figures left, they each headed towards 4 separate locations between Groves 1 and 29. Each of them seemed quite well guarded, but after flashing a little amount of berries, the cloaked figures were able to gain access where they were carefully escorted to the main room. Many caged slaves of many different types were within, and while some still had life in their eyes, some were in a very poor state as if they were a walking corpse. Several guards kept a close eye on the cloaked figure within the room while the man opposite put on a business smile. "So, what kind of slave do you wish to purchase, my dear customer? Something specific, or for a specific purpose perhaps?" However, before he could continue, there was a sudden noise that spread around the room, which stopped upon the figure reaching into their cloak, which had silenced it completely. A hoarse voice spoke afterwards. "Sorry about that," the man opposite responded quickly. No need to apologize, dear customer." "Now, about the slaves," the hoarse voice replied. "Ah, yes, about the slaves. I want all of them," the man opposite gasped. "My dear customer, you must be joking." The cloaked figure shook their head before standing up silently. The man opposite looked confused. "Customer." However, the hoarse voice once more entered his ears. "It is nothing personal, but—" The next moment the figure disappeared and destroyed all of the surrounding sea snails used to monitor the room before appearing in front of each of the guards like an afterimage before reappearing before the man. The guards dropped to their knees before falling forward lifelessly as blood leaked from the small finger-sized hole in their neck, and the remaining man was held by the throat as his mouth was covered. He was pushed against the wall and all of his belongings were removed. The next second the hoarse voice became even more frightening to him as it continued. "You have just seen how fast I could kill them, so do not rely on others to save you. If you wish to even have a chance at surviving, then you must follow my words exactly without making a single mistake." The man shook in fear as he weighed his options, but very quickly he realized that he had no choice because the captor was too close for him to get away safely unless he chose to follow along. He quickly nodded his head, and Alyssia smirked behind her mask. "Good, lead me to the monitoring room first. Second, lead me to the main rooms where the muscle of your organization stay. Then finally lead me to the key and slave document room." As they exited the room, she had her nail placed in the location near his heart on his back, so if he made a sudden move to ask for help or flee, he would die instantly. After Alyssia had gained entry to the monitoring room, she quickly dealt with the people inside the moment the door was opened. She shut off all of the monitoring and communication tools before heading to the rooms where the other guards were while dealing with anyone within the corridors. She stepped into each room and left behind many afterimages before appearing next to the man again, leaving behind a bloody scene, as she was finally led towards the room that kept all of the keys for the cages and slave collars. She burnt all of the documents and then carried the keys towards the caged slaves within the rooms that the slaves were kept. "Hurry and open the cages. Do not delay or else." The man who was the only remaining survivor quickly opened up the cages, and then Alyssia spoke. "Everyone get out and release yourselves quickly, otherwise you will have no hope of survival. If someone is struggling to get out or escape, help them out to speed everything up." The keys were tossed onto the floor, and many slaves exited their cage and reached towards the keys desperately, as if their lives depended on it. Alyssia spoke into the man's ear. "As promised, I will not harm you, but you must go to sleep." She knocked him out and spoke again coldly. "I did promise, and I will keep it, but what they do to you is not part of that promise." Many slaves who had escaped their bindings started helping the others, but upon seeing the man laying there, some of them started to vent all of their hardships upon him, who was the sole survivor of the group that had captured and treated them inhumanely. Alyssia started walking towards where she had entered and said, "Behind the building there is a blind spot that not many would notice. There is a bag that has been left behind. Inside there are many pieces of clothing which will cover your body and hide your identity a little. Use them and then make your way together towards the location on the map that has been marked. There you will be able to find a temporary shelter until there is a time that you can escape this island." A timid voice spoke up. "Can we know the name of our saviors?" Alyssia shook her head as she replied, "It is probably best that you do not know." Even if she had saved them and put several things in place, there was not an absolute possibility that they would all survive, and even if they did, they may end up captured once again. Some may be tortured to extract information about who had freed them, resulting in her name being leaked, while others who had kept quiet would receive even harsher treatment, so telling them her name or giving any other details was not a wise move. Many of the locations that were to be used as safe houses were illegally owned and purchased on the black market. So even if they were exposed in the future, any connection to the White Storm would not be noticed since it had been handled properly and no traces could be found of any connection. As Alyssia left the slave house and killed the guards at the door, a commotion broke out on the streets, but very quickly she disappeared from everyone's sight. Just after that, many slaves exited the building and ran towards the back as they collected the items left behind in the bag, which helped them to disguise themselves a little. Most of them quickly spread out and followed the directions left behind by Alyssia to reach the safe house, which created a much larger crowd within the streets. So even if she was walked on the streets out in the open, she could easily blend in with the crowd because of how they were dressed. A very small number of the slaves did not trust in Alyssia completely or had their own plans to escape, so they did not follow her words as they went off on their own or with a small group. Alyssia visited several more slave houses within the area as she followed the same pattern of killing off anyone involved while destroying any monitoring and communication tools. While this was all going on, and as the crowds of slaves were becoming much larger as they made their way through the streets towards several different locations, the Marines were all moving towards Grove 1 to surround the slave auction house, where Kid, Luffy, and Law had stepped out to fight them after Luffy had punched a celestial dragon. The slaves that had been released by Frankie or Rayleigh from the slave auction house were quick enough to escape upon being given the chance, which further added to the chaos of Sabaody archipelagos. The amount of slaves released within Sabaody archipelagos had reached a new record, as it had been increasing with every action of Alyssia, as she quickly attacked many places that dealt with human trafficking. Such an event had not happened within the world that big since Fisher Tiger had saved the slaves so many years ago, and such a thing was taking place within the lawless area of Sabaody archipelagos while the Marines were primarily focused on the main auction house where the celestial dragons were held within. However, it was not just Alyssia who had contributed to saving so many unfortunate people, but also two others who either had a deep grudge against slavery or the criminal underworld, along with Carrot, who was brought along to witness the darker and crueler side of the world. Carrot may have gained many experiences out in the world, but she had not witnessed the worst of it yet, so Alyssia decided to include her in the operation to let her grow a bit more. Jester had his own past with the corruption of his country and the loss of the princess before being captured as a slave, so he more than anyone within the White Storm had a grudge against the criminal underworld, which is so freely allowed to operate, so he was happy to be involved. Medea had been a slave for many years and suffered many hardships before being bought by Alyssia and fixed up. She still had mental scars and hatred within her heart even after being remade into a new person, so upon being briefed about the operation, she readily agreed so that she could help those similar to herself while also hurting those involved in the slave trade.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.